Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
Roger Houston, we got it from high up here in the cupola. Thanks for the relinquishing control, Houston. Coming to you live from high above your imagination, 250 miles in the International Fake Station. I'd like to welcome y'all to the where are we at again? Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. It's good to see everybody. Today we've got a really cool guy coming on with us. We're just going to have just a conversation about all the woo and all the fun shit that we like to talk about here on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Some of you may be subscribed. Some of you may have watched. If you haven't, I highly suggest to go and watch. He covers a gambit of things, including some video games I saw the other day. It was kind of interesting. So I'd like to introduce to my panel tonight, Vince from The Honest Composer Reacts. Good afternoon or evening where you're at, Vince. How are you tonight?
What's up, Dave? Yeah, it's almost night here. I feel young, man. Staying up late. You know what I mean?
Got that teenager vibe going on. That's what.
Yeah.
My son said that I had a schedule like a teenager on spring break. And I was like, yeah.
I think, listen, no matter how old you get, you should still have that childish spirit. But not all the time. You have to be able to be serious too, but also have that, that drive of the child spirit. Because let's face it, that's when we were having fun in life, right?
Absolutely. It's like my wife said today, we had a friend of ours was over and we were talking and shit. And she goes, you're almost 60. And it's like inside I'm going, fuck you. I am not. And I'm like, well, yeah, I guess so. But wow. Right? I always thought 60 would feel different. I always thought this age would feel a lot different, but one thing did happen to me the other day in my Jeep. I went to go to the store and the radio kicked on when I turned the ignition. And it was a song that years ago I would have gone, fuck yeah, and I was like, oh my God, that's fucking loud. And I changed the channel to something more mellow. And I was like, oh, and I remembered a poster I had that said, if it's too loud, if it's too loud, you're too old. And I was like,
Mm.
guess what, man? It's too loud now.
So have your ears become more sensitive as you age?
Well, it's not so much. I don't think the ears; it's the vibration. You know, when you're
Ah,
younger, you have that angst, you know, and that hard rock music really fucking
yes.
hits that angst, man. It
Yeah,
hits it right. And when you're
it
older,
does.
you're tempered. You know, you're more tempered. You're more mellow in the things that you're doing,
Dude,
and it's sort of like, oh, that's just not vibing with me right now. You know, I mean, that, don't get me wrong, I'll enjoy it. There are times, but that just wasn't one of them. And I never thought I would find a time where I would find a song like that to irritate me. And then I'm like, oh, now I know where my dad was coming from when he said, turn that shit down.
but we have to admit, though, no matter what age you are, I mean, not whatever what age you are, but today's music is really bad. I mean,
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like you can think it's bad, I can think it's bad. I'm 39. I'm going towards 40. I don't like that though, but I'm going towards 40. But I feel old. I feel like what you're talking about, like that old man that says today's music is garbage. But it really is though. Like these 20 years after 2000 somewhere, the music, I mean, it's absolute garbage.
it
It gets
is.
worse
It
and
is.
worse for each year. Like whenever I go outside, I can't stand like when you go into a mall or whatever. They're just playing the same, docile bullshit. The music is so low in the vibration, like you can just feel it in your soul. Like this is some absolute garbage, and the vocals are low energy and kind of
Yeah.
like victim. Yeah, I don't want to talk
Oh,
too
look,
much.
we got Ted Logan's over on the Rumble side. I just now
Hey, what's
kicked
up,
that
Ted?
over. What's happening, Ted? I'm going to be putting a link up for if anybody wants to join here in a little bit.
Yeah, that would be
I
cool.
wanted to kind of go over. I got to see most of. I had company coming in and out, but when you was talking with Sean
Oh yeah,
on your
Sean.
stream,
Sean,
and
man,
I
I love
guess
him.
he's in the audience right now. I saw him in
Is
the
he?
chat. Yeah, yeah.
Sean, don't be such a coward. Jump on, man. We won't bite, right, Dave?
Right.
We
I
won't
gotta say.
bite.
I
What's
mean,
gonna happen?
did you see his post though? He put a post up on his
I've seen a,
YouTube.
a few. I've seen a few. Like, you motherfuckers don't support me buying. You don't donate nothing, man. I'm not gonna do this. And I think personally, I don't think he should quit. I just think he should refocus, do
Yeah.
something that is for the good. You know what I mean?
I mean, from what I can see, he seems to be quite into music and guitars and shit. I am too. And I
Yeah.
think, maybe focus on that.
Why
Kick,
not?
kick heads together with like Conspiracy Music Guru or
Yeah, I love
Doc
him. I
Danger's
love it.
and Conspiracy Music's roadshow thing. They do that all over the place, man. And they feature, and they're not, it doesn't mean that the people that they feature are into conspiracies, but I mean, record one of your tunes or something, man. They'll play it on the show. It gets you exposure, and you can even do it live, man. They'll if you've got the way to plug, like I do, I can plug my guitar into my microphone and with the headphones, and I can mix it and play right here, right now, if I had it set up.
Yeah.
And you could do that. That would be a great avenue to go. But I mean, I'm sorry, a lot of people snickered when you said your awesome rebuttals, and I don't use some adjectives of witty commentary or something like that. And it's like, after a while, just saying stupid motherfucker denying science, that's gets old after a little bit, I mean,
Yeah, it does. It does.
so I mean, it's pretty wild. I mean,
It's
and
fucking criminal. That is fucking insane.
but
Yeah,
he just blowed right off your stream. I know. I mean, he just gone. He
I
just like
know.
rage quit, and you got him on the
The
effect
Queen.
of the Queen
The Queen.
song. Yeah.
Which, by the way, Dave,
Yeah, I saw
I-
your video on that. I saw your video
Yeah.
today on that.
I mean, it looks like it might not be a Mandela effect because
Well,
if you
what I
saw
was
it,
looking at is that it's residue. I'm looking at it as residue because we know that the of the world thing at the very end of the song. Now on the album version, it's like you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. It's like you said, it ends on a not ending note. Yeah, and it doesn't sound right. You're waiting for the finale of it.
I
And
mean,
in that recording on that end of Mighty Ducks, I was listening real careful. I saw you were listening for the higher or lower note. I didn't even look at that. What I was listening for was evidence that it was part of the live performance where they say that's where he did it. Okay.
Mhm.
And so I was listening for the sound of, because you can tell the difference between a studio cut and a live
Oh
cut.
yeah,
you know.
definitely. That was the studio one for
That
sure.
was a studio one. And I'm wondering, did they get that, before this effect took place? And it just
Well,
didn't grab that one.
no, but what they had in the end credits of Mighty Ducks, it was the first chorus when Freddie does the fighting, with falsetto,
Yeah, and falsetto.
and then it ends with of the world, and then they faded it out.
Mhm.
But because otherwise it would have had the fighting with the chest voice,
Right.
and if that one had of the world, like no, the biggest thing is this, Dave. Like we said, the end note, it needed one more switch to another bass note for the of the world
Yeah.
to work. Otherwise, it won't work. Unless let's say there is another version that actually has that bass note, but without the of the world. But I don't know. I'm just saying this version.
I was thinking about this, and I've talked about this with other folks too. And it's is the one of the biggest things we get from these people that are saying, "Oh, it's just a psyop, this, that," and it's a bunch of people misremembering.
Yeah.
Our court system, our criminal justice system, relies on testimony of witnesses. And
True.
many times they take if the testimony of one witness, well, that's sort of credible. But when you have multiple witnesses that have the same witness testimony of something, if there's that much possibility of everybody misremembering the same thing, then we need to throw that whole witness testimony aspect of our court system right through the window, because it's no good. If human memory was that fallible, you could not use testimony of a memory in a criminal court case. And that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. There's just too many instances of people remembering the exact same thing.
Yeah. And also, we're all different people. We don't know each other, but yet we remember, similar things. So, I mean, let's say you could buy a jury to all say, like, to all lie,
Mhm.
but we're people on the different ends of, I don't want to say ends of the world, but I don't know how you say it on the flat earth, different parts of the flat earth. We're all, in different places, and we don't know each other, and yet we remember similar things. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
I
and
agree.
that's just so strange. I mean, and it's like with the Monopoly monocle thing.
Yeah, that's. Have you
mean-
seen that? Have you seen that scene from Ace Ventura?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
a big one.
basically the suit and the monocle. He doesn't have a top hat.
Exactly.
Right. So it's the monocle that's actually pinning him on to, hey, you're just a rich bastard, to you're the Monopoly guy.
Exactly.
And why would that hit home? There would be at least half of the audience or something going, huh?
Yeah.
Right. That joke just
Yeah.
didn't hit home,
Yeah. But I just think maybe the Queen one, maybe possibly isn't a Mandela. But that doesn't mean, the other stuff aren't Mandela. You know what I mean?
Brian had said to me that he had done something on that one on the, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet. I have to go back and look at it regarding that very ending. Now that was sent to me by my son. We were talking about that, and I mentioned that Mandela effect, and he goes, "You mean like at the end of this movie?" And he sent me
Mighty
that
Ducks.
clip for the end of the movie, and I was like, "Oh,
yeah,
that could be." I'm gonna have to dissect it down, but I listened to it a couple of times, and my focus on it was to tell, was it the studio cut or was it the live cut? And like I said, you can tell a difference.
Yeah, they would need to do in the background at the end. There would need to be and his vocals, all the world, and then fading down. But I don't know if that was the original that has been changed or what. But this one that we have, right now. Da-da-da. It wouldn't make sense to have Of the World on that da-da-da, because there would be Of the World, like da-da-da, Of the World. You need that key switch of the
Yep.
world. Otherwise, it won't work. It will just sound fucked up.
But I mean,
Fucked up.
this is the thing. You know, I've got a channel out here,
Mhm.
very insignificant, I would say, but that they're really flying off the handle about nothing, throwing accusations about people being Mossad. Apparently, I'm in the Masons. I'm in the Masons
Oh,
because I
man.
know people that are in the Masons, so that makes me automatically a Mason and shit.
So everybody that you know, you automatically become those people.
Yeah,
Like,
must
whoever
be.
it is. Whoever
Yep.
it is. If you know a lawyer, then you're a lawyer, right? If you
Right,
know a
that's
policeman,
exactly right. That's
you're a cop.
exactly right.
if
Yeah.
you know a snitch, then you're a snitch. That
I'm-
that might be true though. If you're around a bunch of snitches, you might be a snitch. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, why would you have those people around?
Birds of a feather. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying, Vince?
yeah, that's
Birds of a
true.
feather?
Yeah, like listen, if you're a disloyal person, you're gonna probably have a lot of disloyal people around you. But if you're a loyal person, you most likely will have loyal people around you. But yeah, that's ridiculous. That's that little kid, right? Jay,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He
It was funny as shit.
He
It was
just
like,
wants attention.
I think exactly that. I really do.
You-
And for some reason, Brian Staveley must have really chapped his ass for some reason, because when I pinned him down to ask him, I was like, well, how much research into the Mandela effect have you actually done?
Yeah.
He said, well, nothing really. I don't know. I said, you don't know of any other creators or anything right off the bat, and you just automatically say this. I said, who told you that? That's because you're not coming from a place of knowledge. You're coming from a place of where somebody told you something.
Yeah.
You know? And is that really to be taken seriously? I mean, I can't believe that there would be anybody that would take that as a logical approach at all, or take anyone serious that does take that as a logical approach. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And he's all over the place from the little I heard.
Oh,
Like it doesn't feel like he listens to you really. Like he wants to chime in with his shit. And to agree to an extent, I can understand sometimes. Like if you want to, say what's on your mind to not lose it. I can understand that. Sometimes you need to jump in, blah 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 blah. But that guy does it all the time. Like he doesn't come across as if he's listening to.
No, you're like right in the middle of something, and he just comes out with double chocolate layer cake, and you're like, "What the fuck has that got to do with anything?" You know?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. He should maybe team up with Sean. I don't know.
I don't know. Sean said he was done. Sean said he was done.
But he's back. I think he's back though.
Is he? That didn't
Yeah.
last long. Did somebody finally pony up and pay him for his
I don't-
brilliant commentary? This was
Maybe.
a post he left right here. It
Uh-huh.
says after more than 2 weeks of nothing and a 2.5-hour debate with absolutely no appreciation. That was the one with you.
Ah, okay.
I'm finally done. On TV, a show that makes no money week after week gets canceled. I love doing videos, but it honestly makes me depressed that every other channel on YouTube makes money but mine. I'm tired of the channel not growing despite me trying everything I know of. So all you know of is replaying somebody else's stream and saying, "Oh, you dumb fuck, you deny science. Oh, what an idiot." That's it.
But maybe he's honest. Maybe that's everything he knows.
Well,
What he's doing.
not enough.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to switch stuff, switch it around. Yeah.
Right.
I'm tired of watching. Yeah.
I'm tired of watching other channels grow and be profitable while my channel gets effed. So I hope you have all enjoyed it while it lasted. I've said it. I said I quit before, but this time it's for good. I effing kill myself for you with every debunk, every effing review, and being depressed. Unless all capitals, someone can give me a goddamn good reason besides we love you on the inside where it really counts, I'm effing done. Now you're all free to go over to FTFE and McToon and donate to them. It's what you do anyways. He's talking to his audience.
Yeah. It's crazy.
He's
Yeah.
talking to his audience. He's beating them into donating money to him. Here's an idea, Sean. Go get a fucking job.
Yeah. I mean, this will off put them even more. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a good idea, Sean. That's not a good idea at all, man.
Not a bit. Not a bit.
But I read somewhere that he has anxiety or some shit like that, and I would think doing YouTube stuff helps with that, maybe. Like, I think being creative is the cure for depression and shit like that. Just doing shit.
Yeah.
Although he is doing the wrong shit, I would say, but still, he's doing something, and that might help with his anxiety. But what do you think, Dave? What do you think?
Spreading the message of the devil is definitely not a productive activity. I'm sorry.
That's true. That's super true.
It just doesn't. So what was you going to ask?
No, I'm saying, what do you think causes anxiety? Do you think like maybe you have a bunch of regrets over your life and it's like haunting you, or what is it? Like,
yeah,
it must be thoughts though, right? You're thinking of a bunch of stuff, probably a bunch of not so good stuff, and it keeps, stressing you up.
It's a trap. You see, it's a trap, because the harder you struggle focusing on the things that you fear, the more you manifest those things that you fear.
Yeah.
And so it just endlessly feeds itself
An
like
endless
an force. Yeah.
feedback loop. Yeah.
Right. And it primarily stems from fear. It absolutely does.
Fear.
Fear of exposure in the instance of things you've done in the past, fear of not being accepted, fear of not being able to survive, fear of loss. Definitely is the biggest one, is the fear of loss. Oh, I may lose my house, I may lose my car. It's like, there again, there's a parable for that, and I pretty much live it. It's, consider the sparrow.
Yeah.
They neither toil nor reap or sow, yet my Father provides for them. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but it's like, look, don't worry about it.
Exactly. It's like, to me, it feels like the less you go, like the less you want something, the more it will come to you. Like, I don't know if I said it right, but the more desperate you're trying to force things, the less it will happen. Have you noticed that with life? Like, for example, a simple example, like if you want a girl that you really like, you probably won't get her because you're coming across needy.
Predatory.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
It comes off as a predatory vibe. You may not mean it that way, but it's going to be sensed that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because your whole motive really is, in a sense, of predation.
Yeah. Yeah. And you should just try to, be more careless, or not careless, but,
mindful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mindful.
You know what I like?
Here's what people do a lot of times too. And they limit themselves and they don't even realize it. They say, oh, I can never do that. Well, that's right. As long as you believe that, that's how it's going to be.
Yeah, that seems to be the thing about this reality, that whatever we tell ourselves.
Yeah. Like you keep making a mistake and you go, I always do that. Your subconscious is hearing, always do that.
Yeah. That's weird, right?
Yeah.
It's weird how that works.
But once you start to understand it, and there was a time in our species history where they actually taught people about this.
Yeah.
They taught people this. But if you take that away, then they're easier to control, because you realize that by putting them in their fear, they're going to manifest that fear into reality and you win. There it is.
Yeah, I think actually people were more intelligent back in the day. I mean, we have the view like, oh, in the old times they were more stupid. No, today we are more stupid. You know what I mean? These smartphones, ignorant, but lazy and all that shit.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely, and we just continue in this loop of that to where it's getting literally a dumbing down of our species.
Oh yes.
Because on top of that, you got to think, how brilliant are you going to be if you grew up drinking sugar water instead of your mother's breast milk, and eating crap instead of real food,
Yes.
and not getting the nutrients, and then on top of it, having yourself subjected to a litany of poisonous, toxic shit throughout your life.
Yes. Do you guys have the Nutella? Do you know what it is? Like the chocolate.
Yeah.
They give kids that for breakfast, like fucking, like on a sandwich. Like, here you go,
There you
breakfast,
go.
dude. That kills you, man.
Well, that's what they used to watch those commercials. They'd say, you know, with some kind of sugary cereal, right? They say,
Yes.
this completes a balanced breakfast with
Alas.
juice, toast, ham, eggs, bacon. And, you know, it's like, well, you don't need the cereal then if you have all that other shit, right? That's
Yeah.
just like a dessert.
Yeah. And also, man, from your time, back in the days, people were a lot thinner. You know what I mean? They had better food, better stuff to eat. Today, everybody is becoming more and more obese, you know?
To
But-
see a fat person, an obese person,
Yeah.
when I was a kid, was more of a rarity to where I can remember, you know, when you're a kid, you're like gonna stare, going, that's really wild. Look at that big fat person there. You had to go to the circus to see the big fat lady. Now you only need to go to Walmart, you know?
Right?
So I can remember my mother saying, David, jerking my, you know, hand or something, saying, David, don't stare. You know, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
well, why not, man? Dad took me to the circus and we paid extra to go in a tent and look at some shit like that. This is free. What are you doing? You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you didn't have as many infirmed people, handicapped people. Now you go to any place and half of the parking spots are for people that are immobilized.
That's true. But I never see a car parked there, though. I mean, they're
Oh, I
always
do. Ours are
free.
full.
Oh,
Ours
really?
are full, yeah.
Oh, not here
See,
in Sweden.
this targets really here in the United States. A lot of this targets the poorer of people. Okay, the less income someone has, the more apt they're going to buy and consume crap because
Yeah.
it's cheaper. You
Yeah,
see. But
that's
it
true.
ends up like this is why everybody they're wanting medical insurance, always wanting to have medical insurance, always needing health care. Why? What is your health all fucked up for?
Yeah.
Why is everybody's health messed up?
Yeah. And, you know, this thing with obesity, I think it also is kind of like a feedback loop because, let's say you're gaining weight and then you start to feel depressed and then you go and watch yourself in the mirror and you're like, fuck, man, I'm really fat now. And then you get more depressed and then you go back, eat more burgers or whatever you eat.
Yeah, what difference does it make? I'm already fucked up, right?
Yeah. And then you go back to the mirror. You're even bigger now. And then you go back to the hamburgers. And then you go back to the mirror. And eventually you're like a big elephant. And it's almost on the point of no return. You know what I mean? Like
real quick, I'm just gonna get see
Yeah.
who all I got in the chat
do
here
it.
real quick, and we can
Do it.
see. Let's see. I've got right now over in the YouTube side, we've got Charles B. Della Perry. There's a rare one we haven't seen in the chat for a long time. It's Ironton Auditor's better half. Good to see you, Della. We got Kent, Lisa. I think that's LP. It looks like or Lop. It looks like runes. That's pretty cool. I don't know how you did that with a keyboard, but that's awesome. Natasha Jones, got Pale Horse Rider, Renee Bernays, Totally Fake News is here, and Jehovah's Daughter Barbara, ZX is here, and ZXL Master. ZXL Master is like, I think he's part computer, man. This guy comes up, he makes QR codes for people, he promotes videos and stuff. He comes on, he's a great mod. If he ever shows up in your chat or something, you need a mod, the dude's it, man. It's and he's right on like any information too. So he's a good one.
Cool.
So that's who I've got over here. And then over on Rumble, I think we've got Ted's over here too. And
Ted.
no stopping it. Ted, I didn't put the link over on that side. I'm going to do that right now.
Ted and Bill,
Look,
and
no.
they got the podcast. What was it? Phone booth.
Why is it not allowing me to?
To what? On Rumble.
Yeah.
What do you?
I'm trying
Right.
to put the link in there and it won't let me send anything. I don't understand why. Is it going to make me be signed in? I should be
Maybe.
signed in.
Maybe.
I don't know. No, it's not letting me. I pasted it in the chat box, but it won't
That's
go.
weird. What does it
don't
say?
know.
Like it's not connected or what? Like message not sent?
No,
or-
no, it just sits there with no activity. I even click on the little arrow and it doesn't go.
What if I do it? Maybe.
Yeah, you got, yeah, send the link to see if you can do it in that chat.
Okay.
should
Let
let
me
you.
see. Should I just copy?
You just send him the one that I sent you to come on backstage, because then that way he can come up if he wants to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is
What happened?
one.
What's totally fake news about what? I don't know. Let me see what we got going on here. Anybody want gumballs?
Where do we have the live? Here it is. I think this is it. StreamYard.
Okay, here's your Polaris challenge. You showed it already on Vince's show. You are assuming the y-axis.
I sent the link, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. You are assuming the y-axis, Sean. What you need to do is plot the point using the degree of angle that you see Polaris from at the various locations. Okay. And you're going to find that it's not, what do they say, 433 light years or some stupid
I love the light
nonsense
years.
like that. So your Polaris challenge is actually stupid. You might want to come up with something else. It's nothing. So when you lowered Polaris so that it showed a steeper angle from the further away latitudes, that was more correct. That was absolutely more correct. And I don't think that was to scale, of any kind of scale whatsoever.
Yeah, he was incorrect with the other one he did with he made the globe, which was a perfect circle. And the world, according to NASA, is not a perfect circle. You know, he had some.
Well, yeah, but even with that, Polaris is going to be right up above the North Pole. So you got a dude sitting there looking at it. It's straight up above him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So as somebody moves south away from the pole, that is going to lower in the horizon. It's going to lower down in the horizon as you go south.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what does that mean? That means that Polaris is not as high as you are assuming, is it? Apparently not. So you take the degree of angle at the furthest point that you can see Polaris from and extrapolate back from that. And that's going to give you a more accurate representation. It's a straw man fucking thing. I don't know why he thinks it's a big gotcha, because it's not a big gotcha at all. It's the same reason the sun appears lower in the sky as it travels further away. It's the same reason that railroad tracks go like this and narrow together as you look down them. They're not really becoming more narrow, or the train would fucking crash, right? So it's just like.
But I love that he's saying he's calling you.
Lisa, I just did it. It's not a challenge. It's stupid.
Lisa.
And I'm not going to travel to the fucking equator. You go do it.
Dude, he's calling you a coward, yet he is in the chat like a coward.
He's calling me a coward, and he's the one that rage quit when he got busted out on a fucking Mandela effect, right?
Yeah.
He rage quitted off your show, and then he says he's going to quit doing his show. He deletes all his videos like a little girl because he's all pissed off, goes and deletes all of it because his few viewers that watch him won't send him money. Dude, aren't you getting money for the views? Don't you get views and get money from that? You don't require super chats. You don't require anything other than that. If your content's getting out there, YouTube pays for the views on it.
To be fair, though, it's pennies. I mean,
well, I mean, no, I mean, when my channel was pretty big and I was getting a couple thousand views, I was making, it wasn't huge money, but I mean, it was something. But see, if you monetize, it means you have to tell the welfare office.
Yeah.
And if you tell the welfare office, then they're going to cut your welfare check by how much ever you make off of YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why he's only wanting to rely on people sending him shit through PayPal and everything else.
Yeah. I mean, I think he hid the videos. He didn't delete them. because I think they're back now. But
Well, he's slowly putting them back, is what I noticed. Let me go and let's go look.
he's funny, man.
I'll go over
Sean.
and look.
It's
I mean, it
funny.
just cracks me up, and it's
I
like,
know.
dude, put out something that somebody might want to see or something, you know?
I mean, really, if I'm gonna be honest, I just think he lacks love. He does. He lacks love.
Oh yeah, he's unhidden them all now,
Yeah.
or whatever he did. He put him back up there. I guess that somebody must have, Charlie Welch must have sent him some shekels, and now he's, all right, all right, I'll do some, but only if you send me money.
In my stream with him, he didn't want to watch the video you sent me, like this 1968 news thing where they were creating the news. He was really trying to stop me from showing that. We were just about to see how they faked the moon landing, and he was like, he had to interrupt with some bullshit that he always does.
That's what their whole thing is to take you off topic.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I'm noticing. This is what they do. They take you off topic.
Yeah.
Completely. So Jay, that's what his gig is to go off topic. As soon as you start formulating a cohesive idea and people are getting it, then he's going to come in and blurt his nonsense and shit. See, that's what they do. And what was funny about that was I actually had people on his panel who went, oh shit, that's weird. Like, where did tablets go in the Bible? And the guy says, oh my God, it is gone. Even when it's nowhere, tablet is nowhere in the database at all anymore. What the hell? Right? The Queen song, that was another one that got this guy. So he had people on there going, so do you think the Mandela effect's bullshit? And they're like, well, no, I think there might be something to it. I mean, they were kind of derailing his whole idea. And then came on the pedophile preacher and wanted to go on with his fire and brimstone, right?
Who the hell is that? The pedophile?
Oh my God,
preacher.
this guy came on there, and after later on, I find out this guy supposedly stabbed his mother, and he was a child molester. But since he's been dipped in magic water, so that makes him now impervious to committing sin. So his question to me was, he goes, are you a sinner? I says, well, of course, everyone is. Oh, see, you are a sinner. I'm like, yeah, there's only one who is without sin. And if you were a true Christian, you would realize that, right? Yeah. But no, that's a trick question. This is what these Bible thumping tent evangelist people do. They'll say, are you a sinner? And if you say yes, then they'll point their finger at you like they're not supposed to do anyway. But then if you answer no, then they'll say, no, that's bullshit. There's only one that was without sin. Blasphemer. See these?
Yeah, they do the same thing. Like, let's say you're wrong on some point. They're like, see, you were lying. Meanwhile, maybe you were just wrong. They just want to, it's like, point out, let's see, you're a liar. Like, they just want to find something to pinpoint to.
Well, they're always looking at the lying. And why would they assume that everyone else is lying? Yeah, because they're liars. Their whole world is based on lies.
Yeah.
And you see?
Yeah, you talked about something I heard on one of your streams. By the way, I love your streams. It's very good. You know, when you have the guests on and you talk, you're a very wise guy, man. You're a very wise guy. You're talking about something, some changes in the Bible. One of them was like it said that God is a jealous God or something like that.
Yeah, Exodus. Now it says that he's jealous. It says that he's a jealous God. It's always said that. But now it's that his name is jealous and he's a jealous God.
Hold on. Does it say that the Creator is jealous in the Bible?
Yeah.
How the hell can the Creator be jealous?
Well, see, here's the thing. Let me find it for you.
It's crazy. That's insane.
Give it to you.
Jealous of what? You're the Almighty. There is no comparison to you. Who are you jealous? Who are you jealous of? Well, what the fuck? Oh
yeah. Okay. So it's in Exodus 34:14, right?
Okay.
It says, for thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. And jealous, as his name, is capitalized.
That's
Now, a
insane.
funny thing happened. This was really crazy. When I was highlighting that, I had just
Yeah.
bought this Bible at the thrift store. It
Mhm.
had belonged to somebody else, obviously, and they donated it to this place.
Secondhand.
So I
Yeah.
got it so that I could mark it up without
Yeah.
screwing up my other Bible.
Yeah.
So I had just got done highlighting that change, and a little scrap of paper fell out of this book.
Okay.
A little scrap of paper fell out, and it's like a little bookmark
Yeah.
that somebody used. Let me see if you can, like this, right?
Yeah.
So it was
Yeah.
obviously somebody had used it for a bookmark, the person who had it before, and written on it, it said Psalm 83:18.
Okay.
And I was like, wonder what that says. So I went to it, and 83:18 says, that men may know that thou, whose name alone is Jehovah, art the most high over all the earth. And I'm like, wow, what's the odds that I get directed in such a strange way to that psalm that gives the name of God right after highlighting that his name was jealous in Exodus?
Yeah, that is
That
fucking strange. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I'm on to some shit here, man. Somebody's helping me.
Yeah, that's weird, really weird. But the thing
Yeah.
is this. They say God's name is Jehovah, or the
Yahweh.
Bible. Yeah, but should God only have one name? Like, I don't know. I
Well,
don't,
see, God is a title.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's not a name, it's a title.
Or I mean, the creator. Should
The creator, right? So
should the
they
creator
never.
have one name, or even have a name? I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. That would be hard to look at, because see, now I look at this other thing. If it says we're talking about a monolithic or a monotheistic people,
Yeah.
and this most other cultures had several gods, right? And a
Yeah.
monotheist group like this, and he says, listen, you're not going to have any other gods before me. Well, wait a second. That indicates that there are others with this title. So which ones are we talking about? That's like, you can look on the money. It says, in God we trust. Well, that's a title. Which God are they talking about? It didn't say in the
Yeah.
creator we trust.
Yeah, and they can't be gods. If God means the creator, they can't be other gods. That
Right.
doesn't
So
make sense.
what can we deduce from that? That God doesn't mean creator. However, the
Exactly.
creator is a God.
Mm,
You see, because that's there again, that's a title. Just like Satan is not a name.
yeah.
It's a title. It comes from Shaitan, which it
Yeah.
means nemesis or enemy. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not a name. Satan is not a name. God
Yeah.
is not a name.
Yeah, and then you said something else that was interesting. Something to the extent of like, if things are changing in the Bible, and if this is God's words, how can it be changed? Like, if this truly is God's words, how is it possible for whoever it is changing it to do it? Unless maybe God allows that.
He
Something like
does.
that.
It says that he will allow this. Okay. It also says for no man to change these words. Okay.
Mm,
But they are also not supposed to stop the Satan from doing it either. Okay. Because that's up to God. Right.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
There's a
previously, he was prohibited, barred, not allowed by God to be able to do that.
until
Now
a
he
certain
is.
time, right?
Right. And here we are at that time, I think. Now, a lot of people say,
Because this is a time of deception as well as the
Yeah.
time of truth, right? Like, it's because a lot of things are coming to the surface, right? In this
Yeah.
new age of Aquarius, they call it. I don't know that much about it, but the age of where the truth comes to light, but also maybe deception is like rampant, as
Yes.
well.
Oh
at the
my
same
God.
time,
It's everywhere. It's on
right?
every level. It's on every level. And it is purposeful. It is purposeful. We even have the director of the CIA, William Casey, when he said that we'll know our job will be complete when everything the American people
Yes.
know is actually a lie. And it's, I'm paraphrasing, but I mean,
Yeah. I've seen that quote.
yeah, I mean, this is exactly what he said, what he meant by it too, and we're there.
But it also,
there.
but it also is like, I think it's also connected to the thing that they try to tell us, or they try to make us accept that, a man is a woman and a woman is a man and blah, blah, blah. Like those obviously untrue stuff to become truth. Because once they've achieved that, then they can bullshit us whichever way they want.
Yeah, 2 plus 2 is 5.
18.
Yeah,
it's 18.
It's whatever you feel it is.
Yeah. And that's when they accomplished their goal. And then it becomes like the George Orwell's 1984, where they can just
Lisa,
say whatever the fuck.
Are you a Pentecost, Lisa?
Lisa
in the chat, I think she's a Pentecost.
Sovereign is making his own God. What? Where the hell did you get that?
Listen, this is why I don't talk to religious nuts. Okay, this is exactly why, because they've got someone else's interpretation without any freaking knowledge whatsoever. I'm not taking any, I'm looking at all available interpretations.
Yeah.
This is called having an open mind. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's that. There's also this group that says, oh, well, you're not doing this, that, and the other. That means you're not going to go to heaven or you're going to go to hell. Who says? Who says? How do you know how many changes have happened in your book? Are you worshiping a book? Are you worshiping Paul? Or are you worshiping God? That's because God's word is sealed in heaven, not in a fucking book.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not in a book. And we're seeing that now. We're seeing the evidence that it can't be God's word because God's word can't be changed. And if this can be changed, it's not God's word.
Exactly. I agree with that. Unless, as we said,
it's
if God
men wrote this book. God did not write that book, or collection of books is more a more accurate term. God did not write those. Men wrote those and claimed that they were inspired by God to write them.
Yeah.
Do men lie?
Absolutely.
Well, there you go. So we have to go with what we have to see what's written in the heart as well.
You know what I think is, I don't know if I just talked about this with you, but with religious people or whatever, some of them think they're like better than others, like as if there is degrees.
Yeah.
As if there is
piety.
What does that
piety
mean? Piety.
Being pious.
Okay, I never heard that word.
Yeah, it's like I'm better than you because I do this, you see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but is there degrees to like going to heaven? Like I'm 97%, you're 43. Like, what is that? Like, I don't get that. Like,
it's hierarchy. People always looking for to be above other people. Listen, you see it all the time, man. Give a cop a badge. Now he's a fucking authoritarian trying to tell every fucking buddy what to do.
Yeah.
And he doesn't realize you don't have any power over anybody unless they fall into the purview of your job. Some guy walking down the road does not fall into the purview of your job. You don't get to just stop people and say, hey, prove who you are to me. Well, why do I have to do that? To see if you're doing anything wrong. How in the hell is that going to tell you if I'm doing something wrong?
Yeah. And in the end, only God can determine who's gonna come in or not. Maybe you think you're the perfect Christian or Muslim or whatever, and then God says, you're not. I don't think you were good enough to come in to heaven or whatever.
Because Lisa, I have poured over other theological documents outside of the Judeo-Christian, which is an oxymoron, but outside of the biblical text of the West, and I found that all of these people are telling the same story, just in a different way. That's all. They all are telling the same story.
How do you know anything about God? Dude, how can you? I don't know. Is Lisa Christian or atheist? I don't know.
No, she's a Christian. Definitely a Christian. Well, what they call a Christian.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. But her actions don't depict that.
Then you're not a Christian.
Merely by some of the things that she says would be very unchristian. And I'm not saying that she's cussing or anything like that, but
the way she
in
behaves.
what she's saying would be absolutely not what Jesus would say. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Okay, to be Christian is to try to emulate the path of Christ, the God man of Jesus, or what you want to call him, Jehovah,
Yeah.
or what Yeshua. I'm sorry. So you are trying to follow in those footsteps. And never at any time did Jesus ever go no to people and antagonize them and try to contradict shit based on something they don't really know a whole lot about. One of the things that cracked me up about you, Lisa, we were talking about when the space station people, right? It was up there, and then the Super Bowl happened. Now they've already been up there for months.
I heard that.
Right?
Yeah.
And here they got the jerseys, and she goes, well, I said, that means they would have had to take jerseys up. You know, it's considerable cost to launch things into space, regardless of the weight. Every bit of weight counts, right? So not only that, and she's like, well, it doesn't take up a lot of room. They could have done that and everything. Oh, okay. Well, how do you explain the autographed football then? Did Tom Brady like throw the fucking football up to space after they autographed it or something? How did they have an autographed football from the Super Bowl on the space station?
No way. Did they have that?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And nobody bothered. Nobody went, oh, how'd they get that? No, they just went, oh, that's really cool. Oh, NASA.
It's like you said. It's like you said, an IQ test. You said it.
Yep.
It's like an IQ test. They want to see if you see through it or not.
Lisa, you go show the football. You're the one that's the expert on the shit. I already found it. I could give a shit if you find it.
Lisa, why don't you jump on here? Why are people so coward? Like, get out from the text and join with your voice. You're a
Because they
human,
don't like
right?
to be held accountable for the stupid shit they say.
Yeah, they're afraid to
That's
look
exactly
stupid.
what it is.
I mean,
They don't like to be held accountable for the stupid shit. They'd rather just sit back there. And she's not afraid to come online. She's been on Terry's show. She's been on Ironton Auditor's show before. So
then there you go. Just jump on, man or woman. You know.
that's the whole thing. And hey, look, if you love the church and you have a belief, that's great. And if you're not hurting anybody, I don't give a shit. You can believe whatever the hell you want. I do the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't hurt anybody. I don't harm anyone. I don't steal from people. I don't kill. I don't rape. I don't burn. I don't do any of that shit. I'm benevolent in my actions. I'm all the time thinking of other people when I do things. You know, it's like I like to do things for other people, even if it means that I go without something. I will give somebody who's starving my meal merely so he's not starving, because I'm not starving.
Yeah.
You
That's
see,
the best way to be, you know.
I don't have to go to it. I don't know why people think that God is in a book or a building or something, or even in the words of some most likely pedophile standing up at the front of a church, bleating out shit at you and casting judgment on you.
Yeah, like the Pope, or you know, in Italy.
Or Billy, or who's that guy we saw with the jet? That guy, Kenneth Copeland. You ever saw that guy?
Oh yeah, that guy with the demon eyes.
Yes.
That guy looks fucking demonic, man. I don't know how the hell you could listen to that and think of God. He looks like the Satan is possessing him or some shit like that.
People literally cut their kids out of the will and send him all their money.
What?
I'm not shitting you. People do that all. How do you think he lives the lifestyle he does?
Yeah, he has private jets and shit, right?
Yeah, Joel Osteen, right? Why don't you be a little bit Jesus-like there, Joel, and let some of these poor, hungry immigrants coming in go live at your house?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right? No, you couldn't even get within a half a mile of that place before some kind of security come up on you and made you turn around. Hey. Listen, the Jesus game has been a big moneymaker for people. It really has. Yeah. And every one of them that makes that money, they end up, because they're in that love of money, the material aspect of things, putting the world ahead of the soul, the inverted pentagram, which is exactly what that is. When you have that upside down, you're putting spirit below the elements. Because the five-pointed star actually represents the five elements of earth, fire, air, water, and above it is spirit.
Yeah.
when you place the world above the spirit, you're completely upside down. And that's what these people do. This is why they always catch them. Oh, this guy had an affair and knocked up his secretary, and everybody freaks out about it. Or here, this guy, he's doing this, that, and the other, and he got caught embezzling and shit like that. They're just criminals, just like Paul. Paul found his way into the church, you see, and he was a real son of a bitch back when he was Saul, but all he had to do is get struck in the head and talk to a fucking donkey, and everybody's cool with him, right? Get out of here, man. That dude was a turd.
You know, these different religions, why can't they just get along? Why can't they just come and get
Its
along?
whole system's built on divisiveness.
Yeah.
If everybody came together, that truly is God. That is the work of God.
Right.
That's the spirit of God, but they can't have that. They can't have that. I have to hate you because, oh, you have an accent. Oh, you're brown. Oh, you're not the same color as me. Look, you have curly hair and I have straight hair. Oh, you have brown eyes and I have blue eyes. It's
silly, right?
Kind of shit. Yeah.
Silly shit.
Did you ever hear that there was a study that this teacher did?
Mm-hmm.
And it was really cool. I think it was like third graders she had.
Mm-hmm.
And PBS did a documentary on this years back.
Okay.
And blame it on God. I'll get it to you in just a minute. I see you backstage. So what she did was she came in and she's giving her school lessons and shit. And she goes, okay, kids, I read a very interesting study today. It said that top scientists have found out that blue-eyed people are actually better and smarter than brown-eyed people. And, you know, she showed a couple examples of, look, here's a blue-eyed guy that did this, that, and the other. And here's a brown-eyed guy. He was a criminal, this, that, and the other. So even by the first recess, these kids had already come up with derogatory remarks for one another. Oh, brownie. After a week, the kids with brown eyes started performing worse. They didn't do as
real.
good. Yeah, they started accepting it, right? So then what she did is she came in and said the next week, and she told the kids, she goes, I was mistaken about that. I must have read it wrong. What the study actually showed was that blue-eyed people aren't as good as brown-eyed people. And the shit switched right around.
What?
It totally switched around. The blue-eyed kids started doing worse. The brown-eyed kids had negative names for the blue-eyed kids. It was something else. And then she said, now you just learned the best lesson. The third week, she was like, you all just learned the best lesson you could ever learn, because what I told you wasn't true at all in either case. But look how you all behaved. You know, those kids went back 20 years later and thanked that teacher for that lesson.
Yeah, I can understand that. That's a good lesson. You bet your ass they won't be teaching that today.
No, because like I said, divisiveness. Even if you look at how they even program you with the school, right? There's like 5 little elementary schools in a school district, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And you got these guys are the Bobcats, and these guys are the Bears, and these guys are the Rattlesnakes, and these guys, right? And each kid in each one of those are convinced that their school is the best and that they are the best team. They have the smartest students and everything. Each one of them is convinced of this, right?
It's similar to the religions, yeah.
And they don't realize, and they don't realize that the only reason that they're in one of those schools is just because of where their parents picked to have a house. That's it.
Yeah.
And they're all just little cracker boxes in the same little shitty school system, see, run by the same little group of people.
Yeah.
But it works. We do that with our patriotism. If I were to ask someone in Brazil, what's the greatest country in the world? And they go, Brazil.
Yeah, that's true.
I hear that with Americans, and then it gets so bad that people say, I'm proud to be an American. And I'm like, well, what did you have to do with it? You were born here, and then what? That's it. You know, and the best ones, I'm proud to be white. Well, you had nothing to do with that. So where's this pride coming from? You're proud to be white? Really? You know, you could have been born as anyone. And here's the real kicker. You were.
Right?
So you don't really get to have that. Well, white people did this, that, and the other. Yeah, but it wasn't you.
Exactly.
So, there you
and
go.
then there is a bunch of bad white people too. Are you proud about them as well? You know,
Yeah, right. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer was white. Why not?
it's still
Um,
considered
so
silly
blame
shit.
it on God. He's
Don't
got
blame it.
Bathory as a subtitle on
Hey,
there.
I
I mean,
wanted to ask you a question because you didn't reply to my comment on your previous live stream with the ET guy.
yeah.
So my
ET.
question was that you were sharing a screen of his video about the 9/11,
Yeah,
and I asked because to me it made no sense
yeah.
because you had CZ as
See,
a country on YouTube. So I don't understand. You said you're American. Why are you using a YouTube location as a European country, especially the one I'm from, which I found really suspect?
oh, it's because I use a VPN.
Yeah,
Right,
guess
but
which country?
specifically, why did you specifically set it to Czech Republic? It's
Yes,
just my
I can.
like.
Yes, absolutely. I can set it to whatever country.
Oh no, I get it, but like, is there a reason behind like why this country?
No, I just randomly
Okay,
pick
oh, that's
one.
fine. Yeah, that's
I
cool. I use
change it
VPN
all
too.
the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I change it all the time. So, what'd you think of that video? Did you think that was? A
Oh,
little
dude, I watched it all.
suspect?
Like, I left like 10 comments there, dude. Like, I don't know if you read them, but I watched the whole thing. I even, yeah, made many comments as I was watching the whole 6 hours. I didn't watch it when it was live because, I mean, I was sleeping at that time. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Especially about the 9/11. There was some really good stuff. And in my opinion, that ET got destroyed with his like the 9/11. Like his argument didn't hold any water. But but as far as the other stuff, I still don't. I still don't agree with you about the Bible changes, as I was saying in the comments earlier too. But yeah, because I looked into it. I look
Mhm.
into the tablet and tables, and the fact is that like most of the versions still have tablets. Just the KJV and I think
Yeah,
what was it? The Geneva Bible also have tables. But
yeah.
if you look like the John Wycliffe Bible,
Mhm.
that one is even older than Geneva, and
Mhm.
that one actually has tablets too. So it's kind of weird.
Give
Like
it,
some of them
give it
don't
time.
have it, but some don't. It's kind of weird. So maybe that's why
Give it
people have
time.
it mixed up and shit.
Well, give it time. Because
Right?
what we're finding is that yes, these did seem to start in the King James version, but they're now
Okay.
permeating over into other versions as well. We've even talked to a guy from Israel who's Hebrew. He said that he was a big Mandela denier, and now he has found that his Hebrew texts have changed as
Changed.
well.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you mentioned that on the J stream. Yeah.
yeah, that's
Um,
kind of interesting. And what we're finding, that's why
that's really
I have
actually
an
interesting.
NIV, King James, a modern, and so I go back and I'm periodically in the other ones seeing have they changed yet. Now I've only recently gotten all these different versions within the last couple of months. So
I actually remembered one thing because my friend, I never had NIV, but he has NIV version,
Mhm.
and there's this one word that's really weird because it says like the mind is stupid, and it's in no other versions. I will have to look for it, but
Mhm.
it's really like strange. I've never like seen it before.
Well,
I think it's in Ephesians something or
yeah, there's a bunch that have changed in Ephesians. There's a
I,
whole
I,
bunch. One,
I,
I know
it's
one
on
is
my
because
friend's
where,
Facebook. Let me
where it
try.
says like something to it would say toward us or
Uh,
toward you. It now says to you word or
yes, I
toward
remember
us
that one.
word.
That's in
And I'm
to
like,
you word. Yeah,
what?
yeah. But the thing is, man, like I mean, the beat off of it in Isaiah. I mean, that's always been there
Well,
as
there's
far
a
as
word
I
missing. There's a word missing. That's what
know.
made it like this is what I'm saying. It's almost
What do
like
you
a
mean?
it's almost like a naughty kid has gone in and changed some stuff so that it'll look like
So
look
what? No, no, no. So what was it before the beat off? The Lord beat off
um
the channel of Egyptians or something like that. I
yeah,
forgot it, but
yeah. There was actually a subjective noun of
okay.
what he was beating off, and now it doesn't. It's just that he's
Yeah,
beating off
I
that
mean it's
way.
strange, but I mean as far as I remember, and I've been reading the King James version Bible since 2007. As far as I remember, it's always been like that. And also the God's name is jealous. I also never remember it not being there. That's why I said, Wins, you're probably not as familiar as
Oh
as
no,
as
I'm pretty
us
with the
familiar
Bible.
as far as
No.
that's concerned
Yeah.
because it's
no,
like
that's fine. That's fine.
no.
That's
What
fine.
I'm saying is that I've never. Now I know that he was always stated as being a jealous God, and I kind of had a problem with that.
Right.
Anyways, like Vince said,
Me
why the
too.
fuck
Me
would
too.
you
But
jealous?
like
But
it's
for
the,
his
that's-
actual name to be jealous and to be jealous. Okay,
Yeah.
so we've got it
I mean,
twice in there, and the once it's even
Right.
capitalized as his
but it
name.
has many it's also God is a man of war, and like there is many titles or names for him, like it's
We've,
like
we've
so
also
many of
got,
them.
But
we've
It
also
says
jealous?
the
got-
Lord is the sun, like is the sun and
Isn't
shield and
s-
blah blah blah.
Isn't Satan the one that is jealous of God or the creator? Satan
well, no,
is the jealous
Satan
one.
was the adversary, so he's like the
well,
but he was the
Lucifer's whole casting down was because he was jealous and
Yes.
He wants to be
refused
he
to bow
wants to be
down to
God.
God's creation.
Yeah, he wants to be what God is. Therefore, jealous.
or yeah,
Sort
that
of like-
makes sense.
Sort
God
of like
is jealous.
Sean. Sort of like
and-
Sean is jealous of other YouTube channels.
Yeah,
Like
raking in that big YouTube cash, baby.
yeah,
So- But here's
Oh,
another
no.
thing. Here's another thing that actually kind of gets me too. That you would say this makes it very blasphemous, just in this sense. Throughout John, anytime in many other places throughout the Bible, whenever it used to be that whenever God was referred to with the pronoun of he or him, it was always capitalized. The capitalization of that
Yes.
is gone now.
the also the Lord God, if you see that means it's capitalized, and if it's not, then sometimes it's referring to Baal, and Baal is like the prince of the devil. So
Right.
sometimes you have to navigate through that, because not every time in the Bible it says the Lord, it means like Yahweh, right? It sometimes means Baal, because Lord is in KJV. That's
check
also
this one out.
Lord means Baal too. Like
Yeah.
yeah,
check
that's
this out. This is crazy right here. So
Okay,
in
and then I'm gonna
John-
show you from the NIV.
John
if I can.
19:30, this is pretty cool. And it says, when Jesus therefore had received the vinegar, he said, "It is finished." And he bowed his head and gave up the ghost.
Yeah,
Gave
what
up
about
the
it?
Ghost.
No, that's been always there.
Gave up the
gave up the
ghost?
ghost. Yeah,
Gave up his spirit.
no,
It's not been a ghost.
dude, what are you?
Hold on a second. Caesar's name is changed in here as well to Caesar instead of Ceasar. Here again, yes, Cae.
Oh
Okay?
yeah, no, I know that. I know that.
But
yeah.
all these changing and the apostles being referred to as his holy apostles.
And you know what's strange? Because there's one thing that, like, you know how in the book of Revelation they actually say the names of the Old Testament sons of Jacob,
Mhm.
right? And they spell them all in a different way, like totally, like Zabulon instead of like Zebulon. Like it's so weird. Like, why would they spell it totally different? I mean, I know
Have
it's
you ever
Greek
looked in the
and,
original? Have you ever looked in the original at the tree, the family tree that comes down from Adam and Eve?
Yes, that's in
Isn't
the
that- they got the
Gospels, yeah.
same names. They got the same names. Some of these characters got the same names. You got an Enoch that came from the
Many
line of
actually.
Adam.
There are many same names. Exactly. Yeah.
It's really
so
weird.
they-
So that could get confusing.
Like you could at least, why would they not say like David the Third or some shit, like
Right.
hold on. There was one weird thing that Dave, I think I heard on your stream. You talked about Jesus chopping the head off his enemies or some shit like that.
No,
Well,
it's
there
he
was
wants
no.
to
See,
slay.
there's a verse. I can tell you. Can I tell you?
Yeah,
So-
yeah. What was that?
Yeah, so there is a verse where Jesus says, I think it's a parable, but basically from my memory, he says, like, bring hither those that are my enemies and slay them before me. And I guess he's
Yeah.
telling that to the angels of God or something, because of course he has command over the angels. But yeah, that's pretty like and as I said, like it's somebody was saying in the chat, oh, the New Testament God is all about love, but is it really? Because
Right,
the book
right.
of Revelation is about a bloodbath. Like there's a verse which says like the blood shall be like, if you do the math, it's in cubits and shit. Like if you do the math, it's gonna be like, I don't know, like 6 feet of blood over the area of like 50 square miles. It's
Yeah.
insane.
That's
Like
crazy. Yeah.
yeah. It's a really, it's
But
like
I
the
mean,
Revelation is brutal as shit. Like it's
but
brutal.
why do you
And
only hear about, love and turn the other cheek, like when it
yeah,
comes to
because they
Christianity,
ignore the books of they because in the church they only read the feel good
Part.
verses, and they completely ignore the verses where it gets really brutal and shit.
Well,
That's
here's
yeah.
where it comes down for me when
Well,
it says,
Baptists they
when
do like
people want to say this is the word of God. All right,
Mhm.
what they not taking into account is that there were several hundreds of books that they perused over at the Council of Nicaea. And when they had finally selected 88 of them, that they met the approval of the Roman dictator, then they were sanctioned into this book. Now, was this Roman dictator who was trying to get these disciples of the Nazarene under control and create controlled opposition and co-opt the movement in order to control it? Was he actually inspired by God to say, yeah, God told me these are the only books that you guys can use for this
Right.
Bible, and you guys got to follow this or else you're not Christians? And half of them were like, we're not Christians anyways. We're disciples of the Nazarene. Well, you either be a Christian or we're going to feed you to the lions. Okay. You follow this or you're dead.
That's insane.
But there's some crazy shit. I don't know if you read some of those like Gospel of Thomas or Gospel of Philip. Like there's some crazy stuff in there.
Oh, the
man.
Gospel of Thomas falls right in line with quantum manifestation and a Tibetan method of prayer.
Yeah, yeah,
So
it's very
it goes into it, and it's like, yeah, that's how you do it right there. So
There's like
that would be one that they wouldn't want you to have. They don't.
I
Want you
really
to
like
know
the
what
verse.
you
Like
do.
it's so vague and stuff. Like it says like when you split a log of wood, then I am there in the midst. Like Jesus said that. Like what is he, like an heir or what? Like it doesn't
Right,
even
right.
make any sense. But
He's trying.
it doesn't have
he's trying to-
crucifixion.
Is it putting forth the idea of omnipresence? Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't mention the crucifixion is one thing about the Gospel of Thomas, and yeah, and I think it's also it says something about Mary being like the closest to Jesus and all that.
Yeah.
Blame it on God. Are you a Christian or what are you?
Well, I cannot really say because
Why
I'm
not?
not decided. Like
Ah.
I do like some like I read the Bible so many times, and I constantly go back and forth between like hating on God and
Hating on God. Why would you hate God?
well, because of like the life is full of torture and suffering for most people, and for me as well. Not always, but like if you look at your life, would you say it's like, yeah, it's mostly hell, not anything?
Yeah,
Even,
it's tough. It's
yeah,
tough.
yeah. So I mean, like,
God-
why would you not actually say blame it on God, like this, all the evil, that stuff? And he even says, I take credit for the evil. Amos chapter like whatever in Amos
but-
3:6 it says, is there evil in the city and I the Lord have not done it? He says all the evil that happens is
Yes,
his
created
fault.
by the
takes-
Creator.
He takes
Yeah.
credit for every evil action that happens. How is that?
Absolutely. And the good ones too.
It's
You can't.
And the
it's
good ones too, yes.
duality.
Yeah,
It's the duality, the polarity, the negative.
So I
and
just
the
yin and
like
yang.
I'm just
Yeah,
questioning.
yin
Like,
and
I'm just
yang.
like, yeah,
Well,
but I'm
like
just like
this-
questioning
wait a minute,
God.
I-
Like, why do you like? I think I've done enough in this life, and like, why do I have to keep on suffering and shit? Like,
Right.
that's why.
Thing is, you don't know if you've done enough. Only the Creator knows.
Yeah,
And it sucks to say that, but
it
neither
sucks.
of us.
Yeah.
It also helps to know this, okay? Although God created the earth, Satan rules the world.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Okay,
So
but God is
that's
still
what's
in
going on.
control of in
Well, that's
control
what
of.
you wanted. That's what you wanted. That's what the whole Adam and Eve thing is talking about. That's what you wanted. Go have it. I
Well,
tried. I tried,
no,
and you couldn't behave. So
no,
here
but
you
that's
go.
what.
You think this bird's got all the answers? You go ahead and go with that then.
But
That's
how
what they did.
how then like those are we were not there in the garden, so I mean it wasn't our decision to disobey.
Yeah,
God.
Maybe it was you over there that was Eve. Blame it on God. Maybe that was you who did that, and you just don't
I was the
remember it.
snake in the grass or what?
No. That's Satan, man. Come on, that's Satan.
Maybe I am Satan.
Maybe you are. Who knows? Who knows? But listen,
No, but
it's like
Satan
it's like
basically means the enemy or adversary of God. So I mean, like if I'm saying I'm hating on God, then actually that would be my name.
I don't know.
Technically speaking, you know.
Listen, if you're a programmer and you're gonna make a video game, of course it has to have villains, man. It has to have
Right.
hardships and
course.
challenges and shit like that.
And
And
naughty
that's
figs.
what do you say?
And naughty figs.
Yeah, that too.
No, yeah, you're right, bro. I mean, it really
Yeah, that too. All of that shit. All the bad.
it really
and
would.
the good,
You're right, man. It would be really boring, I guess,
Right?
without all the evil. But still, like, I mean,
It's what
when it's
keeps-
enough. I mean, like, you get tortured. You spend like schizophrenia is not a not a thing to be taken lightly. That's a terrible mental illness, which God allows that.
Maybe that's
I just
demons
don't get it.
coming inside of your head. You become. Have you guys seen the movie Nefarious? Dave, have you
Not
seen?
yet. Not yet. But
See
I
that shit.
Thank you for
Is it a
reminding me.
new
I have to
new
watch
movie?
this.
New?
Yeah, go and see that shit. I watched it with my wife. It was
When
I mean,
did it
it's
come
huh?
out?
Like 2, 3, 4 months ago, some shit like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's-
I
it's
will
on
definitely
streaming.
check it
It-
out. Yeah.
It's streaming, man. I ran across it and I put it in my watch list. And
Where is it
Yeah.
on
thank you
Netflix?
for reminding me
or-
I'm going to watch it tonight.
Absolutely, no problem. I mean,
Is it
on
it's
Netflix?
good.
I
Yeah,
think it is. I
yeah,
think it is.
some-
On my smart TV, I can just do a search and it'll tell me everywhere that shows up.
Well, I
And-
mean, I don't know what streaming services you have. If you have
it's,
many,
well,
then
it's either
search it up.
Netflix. It's either Netflix, Hulu, Vudu.
Yeah, just.
I mean,
search
I
it
only
up
have
on Google.
I can get it
Yeah,
from
you'll have
torrent.
to,
which
you'll
is
have
for
to
free.
Google. I
Yeah.
don't know right offhand.
Yeah,
where
just
it's at.
Google it. You will get some.
I will torrent it. Yeah.
But basically, that's a demon. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's a demon that has taken over a body, and
Okay.
it's very interesting. I'm not gonna say more.
So I mean,
because-
kind of like the Exorcist movie, or
I think the
Not
guy's
really.
on death row or something. Isn't
yeah,
he? Being
yeah,
interviewed or something?
and there's a psychologist that's gonna determine if this guy is gonna get executed or if he's gonna be determined insane. So
oh,
then
okay, that's a good
yeah,
concept.
and then the psychologist and this demon, whatever, they're having a conversation, and it's very interesting. I just say that it
No,
is very
I love
interesting.
these kind of like psychological horror movies. So I
Yeah,
definitely
way better than these fucking CGI bullshit superhero. There. you know
Oh
what I
my
mean?
god,
Fuck that
fucking
shit.
Marvel shit. Yeah.
It's so
Yeah, I know.
fucking
Terrible.
done. It's so,
So bad.
done, man.
I was always
mean-
a kid. I'm like going, I see Superman and I'm like, all right, what aerodynamic capabilities does this guy really have? What's he using for control surfaces to perform these maneuvers in the air? And so he's
Yeah.
flying up, and here's a big airliner getting ready to crash. This thing's probably coming toward the earth at 700 miles an hour, and he just flies up and stops it. What kept
Yeah.
him from going through it?
Wait, there was Homelander, wasn't it? From The Boys, you know the Boys series.
No,
He's like the evil dude. He's like the. You should check it out. It's like the evil version of Superman. It's so funny, man. Like it's making fun of the whole like superhero franchises and shit. Like it's so funny, man. Like
Could you imagine
Homelander.
Spider-Man? Could you imagine that? Here's this guy. I always picture some guy, his job is to clean the windows of these skyscrapers, right? He finally all done, and he stands back and looking at his work, and here comes this asshole splatting fucking webs all over. Who's cleaning that shit up, right?
Yeah, making it dirty. Yeah.
Like, who's cleaning up all your webs there, Spider-Man, just so you don't have to take the subway? What's up, man?
But regarding movies, I just want it to be like back in the days without all these computer graphics. Just regular, real life movies. Just filmed outside. Just basic shit. It's just a bunch of computer
Yeah.
generated shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that's getting real
I
scary.
mean, you can still find something, but it's few and far between, really. Like
Yeah,
good
but
one.
this
the good
one,
ones.
Nefarious, is. But what do you say, Dave?
Okay.
That's getting
Yeah.
scary. What?
Oh,
What was
I was
getting
going to say it's getting scary with this being able to do these deep fakes and
Oh yeah.
AI generated shit, because who knows what they could show you, and people will believe it because it showed up on their TV. I mean, for
or their
50
feed.
years, 50 years ago, somebody come out talking about a UFO they saw, and they're going to make them go see a psychiatrist. Now, since they showed on TV and somebody that you deem important said, yeah, there's UFOs, now everybody's into it. Now everybody's believing it.
Yeah,
all the time.
especially when the mainstream is saying it.
Yeah,
That's the what do you say, the signal. When the
Wasn't there like a whistleblower recently that came out?
yeah.
I saw that
Yeah.
video. Oh, I wanted to say one movie, Event Horizon. That's from like the late 90s, but that movie is so scary.
Never seen that.
I mean, it's really like
What is it about?
scary as hell. You
What
don't
is
know it?
about? No, I don't think so.
Well, it's like sci-fi, but like it's also psychological kind of horror movie. Like it's
Mhm.
really,
Those are
really
good.
scary.
Those are good.
Yeah, but it's like scary in a good way, not like in the slasher movies, whatever.
Yeah, I like when you learn something and it's intelligent and it's not predictable. I
Exactly,
think
and
when-
this movie is definitely one of those that
Yeah,
fits
when
the-
shit
fits
is
the bill,
predictable, it
Fits the
becomes
bill.
boring. When shit is predictable, it becomes boring. For example, even in comedy, if you know where the joke is going, it doesn't become that fun. Like when
Yeah, of
it's
course.
like when it surprises you, like shit.
It's like with
Right?
yeah,
I wanted to
Like-
cut onto that a little bit too, because what we've got now is where they blurring that line. The same little area of the brain that is affected by fear and shock is also what triggers our humor response, because it's that unexpected punchline that makes it so damn funny. But since they're blurring that, and with a lot of medications too, I knew this guy that he was on antidepressants and pretty good doses of them, right?
Yeah.
And he had gotten to the point where he couldn't distinguish between Three Stooges funny and real funny. I mean, we were watching this movie. I think it was the one with Mark Wahlberg, where The Happening, where the trees were releasing some kind of shit that was making everybody kill themselves, right?
Okay.
And so this guy just hits his accelerator and goes toward this tree, and he flies through the windshield and smashes into the tree. And this guy sitting next to me, we're all like, "Oh my
I
god!"
haven't seen.
He
that one.
starts laughing
At that.
at that, and I was
How the
like,
fuck is
So
that
no,
funny?
I mean like that's no, but like some people find weird shit funny. It's just a particular person has a different sense of humor. Like I am like that too. Like I laugh at things that other people don't like. Like the movie Irishman, the Scorsese movie.
"Yeah." I
So
haven't seen it.
boring,
know
right?
of it,
So
yeah.
boring. But for me, it's boring. But anyway, one scene was there, and it's like Joe Pesci is like talking to this guy, and he's like, "Hey, there's this guy Phil there," and I burst out laughing because it's the way he said, "There's this guy Phil" in his like Italian accent. Like I don't know, I just found it funny, but nobody else was laughing in the movie theater, so I was like, it's everybody's laughing at different stuff,
Sure, but they are probably doing like Dave
Well,
said.
They're
They're probably
put
doing
it
something
a little
to
more
people,
into
too.
context. So this guy would be sitting at his computer doing something on Facebook or whatever, or writing or doing whatever, and he would have Wheel of Fortune on a TV behind him. Okay, so he's not looking at the TV. Now, this is usually something that if you watch it, you really need to watch it if you're going to, kind of solve the puzzle yourself. But I'd sit there and I'd watch him, and they'd spin the wheel, and it'd go around, and then when it would land on something, everybody would clap. In the audience, he would stop using his mouse and take his hands and go like this and clap, and then go back to what he was
What?
doing. Or if he heard a laugh track, even though he's not paying attention to the show, he hears a laugh track, and all of a sudden he'd laugh.
I
And
can't stand
I'd say,
the
"What
like
was- what-
Seinfeld.
I'd even say to him, I say, "What was funny?" He says, "Oh, I don't know. I wasn't listening."
It's like I watch
What
these
the
like
fuck?
sitcoms with the laugh track. It's like it's not even funny for me. Like what?
Irritating.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's
yeah.
it's irritating, man, as hell.
They're
I hate
telling
it.
you like this is where you're supposed to laugh.
Yeah, it's like on those talk shows with the I don't know what's the Letterman or what's his name,
Oh
but
yeah,
they,
late
they
night
also like
show.
tell
Jay
the
Leno.
audience right now you should laugh, so they do it
Yeah,
like
they got a
robots.
sign up there
Fucking,
that goes.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Laugh.
I've seen those studio
Laugh.
audiences, man. It's a joke. They have a guy
It's
that comes out and warms up the crowd and gives them the instructions before the show even starts. Guy
Right,
comes out, he
right.
tells a couple of jokes, tells them what is going to be going on. Okay, so when you see this sign over here light up, everybody, let's practice it one
But
time.
what about
And they'll
what
do
about
it.
like let me ask you this: what about the Jim Carrey when he was doing the all mock? He was talking about the Illuminati, and
Oh
he
yeah,
was
he's
like
doing that.
doing the
thing.
all mocking tongue. You think that was also pre-planned, or he was
Sure.
like, because he might have like just have done it because the other guy was kind of like he was not expecting what Jim was saying talking about at all. I feel like that
Well, maybe it was
maybe like,
planned, but maybe that guy, the host, didn't
and
know
he
about
went
it. But-
also yeah, and maybe Jim also like took it to the next level. I
yeah,
don't
but
know,
I've seen Jim Carrey do a lot of
but like Jim
symbolism
Carrey is like
regarding.
yeah, in the like late 80s or early 90s he would do like he would talk about Napalm Death. That's like a old school death metal band. Like
Yeah, I
it was
recognize
funny.
that.
Like he was doing the growls. It's pretty funny, man.
Yeah, and I've seen also behind him somewhere in the early 90s or something, 80s or something, there was the all-seeing eye with the pyramid and all that shit. So that
Yeah, I mean
guy,
he
I
was
don't know, but
famous
now he's
in
claiming he's Christian now or
no he says he's like a Buddhist type of thing,
No,
but
I just saw him have a
no he talks
speech
about yeah I know everybody saw that
on
2009,
Twitter.
right? Yeah, but
Not this
really.
year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
was
okay, but
Dave,
it
have you seen
started
that? With
off
I've
Christians
as
seen-
about
yeah,
him
it's-
announcing that like he read Eckhart Tolle, which is a German philosopher,
Yeah,
and
but
he
that's
said that
way
I
before.
realized by reading this guy that I am more than my body and blah blah blah. I am the universe and stuff like that. That he's not. He's pretty much saying that he's God. He realized that. So, and then I guess it developed over the years because that was like 15 years ago when he realized that. So
Yeah,
who
but
knows?
now he is apparently some Christian or something.
Okay, he might have changed his belief. That's possible.
Maybe.
Well, most importantly, what we have to look at is he's an actor. Okay?
Yes.
That's first and foremost, and this is how we know him. So we saw him tug at our heartstrings and our laughter strings during the Truman Show.
Yeah.
We, so
It's a
these
good movie.
people are actors, so you have to kind of go. Is
Yeah,
that
but he
really
would do
what they're doing?
something very unexpected. Like he would come to these award shows and he would say, like, "You're not real. Nobody is real here." I don't know if you guys saw that
Yeah,
one.
that was a
but-
couple of years ago. He was
Yeah, but I
kind
mean,
of
like,
lost apparently, or maybe that
Hollywood-
was an act. I don't know.
yeah. Even I don't think it was. I think he was just genuinely like losing his mind or something.
But
Or
maybe
actually
it's just
realizing
an
the
act.
truth, actually, or maybe even actually realizing the truth.
Exactly.
See,
That's what I was
because
thinking too. Yeah.
I believe that we are all little splinters of God.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, and this is
For
why
sure.
when we come together in a common effort in a spiritual way, that we have immense power, untapped, that people don't even realize that we actually have. But once you learn, and you can get more people to learn this, we can change things. We absolutely can. I had a guy there on that guy's panel that he claimed to be a Christian. He was a Christian, right? And his name on his avatar was Bastards of Christ. And I was like,
Wait, that's me.
that was
What do you
you?
mean?
Okay,
Yeah,
why,
I did.
yeah,
It's
so
the
you
same
like
profile
it, and you were the one that said you like the death metal.
I love. Yeah, I love.
And
I
you
mean,
love
dude,
the
I love
satanic
all
music.
kinds of music. But
And it-
just to throw it out there, I listen to like 70s hard, like classic rock. I listen to like whatever, man,
All
progressive
right, so
metal,
I'm
progressive
good.
rock.
I wanted to point your
Sepultura.
attention to. I wanted to
And
point your
Sepultura
attention to a
is,
movie.
anything really that is good stuff.
I want to
listen
point
to.
your attention though to a movie, and watch it because it'll kind of make you rethink that. We've heard a lot of these people like John Todd. He's been interviewed about what.
Oh
they
yeah, I
actually
know,
do in the
I know that
music
guy.
industry,
Yeah.
and I think there's a lot to that. And there's a
Nah,
movie
I
came out-
watched the Todd guy, and I thought most of it was, I don't know.
All right.
I think.
So that was one of many other sources that I've looked into. I don't just go and
What
look
about
at
Hell's Bells, the
holy shit,
documentary?
you got to stop cutting me off.
Sorry.
All right, you got to stop cutting me off. All right, so I've looked in there's all kinds of little breadcrumbs that start equaling up into a full cake, you know? And one of them that really got me, and this is a good movie, if you get a chance to see it, it's called American Satan. And it's it's actually an adaptation of the old story of Faust. In fact, the main character's name is Johnny Faust. And he's a singer with an aspiring band that's trying to get together and get their music out. They're in LA and they're having like no fucking luck. They're living in their van. They're eating like sharing one sandwich a day. It's really getting lean, right? And they run across this mysterious guy. And the first time they run across him, he's kind of a disheveled, beat up Hollywood tour bus driver. But he seems to know things about them. And they just kind of blow it off as weird. And then the next time they see him, he rolls up in this really fucking badass Bentley. He gets out, he's dressed to the nines, man. He's ready to go. And they're like, hey, wait a minute. And then he starts saying some things that, you know, kind of intrigue him. He says, come on with me. He takes him to the Rainbow Room, right? They go upstairs and he's sitting there talking. He says, I've done a lot of business at this table. He says, he's Led Zeppelin. And the guy says, do you know Jay-Z? He says, oh, please, Jay-Z's my bitch. And he starts going over it and shit. And he starts telling them, and they're like, wait a minute. You mean you're the devil? You mean that if I sign a contract with you that we'll be famous? And he says, yeah, but it just requires one thing. And it requires a human sacrifice.
Yeah, this is just a remake of the movie made in the 70s called "Oh God, You Devil." Actually, it came out in 1984.
This isn't
Yes,
even funny. This
but
movie's not even funny. The thing is that they go, no, that's too far. We're not going to do it. And they end up, this guy who's been screwing him over confronts him out in this parking lot, going to fight with him and shit. And when he goes to run away from him, because there's too many, he jumps against this fence. No, they lock him in a car and cover it with gasoline. And they're like, no, we can't be doing this. And they catch it on fire with this guy inside of it. And the one guy runs up and he opens the door to let the guy out. And the guy runs and he jumps against the fence. And the devil has electrified the fence, and the dude fries. Next thing you know, they're on tour in Europe, all over the world. #1 album in the country. They're bigger than Metallica. They're all over the place, man. And it's just sort of like, but this contract has to be replenished every so often, and certain things start happening. Really a good movie, man.
I get it. Is it the one from 2017? I just looked it up on IMDb. 2017
American Satan.
Yeah. I just see it. But what you just described is basically the "Oh God, You Devil" from 1984. But you are saying it's not like that one had a comedic side to it.
Yeah, that was John. That was with John Denver and goodnight, Gracie. George Burns.
George Burns, yes. And then there were two movies. First one he was God, and the second one he was the devil. But
right.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out because I love these type of movies,
movie.
man.
It's a great movie, man. It really is, and it's got a real mind blower ending. I'm not even gonna go with it because I want you to see it. You know,
I'm just seeing the trailer. It looks really good, man.
Which year was it? 2017.
Yeah.
Okay. I just
2017, and I'll tell you what, really, you'll enjoy the music. I mean, I do. I'm not big into, satanic music and shit like that, but I have been in the past, and I'll tell you what, the music to it's really good.
But you said they are like bands like kind of Metallica sound. Metallica is not even like satanic at all.
That's their number one. That's their number one song is American Satan, and in fact, they've got the American flag.
Okay, so they were a satanic band. Okay.
Yeah, you'll like it, man. It's pretty good. It's definitely an adaptation of Faust, which is where a guy sells his soul to the devil for fame, riches, and
Right.
fortune.
American Satan.
That's
Yeah.
a famous
Yeah, so the
tale.
guy, the lead singer of the band, his name is actually Johnny Faust.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So that really concrete nails it into that. That's
But
what
you
it is.
know, yeah, but you know, these kind of deals with the devil, you know, you heard of course about like Robert Johnson, the
Yeah,
guitarist,
Under
and
the
then you
cross.
got Jimmy Page. Also, there's
Bob
rumors that
Dylan.
he made a deal with the devil, and then Bob Dylan, I'm not sure, but John Lennon for
Oh yeah,
sure.
there is a
Bob
John
Dylan
Lennon
came
video.
straight out. Bob Dylan came straight out in an interview and admitted
Yeah.
that he did, man.
I know there's many more people, yeah, but like
Yeah, and there's
the
always
most-
some kind of let's take a look at Eric Clapton, right? He played with the Birds or the Yardbirds and
the Yardbirds with Jimmy Page.
Cream.
Yeah.
He was with Cream. He's played with several different. He's done tours like with Jimmy Page. He's done a lot of collaboration with a lot of these big names in the rock industry, right? And then after the 70s, he kind of dwindled down. You didn't hear much out of Eric Clapton. He wasn't doing as well. Then all of a sudden, his toddler son falls out of his apartment window, stories down to his death. And the next thing you know, he's got a song called Tears in Heaven. He gets a platinum album and he's back on the scene. Willing
Is it-
Yeah,
sacrifice?
I always found the lyrics very strange, man, to that song, you know, in particular, because like I don't know, just bad vibe from that song.
Yeah,
Myself
well,
personally, but
it was rooted in sacrifice. I believe that child was sacrificed for fame and fortune.
Probably isn't that the same guy that
Yeah,
got injured?
it's crazy, man.
Injured by the mosquito shot.
Yes.
His hands
Yeah.
or something, fingers.
and I mean, even like Robert Plant, I think he, you know, from Led Zeppelin, his son also died, I think.
Yeah.
And then on the last album, he's kind of referencing it in the song "In the Evening" or the other song. But yeah, man,
and-
it's
and
really,
didn't
you know, it
Kanye
always
West-
requires sacrifice.
Jimmy
That's for sure.
Page actually owning Aleister Crowley's old house.
Oh yeah, up in Scotland, yeah.
That would be a real estate thing, you know. I mean, if you have to disclose when somebody has died in a house before you sell it, I mean, I can only
Yeah.
imagine what the disclosure. Yeah, there was all kinds of satanic rituals and shit took place
And-
here, but
and,
hey,
you know,
look at the view.
I know a lot about Led Zeppelin. Like they even imprinted on the album, the third Zeppelin album, they imprinted "Do What Thou Wilt," which is, you know, the
Yeah.
Thelema satanic stuff.
He
and,
appears, Aleister Crowley appears on the fourth album that has Stairway to Heaven, the old man picking up the sticks. He's on
That's,
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. He's
Yeah,
on the
yeah, I know
album
that,
cover
yeah.
there. The Hotel California album by the Eagles. If you look at the depiction of the Hotel California, look up in the top window at who's looking out. Good old Mr. Crowley himself. And then Ozzy Osbourne, and we'll just do a fucking song about it.
Mr.
you know.
Crowley. Yeah. I love that song because the guitar solo, wow, just man, one of the best guitar solos of all time. Fuck.
You know, it's funny.
Um,
I grew up with death metal, but I didn't think it was serious because I thought all of this satanic shit was
gimmicky.
just yeah. I was like, this is just fantasy shit. But today, though, I mean, there's a lot of good metal songs from the past, but today I'm like, shit, this might be really demonic, though. Even though they're good. songs.
Wait. But hold on, because the death metal bands are like underground mostly. Like the only famous death metal band is Cannibal Corpse. Like no other band really has any.
You know,
like,
Slayer.
No, but it's
Morbid
not that-
Angel.
Like that's called like speed metal or thrash metal. It's not really Morbid Angel, yes, but they're not that big like as Metallica. Come on, man! Like
No,
Metallica,
I'm not
Slayer
saying
are the
that.
biggest ones in
I'm not
like
saying that.
extreme
I'm just-
metal, and
I'm just saying they might still be demonic for real.
I
because I
mean, no,
thought it was-
I saw a lot of interviews with like the Tom Araya from Slayer, and like he seems genuine. Like he just says that like the world is fucked up, and we make lyrics about that, you know. And
Well,
I don't
these entities reside within a low vibrational frequency. Okay.
Yeah.
The low tones.
okay,
And a lot of that music, if you notice, is rooted in the key of E, drop down D, these low
Drop D,
keys,
yeah.
these low key vibrations. All right. What you'll notice also is people that will start to dress and behave as the genre of the music that they're listening to is.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The metal guy, right? The guy that's really into the metal and
Yes.
shit. He's covered with, he's got spikes on his jacket. He's
Leather
kinda
jacket, yeah.
unapproachable, got a
But-
surly kind of a look to him. You got the guy who listens to the pop music, right? He's more into the
And then they're doing the sign. I don't want to do the sign because
yeah.
Yeah,
but,
the
they're
devil
doing the
horns.
sign.
But,
yeah, I
um,
always thought that was innocent. That was just
I just
metal.
wanted to point out, like, yeah,
Metal.
I am big into death metal or black metal, but I don't live that lifestyle. I don't wear any
Right.
fucking spikes or what. I do wear like heavy metal band T-shirts, but that's about all. Like,
Yeah.
I don't, I don't really
Do you
drink
have
alcohol
long
at
hair?
all.
Do you have long hair?
Yes, but
That's
I
one
can
of
turn
them.
on my camera. Like, I have
All
like
right. Oh, you
braids.
got beard too, man.
I have
what
a
we
beard,
did
yeah.
see- what we did
That's
see
a
also
huge-
within
Why
that
didn't we-
whole genre, we saw that they came out with a heavy aspect of androgynousness in their behaviors. You look at a lot of these bands, you had to look twice. Are those chicks or are those dudes?
Especially David Bowie. Remember in his early days,
Yeah.
he looked fucking weird.
Yeah, but that was by design. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, it all is.
But
by
actually,
design, but
you know, when I
whose
was
design is it? That's the thing.
right, but when I was younger, I didn't. I just had long hair and beard. And one time it happened when I was in the bus or something, and there was like somebody telling me, "Hey, lady, can you like give me the seat?" And I was
Lady.
like, "Yeah." No, actually, I had a beard, but like when I turned around, because from the back you cannot really see the beard, but now you can, because my beard is very long now. Now you can see it even from looking back. I have Black Sabbath shirt now.
Oh yeah.
Let me
Black
tell
Sabbath.
you, my older brother, he was 10 years older than me. All right. So when Black Sabbath came out, I was probably around 7, 8 years old. And I remember he got that first album, Black Sabbath, was got that old house in the background and that ghostly looking woman. Well, that fucking album cover scared the shit out of me, man. It did. I was like, that's some nasty shit. Why are you listening to this? I mean, that was my response. And I can still remember my dad. God damn it, Bobby, turn that thing down. Iron Man. Who's going to hear of that in 40 years? Well, we're still hearing it.
Everybody, it's the
right.
most popular song. Even was in the movie Iron Man, actually.
Yeah. But I can still remember my dad saying that dumb
But
shit.
by the way, that's
I'm
from
like,
the second album, not the self-titled first
yeah,
one.
that album was freaky to me. I remember getting a bad vibe just from the album cover on it and shit,
Yeah, the second
And if I
album was
really
not
look into
freaky,
it,
really.
if you really look into it, anything that's going to sing praises about a dark lord is not good, man. I'm just saying that's just my viewpoint. It's just not good. I mean, why
Yeah,
would you do
but
that? Why don't we sing praises about Jeffrey Dahmer or John Wayne Gacy? Or how come there's no bunch of metal songs about Hitler? Or
Well, there are
Pol
actually,
Pot?
but it's a very fringe genre of black metal. It's called like NSBM, which means like National Socialist Black Metal.
Right.
So there are
But
some, but
you
it's
see what I'm
very,
saying,
very
though?
obscure and shit.
It's not going
you
to
know?
make the mainstream.
Of course.
But these
course.
other ones that do, like Ozzy Osbourne, any of those like that, Black Sabbath,
Yeah.
those that do, they get played on the radio. People,
But-
I mean, it's in
But
mainstream.
their main songs are not about, like, they have only one song that is about the devil, really, NIB, which is like he says, "My name is Lucifer, please take my hand." But most other song is just about like exposing the weird things in
I love
religion, and
War
War Pigs is about, like, obviously, against war, anti-war song, and like they have many songs and with many different topics. Doesn't mean like it actually, you know what? If you know Black Sabbath with Tony Martin, he was like Satan, like he was a Satanist, and the guys were like,
A lot
Ozzy
of
didn't
them
really
are.
write satanic lyrics until Tony Martin joined the band.
They don't hide it at all.
Yeah, I mean, like,
look
if
at
you listen
Ronnie
to the
James Dio,
Headless
for Christ's
Cross.
sake. Look at Ronnie James Dio, for Christ's sake. I mean,
Yeah,
for
I mean,
real.
no, yeah, you're right, because on the Mob Rules, like he says like I'm the devil even in the lyrics. But with the yeah, and actually even Ozzy said that now that I think of it. But Tony Martin was like, if you listen to the Headless Cross, that was like 1989. That album is great, but like it for God's sakes, like it's every song it has like I believe the power of Satan, like it's in every song, or the devil and daughter, like in every song the devil and Satan is mentioned. It's like it's kind of overblown with that, you know.
It absolutely targets as well the age group of young men and women, teenagers that are already in that natural rebellious stage of we're going to leave the nest. That's that stage where they become rebellious to authority and their parents. And if they've got some really down and gritty fucking music that's going along with that, well, shit, yeah. And the only problem is,
oh yeah,
people then they just resonate into that thing through adulthood and just, you know, anything, nothing's off. Doest thou wilt be the whole.
I just feel like it's a great line though. There's no escaping the power of Satan. I just feel it sounds badass, so I like the song. But I mean, it's kind of like it's in every song about the devil.
Well, there
it's
isn't any
it
escape.
gets tedious a bit, you know.
You know, there isn't really any escape because, as I said, God created the earth, but Satan rules the world, and this is evident. This even goes into more. I get on my flat Earth thing.
So they put like truth in lyrics, yeah.
Well, you think about this. We've got this all these important people that go down to Antarctica. You know, the Pope, he's older than fucking dirt. That's probably not the best thing for his health, right? You got John Kerry going down there. You've got all these politicians that go down there. We got world leaders go down there.
They're just taking a vacation, Dave.
Sure. So we look at the UN flag, and it's just like the Gleason's map. It's a flat Earth, azimuthal equilateral projection of the Earth. But the one thing that's missing is Antarctica. So
there's like a wreath over there.
The crown of Apollo is what that is. That's a
but it's like a wreath, right?
Yeah,
wreath?
well, yeah, that's the crown of Apollo. That's what that wreath represents. That's what the Caesars wore.
Oh, okay.
That's a crown. Okay. That's a symbol of power.
Right.
So why is Antarctica depicted as a symbol of power? You'll also notice that it's divided up into 33 sectors, including the bullseye.
Yeah.
So you look at that and you get into the whole idea of, wait a second, how did you get everybody on Earth to go along with this last 3 years of bullshit? All the same things of you got to stay in your house, you got to wear shit on your face, you got to go and get the right. Everybody had to. Every country
apart,
right? Every country goes along with the Antarctic Treaty.
Yes.
Every country goes along with an altitude limit for civilian aircraft. Everybody goes. See, how do you do that? Right? Unless it's top-down control and we're under an illusion of international sovereignty.
Right.
You see, and that is the illusion. Because behind the scenes, even these people that supposedly don't like one another, they're all in the same
club.
They're
buddies. Yeah.
Yeah, they hang out and it's like, hey,
all an act. All an act.
And actors hang out with actors. This is why Sean Penn and other actors have gone over to war-torn Kiev to go see Zelensky because he's an actor too,
and he gave him the Oscar.
Oh yeah,
is that symbolic? Like, hey, you're a better actor than me.
Wait, Sean Penn? Sean Penn?
Yeah, Sean Penn gave the.
What did he win Oscar for? Oscar. I can't remember which movie he won the
Oscar.
I
Am Sam.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. But he was pretty good in the game with Michael Douglas. I like that movie. Yeah.
The other guy went there too. Ben Stiller. What's his name? Ben Stiller.
Oh yeah, Ben Stiller. He's I like that. I like him.
And then
they all have this.
Greta went there, Dave.
They all have this.
Oh, Greta.
Yeah.
Greta. I think Greta's the devil. I think Greta's the devil. That would be the best way to hide yourself. I mean, look at that evil-faced little bitch. She's always angry about something.
How dare you?
How dare you?
That's also an experiment, right? They're just taking a random little girl and turning her into some kind of a president or something. Like, what the fuck is she?
I know.
By the way,
like,
my
shut-
braided hair is not fucking based
Why the
on
fuck
her.
are we listening to a little girl like that?
it's like
about
shut
anything.
the fuck up, Swiss. Shut the fuck up, Swiss Miss. You know,
Right?
nobody's
But
listening
that's
to
also
you.
a test. That's also a test. Like, let's see if we can turn anybody into somebody and they will accept it. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, they
Yeah,
absolutely.
like Justin Bieber.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
he kind of fell off now, but
Justin
Oh yeah,
Bieber.
and you know what? I'll bet you that by the time he's within a few years, if he hasn't already, he'll start cracking his nut. I mean, his nut will start cracking. Every one of these child entertainers, and especially through Disney, they all end up losing their bean when they get older.
yeah, look like
Isn't he
look at
paralyzed?
Hannah Montana. What's her name? Miley Cyrus. Like she also
Miley
had a
Cyrus.
yeah, she had a breakdown and
But
like yeah.
Justin Bieber, isn't he still paralyzed? Like half of his-
Bieber.
yeah, Bieber. He's
No, it's
half of his
Bieber,
face.
but yeah.
I know. I do it on purpose. Bieber. Half
That's
of his
fine.
face. Half of his face is like paralyzed still. I don't
Is it?
know. Yeah,
I
he got
don't-
it from you know what?
From what? I don't know.
It
on,
was a coincidence.
Yeah, just a
A
coincidence.
coincidence from a certain medical procedure
Oh,
that
I
we're
get
not
you
allowed
now,
to talk about on YouTube.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it now. Yeah.
Dude, I just saw another guy. He's like a bodybuilder. I saw it on Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw it. He just died, and before that, he was on an interview with somebody, and he talked about that he took 4 of those things, and then he died. Like, it's you know. It's,
Oh wow.
Well, we're seeing
Yeah, I mean,
ads
I
about
my
strenuous exercise in young people may cause heart attacks and stroke. Really?
That's a new thing. Yeah.
I never saw anybody at my basic training unit. Nothing like that happened. And let me tell you something,
It's a
man.
new thing.
They ran the dog shit out of us, man. I mean,
Yeah, back in the day.
I got to points where I would have rather been dead as to have to do any more fucking PT. No shit.
Dude, they normalize like kids having heart attacks. They're
Yeah.
like it's normal. Dude,
yeah, that's fucking
when have you ever
up.
heard that? When
Uh,
have you ever heard about kids getting heart attacks?
yeah, it's so fucking weird, man. Yeah.
Well, you got people. I mean, we're seeing some really bad shit happening, man.
Yeah.
We're seeing
Absolutely.
athletes crumpling over.
Ooh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we're seeing celebrities. We're seeing, all these people that were going, "Hey, you're a grandma killer. You go get this done." And I'm like, "No, especially not now, man." No.
Did you
I'm
see
seeing
that
a pattern?
Did you see that woman comedian? She was making fun of those who did
Yes.
not take that, and then she said, "I took that, and I took the smallpox or whatever, whatever."
Yeah.
And then she said, "Jesus must love me" or something, and then she dropped and her head hit the floor.
Yeah, I saw that. What was her name?
That was crazy. That was like the creator, doing the exact right moment to make a great comedy.
But it's funny
effect.
because John, what's his name? George Carlin did the same thing. Basically, like if there's a God, let him strike me now. And obviously, like they made like a sound effect, but obviously he
Did not die.
Yeah, he didn't die back then. I mean, he died a few years later, but it was because he was old. But yeah,
How old was he? 81 or something?
he was pretty like I think
He was close to my dad's age, man. He was
late
79?
70s. I would say late 70s or early 80s. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But he was great. I mean, I like.
I remember him saying something to the extent that he has given up on humanity. He's just here watching it as a shit show.
Wait, no, he actually died only 71 years old.
Was it 71?
Yeah, only 71.
That young? Was he that young?
I mean, that's not
mean,
young. What do you mean?
I
Like,
mean,
that's like-
I mean, it's younger than I thought.
By today's standards, it is rather young.
Yeah,
So,
it's younger
is
than I
it
thought.
though? Is it though? Because like all my grandparents died at around that age, like 72.
Well, that's and I guess I was kind of falling a little victim to that too. But I think that too, the longevity claim that they say people live longer and shit today, they don't. And I've actually witnessed this by going to old cemeteries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have plenty of them here in Virginia. This place goes back far in antiquity. And you can go to an old cemetery where the newest grave in there is the mid 1800s. and go along and look, and you'll see the same range of ages in that cemetery as you will in one that's got more modern graves in it.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's none that whole thing. Oh, look, because of medical people, all of us live much longer.
longer.
No, we don't.
I mean,
man.
it's actually like from my family, like my great parents, they live longer than my just grandparents. So I mean, for me, the longevity is decreasing, at least like in my family. But
It's looking like that, like worldwide, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, when I'm hearing
Right.
of people that are keeling over and dying from strokes and heart attacks, and they're only in their 40s and their 50s, some in their 30s and younger and shit. And I'm like, whoa, what the hell's going on here, man? I don't remember anything like that. You get an anomaly every so often where something like that would take place. But I mean, it just seems to be a lot. Now, I'm not saying it's a result of any kind of injections, but I'm not saying that it isn't either. But if you're a person that can recognize patterns, you can come to your own conclusion on these things. And that's the one thing I'm good at, is recognizing patterns. And this is why I can listen to what someone says and carefully listen to it. Like when somebody's trying to blow some bullshit at me about how they could tell how far away the sun was. And then I'm listening. I'm waiting for the assumptive value. I'm waiting for it, and then as soon as they say, so if we take the orbital radius of Venus, and I'm like, wait, how do you know what the orbital radius of Venus is when you think it's orbiting around something that we don't even know how far away it is yet? You would have to have some information first. You don't. So go on and tell me how you measure the thing to the sun. And they don't like that, because without their assumptive shit, they don't have anything.
Yeah.
You see, that's what you got to listen for. You got to listen to what these people are saying to you, because they use a lot of double negatives and contradictory statements. They try to hide it behind complex words, but when you break them down in your head and you're going, you didn't say anything. Like, he had his character come on and tell me.
Yeah, I call that wizard word.
He said,
Yeah, I know those people.
I've measured the gravitational gradient. You mean you just went and looked up?
Yeah, they mix it up with
looked at how
fancy
fast
vocabulary,
things
and
fall.
it's like
That's all you
it
did.
doesn't really mean anything. Yeah.
You measured how fast things fall. So what? Who gives a fuck? What's that mean?
They like to use those words to confuse you.
Yeah, the very, very like fancy vocabulary.
Yeah, wizard words. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love those words, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't have any meaning, it's just like reading James Joyce, pretty much. Like,
regarding rewording something, they think they can diminish its impact. For instance, now you're not allowed to call homeless people. They're the unsheltered.
Oh, this is
like
what George Carlin talks
George
about.
Carlin, yeah.
Yeah. You remember that man, right?
Yeah.
It's like now they call them differently able, the mentally retarded.
Softening up the language.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It sounds
Yeah.
better or whatever. He's like, no, he's dead, man. He's dead.
That's so fun. I mean, that skit of George Carlin was one of his best,
dead.
bro. Yeah.
They'll say, well, hey, so-and-so, the president there just said a fucking lie. And they said, no, he gave a less than truthful answer.
But it does sound better, though, right?
It does.
When you say lie.
Yeah, but it's still a
shit.
fucking lie. Yeah.
I know, but they know what they're doing. These are wizards. These people are wizards for real. These people ruling.
They cast spells,
Word wizards.
Yeah. And the funny thing with words, regardless if you want to think about it or not, it will happen. Like if I say 15 apples inside of a dog's mouth. If I say that, I just came up with some ridiculous shit.
It's funny.
You will decode that picture. Whatever words you're hearing, it will be decoded.
Right.
So they know the magic of words and shit like that. They got it all down. We don't know shit. They're playing with us.
Oh my God, so much so. All right. Yeah. So do you know what a chase is?
Chasing something or chase?
Okay, no, it's actually it's a noun, and a chase is a place like a pen that you keep animals in, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
what's that big huge bank that everybody uses again?
Chase Bank.
Yeah.
Chase. What the fuck?
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, but you know,
That's
going
kind
back
of
to the,
that's kind of good one. Yeah, a good one.
going back to the softening of the language, it has
Mhm.
become way worse than when George Carlin made that joke.
Oh,
Way
yeah, yeah, yeah.
worse, you know,
Because he did it. When was it? Like late 80s
97 or no,
or no, 90s. But still,
well,
that's still like 20, 30, almost
yeah,
25 years ago. So I mean, like, yeah.
yeah.
Now it's gotten so. Dude, I was like watching. There was a few years ago. I was watching some news article, and they bleeped. I mean, they censored words that were not even like even death. The word death. They censored even the word sex, or like the normal words that we consider like regular conversation. They said
They
like,
kind of still do that
what
right
the
now.
hell is
right?
this? Like death is now censored. Like that's a cessation of life. Like that wouldn't be like what the fuck, man.
Yeah,
I
this
don't understand
political
how they.
correctness, this
Oh my
political
god,
correctness is
yeah.
absolute bullshit. You know,
Jesus
what is
fucking.
that?
It's so
What is that?
fucking-
You think one thing, but you're gonna say another thing. That's called lying, man. You think one thing, but you're gonna say another thing.
Or pretending? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
The fuck?
that's,
Tell
Mhm.
your opinion and stop with that political bullshit, political correctness. What the fuck is
I
that?
know it's just
it's
news,
like yeah, with
newspeak,
the
just like in the Orwell book. It's news.
yeah
Right? Right?
You see?
Exactly.
double speaker. Was it also
Well, we
something
get
like
that all the time. We have words added to us by Marxists, and people put it in the lexicon and start using it. Anti-Semite, homophobe, transphobe.
transphobe? Yeah.
Okay, and just while I'm on that subject, real quick,
Yeah.
one of my stop calling every damn political thing that happens something gate. Do people not understand that Watergate,
Oh.
the controversy on the Watergate tapes, was because the break-in took place at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C. Had nothing to do with a gate. A gate doesn't mean a fucking conspiracy. A gate doesn't mean some kind of a political thing. It's because it was Watergate was the name of the place. Okay, so stop.
Yeah, so it
calling
wasn't an
shit-
actual gate.
Yeah, climate
Yeah.
gate and this kind of gate. Get the fuck out of here with that. I hate that. People are so just stupid. They're like sheep. They hear the other sheep say something and they just say it too.
And that
Like-
thing is here to
Yeah,
stay.
yeah,
The gate
yeah.
thing. Yeah, the gate will not disappear that easily. No.
No, and this is why I try to stay away from a lot of people because I find that there's a large number of retarded people in any given group, and it's like I have a really you might not see it too well on here, but really I have a very, very, very short patience for retardedness. I cannot deal, and
Second
then when
that.
it's willing retardedness, I'm like,
Yeah.
I have no time for you at all.
I agree. Completely agree.
I mean, I just can't do it. And it's like, I'm sorry, but your friend there, blame it on God, your friend, Jay.
Was that Jay?
Jay?
40 ounce Jay. Oh my God, this guy really is really dumb. I mean, really dumb.
Where is he right now?
I mean, he's kind of. I think sometimes he could be. You can have reasonable conversation with him, but he's just doing the I mean, he's self-proclaimed internet troll. So I mean, that's his first thing, and the truther thing he kind of does for, as a hobby. So I feel like his main thing is still trolling. I mean, he's talking about like,
He's just an
yeah, I'm gonna go
he's
up
just an
there and,
asshole with a
troll
laptop.
this guy and troll this other guy and fucking this and that.
Well,
you
that's
know?
why he won't be coming back on here. I banned him from the studio. Okay, so he could click the link all fucking day long. He's not coming up here.
He can't come in.
No.
But I mean,
I
sometimes
gave
he
him a
could be,
chance.
reasonable, but it really depends. If I think he used to be better. I mean, I feel like he's more now on the trolling side of things more.
That
He
because-
didn't feel
Is
sincere
that
from what I heard.
do you think that that's an admirable quality of a person to be a troll?
No, but dude, I've known him for like 2 years online, and I've never seen anybody like as good at the trolling. Like I kind of admired it at first, but then it was like,
You
What
ain't
is
been
good
around
about
then.
it?
Like, what
You
the
really
fuck are
ain't
you
been
doing?
around much
Like,
then, because
I
that guy
mean,
he's lame. He's actually
Yeah,
lame.
what is
in
good
his
about it?
trolling.
What was good about
no,
it?
I mean, no, just the way, like he said, he has like, he said to me, he has like 500 different channels that he
Oh,
uses for
bullshit.
trolling.
500
No, I
different channels.
actually believe that, but yeah,
What
man,
the
So wait a
fuck's-
second. So when you say he's good at trolling, I'm going to use synonyms. He's good at being an asshole. He's
yes,
good
yes,
at
because,
being a
like, and okay,
retarded asshole.
and I can say one thing, because that nobody I know really pulled this off. So there is this one guy from Canada. He's like a Christian, and he's whatever. He's like he has had black Hebrew Israelites against him. Okay. And Jay pretended to be one of those black guys. Okay. He came on the live show, and he like he made him believe it was and then he blamed it on the black guys, and it was all him, and nobody knew it. Like, this is like, I don't think many people could pull this off. That's
So
just
what
like, it's a stupid thing, because
do you mean
he was
like he's good
gay
at
porn.
acting?
Yeah, he just came up there, and that's why he was saying, "Oh, these black Hebrews," and he made him say like the N word so many times, because he believed it was the black Hebrew Israelites, so much so that he got pissed off at them, when in reality it was all Jay. Like, this kind of thing, man. This is beyond just like, this
But what
one
is
thing
his
was, I
point?
thought it's really fucked up. I just
Is he
N-
just
I,
doing
he
it
just
for
wants
fun
to.
or what?
Yeah, I think he gets off of getting people to react in a certain way, and
Yeah, because you
maybe
do
He
get
like
attention.
he actually enjoys someone going ahead and showing what a fucking retard he actually is in front of God and everyone. That's kind of sick, man.
That's
Because
true.
that's exactly what I did. He has nothing. I don't know why he even bothers. Basically, what we have is a special ed student that has access to the internet. I'm pretty sure that his report card came home with either smiley face or frowny face if he failed in blocks or passed in clay. I'm finger painting 101 or some shit like that, because he has absolutely zero knowledge other than he can name off a few of secret societies that everybody knows. He can't show the interrelationship between those secret societies. He doesn't really understand anything.
So how long did you do the stream with him? Like, was
Oh,
it?
he was fun. I
Um,
played with him for a little bit, man, until
oh,
his pedophile preacher friend came on, and then I left and came back once that.
yeah, Perry is very hot-headed, and he
He's
can.
a retard. Perry's a retard. Perry is a retard who got smacked in the head while he was in prison with a Bible, and now thinks that he's going to save the fucking world somehow through his flawed interpretation of Scripture. That's what you got.
Interesting.
Anybody that thinks that just because they got dipped in magic water that they are impervious to sin now, they really are having a broad stroke fucking interpretation of what that whole thing is.
And
Yeah,
he
but the
thinks
whole
that,
thing
yeah.
is that Jesus done away with sin, and basically, when you sin, it's just because you believe that it is a sin. And if
No,
you
that's not what it is at all. This is why you have Methodists and Baptists, who incidentally don't really get along. We call one group the dunkers, the other ones are the sprinklers, and both of them think that there's magic
So
properties to the water.
where would
What-
Perry
what-
fit with his
Hold on a
ideology?
second. Hold on a second. What baptism actually represents is rebirth. Okay. And that you not only are you reborn, the water symbolizes coming from your mother's water, as we all do when we're born, that you are re-emerging from that water with a different mindset and
Right.
the aptitude to go with a different way of thinking in life altogether. It doesn't mean like it's a magic shield that keeps you from doing any wrong. Okay. This means that you have now born yourself into an existence different from what you were. That's going to be for the better. That's all it means.
Yeah, he's saying like you can be the same as you were. You just have to, accept Jesus, and then nothing is sin, even the old things that you did before you got saved or whatever. Like it's still
Yeah.
it's kind of
Well,
so
everybody's
weird,
got
man.
these weird beliefs, but
Yeah.
when it comes down to it, when it comes right down to it, that guy is a moron. He's
like
he's a complete moron.
Dude, like in some of the things I agree, because like he's calling out people that like okay, so for example, people are saying like, oh, I hate like the people who watch porn, but then they obviously maybe are watching it as well. So it's like they are being hypocrites, which I agree with him.
Go to
on that.
Southern
Like,
Illinois, Lisa. Go ahead and go to Southern Illinois, little place around Saline County, and you'll find out all about how the Baptists and the Methodists don't get along.
yeah.
So you always got some fucking contradictory half-ass shit to say, Lisa. It don't matter. If I said it was daytime, you're gonna say it's fucking nighttime. It doesn't matter. You're just yeah, that's your whole thing. You just want to fucking argue with people, and I'm not gonna
But
argue.
that's the way they get attention. Unfortunately,
Southern
she's in Southern
Ohio
Ohio.
is not fucking Saline County, Illinois, Lisa.
But Ohio is close to Illinois, right? I'm not from the U.S., so
It is, but people in that part of Illinois are more like Missouri acting. Of course,
Missouri.
this is we're going back years too, because like I'm listening to my grandfather. It was funny as shit. They talk about that. I said, why don't Methodists dance? And it's because they don't want the Baptists to think that they're having sex.
yeah. What?
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
like
there's all
inside
kinds of
joke,
shit
or-
like that. In fact, they refer to them as the dunkers and the sprinklers, man. I mean, it's just like it's ridiculous. Like it's some
funny.
difference in how you do it or whatever.
Oh, I wanted to ask you, since you know about Baptist, do you know Pastor Steven Anderson from Tempe,
No.
Arizona?
No,
Dude, that guy is so funny. Like he would jump up on the pulpit, and he would be like screaming, like, if you don't stop these homos, like he would rip on the homos too much. Like he would say, like, these homos are throwing eggs at our like building and stuff like like it's so ridiculous, man. And that guy is banned from 50 countries, from the whole EU, and from like most, even from Canada, and even from like some African, like that guy is like like infamous for being the most banned preacher in all the world.
well, that is kind of
It is a
very
Baptist
concerning.
church.
I think it should be concerning to any church if they go ahead and ignore the tenets of their supposed Bible and what they believe the Word of God is when it comes to that, and these churches openly accepting that and allowing them to be within the congregation, knowing full well that that's a blasphemous sin under God. This is their belief, supposedly, but we're just going to be all inclusive with it. Well, now you've become something else.
I mean, it wasn't never
You either follow the shit or you don't.
inclusive. They were reprobates, or what it was
Yes.
called in the Bible. So
Miscreants.
I mean that has the same meaning as reprobate.
Yeah. I like the word. I like that word.
I like it too, like mischievous
Miscreant.
or something. Yeah,
Miscreant. Like
I know, but mischievous is also another synonym.
something's wrong with the way you was made, brother. That's what that means.
Yeah, like yeah.
So it looks like you want to say something, Vince.
Yeah,
What?
totally different thing. Do you guys think something happened in 2012, like at the end of the world? The
Yeah,
thing that
nothing.
they said.
What do you mean? Nothing. Yeah.
I mean, I'm
we are
not
still
saying.
here.
Hold on. I'm not saying like physically the end of the world, like we switched into some. I'm talking about maybe we switched into a different, I don't know, reality or some shit like that. That is similar but different, because around that time, that was where the smartphones were taking off. 2012.
That's true, actually.
2012, December 21st, whatever. Like in the matter of 10 years, look at how much shit has changed in human behavior. Like people have in 10 years. This is only 10 years. That's nothing, man.
They can't.
Dude,
They can't handle the new vibrations. I'm thinking this along these lines too. That maybe it wasn't something that happened other than the fact that there was people's vibrations started changing. They started interpreting reality for what it really is rather than the mask of what they thought it was. Because we did see, this is when people started really getting woke. And I don't mean by woke in the co-opted sense. I mean woke up
Real
to,
real
hey,
woke.
there's something
Yeah, yeah.
fucking crazy going on here. Then we start seeing shit about flat earth come out shortly after.
Yeah, 3
More
years,
and
right?
more, right?
But
And these Mandela effects occurring and
too.
shit too. So it's like if you go into the whole idea that all of reality is nothing more than our interpretation of the electromagnetic signals and frequencies around us, and
Yeah.
we interpret it into a cohesive reality in a little place in our brain about this big. If we change the VCR player or the DVD player or whatever to a HD,
Yeah.
we're going to see more detail now. See, we see
Mm.
more detail. We're realizing, oh, wait, that wasn't what I thought. This is really starting to be crazy. So
Yeah.
I think that that's the way I look at it. And I think that this is starting to permeate to a point now where we're supposed to do that. It started out with a few of us, and then there were more, and then more. And now we're coming to where it's like the 100 monkey effect, where it's getting to a tipping point. The amount of searches that have taken place for flat earth on like TikTok and shit like that
Yeah,
is
billions, right? Yeah.
through the roof. Yes, through the roof. People are going, hey, no, I'm starting to realize a realization of this. Wow, while that's happening, I'm seeing utter panic, desperation in the opposition. Up to and including, fuck you guys, I'm not doing videos unless you pay me some money, god damn it.
Sean. Yeah.
What
oh,
a
is that
fucking
one of
pussy.
your you know that guy? Like
Yeah, well, I don't know him, but I know him enough.
I mean from a podcast? Do you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't know Sean.
But no. I'm new to this community.
okay.
But I wanted to say like some people also mentioned the year 2008, and I personally have had like a very interesting experience in that year. So I mean, and a couple of other people that I know personally.
What
told me
about
that too.
2008?
Well, the awakening kind of thing that you said to 2012 for me, and I know more people also say the year 2008. So I'm not sure what is your thoughts on
Yeah.
that. But for me, that was the year of like.
Just one second, yo. Rocky Shepherd, I'm sorry, I'm not really paying a bazillion much attention to the chat. I see shit come by. You guys are engaged in some conversations, and I have missed your questions. Here's what you do. You can get your questions, have them. We can go over them as much quicker than me taking time from the show to stop and answer your chat questions or anything like that. So click that link up at the top of the screen in the
Exactly.
chat. Come on up and talk with the guys, man.
Use
So
your
that would be-
voice, man. Don't be shy. Just
Yeah,
Your
man.
voice is weapon, like
Yeah, I
the
mean-
say says, right? Yeah.
Listen, it might
It's a
be
weapon.
scary if you haven't done this before. Of course, it will be scary because it's new. Everything new will always be a little bit scary, and you'll be nervous, but it will go, over.
It's
Rise
not like
up
we
and
are
give
on,
a voice
on
to-
national
Ri-
TV, man. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
right. Is it rise up and give
Use
a
your
joyful
voice.
noise unto
You're
the
the
Lord.
voice,
That's
try
what
to
I say.
understand it. What is that song? John Foreman.
No, but I
Farmer.
was referring voice as weapon. That's a Virgin Steel. It's from like a power metal band. It's very good. Like I like the philosophy behind him is like his voice is like a weapon. I really like that kind of analogy.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
It
right,
could
Rock.
be.
Look,
They have great
can
lyrics,
come up
too.
for as
Never
short
heard
a
it.
time or as long a time as you want to. How do you get on? Okay, go up to the top of the chat that you're typing in right now, and you will see
The link is
pinned
pinned,
comment
yeah.
is a link
Yeah.
up there. You click on that sucker, and it'll pop you right backstage, and then I'll bring you right up. And keep in mind, you can stay as long as you want or as
Yeah.
short a time as you want. You have control over that mostly,
Yeah.
unless you become a douche, and then I just say you got to go. But I don't think that you will because you're here a lot. And you know how I am.
Douche canoe.
Yeah, we don't like to have the douche canoes going on. That's why Jay doesn't come back. I've asked the douche canoe Sean Hawkins to come on several times. He won't. at all. Um,
I wanted to ask you about Paul Unslaved. You said he also has been in your show, and you said like he's a douche.
well, yeah,
well,
he
like-
tried to start some shit with me a while back, and
Mhm.
I don't know. Well, basically on behest of one of his cronies. Okay,
Oh, he
there
has
was a
many
guy that
cronies.
came on big into the scene, real quick, real fast, all about flat Earth and shit. And then this guy's Zetetic Warrior, right?
Oh, dude, I know that guy
All right,
because
so he
yeah,
came
had,
on and he acted like a shit heel to my panel guests. And then he went on another show and acted like a shit heel with those people. And when it was asked of my opinion, did he act like a shit heel? I said, yes, he did. He is acting like a shit heel.
Zetetic Warrior. I've never seen anybody so like strange on YouTube.
So that went,
He's
and then
even,
because he goes on Paul's all the time, then
Yeah.
Paul took it upon himself to try to want to fuck with me. But I don't care. Restream me,
Yeah, they're
do
butt
whatever you
buddies.
want to
Yeah.
do. I don't care. It's your channel, and I'm not engaged with it. So do what you got to do. You know, the same thing with Jay. I don't care. Do what you got to do. You've been weighed, measured, and found lacking. Okay, that's all I have to
That's
say.
from the Bible,
That's
right?
funny.
On anything. That motherfucker couldn't find his ass with a GPS and a flashlight. I mean, his attention span isn't any longer than the average bird fart. I mean,
Yeah, what's up with that shit, right?
I love those one-liners, bro. Yeah.
No attention span. Yeah.
there it is. I mean, Christ, it's in the top of the chat. I can put it down here too if you need in the regular chat.
I mean, maybe he's new to YouTube.
No,
whatever.
Rock's been on in my chat like for months and shit. So
But he never joined the panel, so
No,
some
no.
people don't know how to really join the StreamYard and shit. But
You got to
Yeah.
learn at some point, you know.
yeah.
yeah.
I just discovered it like 2 years ago, but it was quite easy after that.
Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory, man.
Yeah, just click
really
the link, log in through the YouTube channel, and boom, you're backstage, and then boom, you're on stage. Yeah.
It's very, very easy to use. And now I have Streamlabs software. I think I'm going to try out OBS as well. And that'll make it kind of a little more consolidated, I think. But
Wait, I thought you
I
were
just-
using
yeah.
I just
OBS.
haven't had the time to set it up. I just haven't had the time to get in there and set it up and do all that shit. Now,
But how do you do the
Streamlabs-
green screen? That's OBS, isn't it?
That's
No, that's on StreamYards.
StreamYard.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know. Okay, but I know that in OBS you can do the same thing
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
You just go up under your settings and it's got virtual background and you can upload a picture in
know-
there and use it.
I actually did a thing with OBS that I changed the color of my web camera. So even if I have OBS switched off, my camera is like this.
See, I can go over. I can go over
cannot
to
see
here. I can
Where's the
beam
camera
I can-
here?
I can beam myself.
Should be down there.
Where?
On the panel, there's
It's
a
not.
microphone.
Now I'm in the
What?
desert.
There's only
What is-
microphone, but there's no camera for me. That's weird. Oh,
What?
here. But you
Yeah.
see this? This is from see
That's
this
the
filter?
exposure.
All right,
That's
so
the
go
exposure.
down there. That little
It's
gear.
in OBS.
Hold
I
up.
did that. So this is
Listen,
not a
listen.
natural color of my.
No, but you got a lot of exposure as well. Like you like
Yeah, but
goals.
what I'm saying is on OBS, I fucked with the filters and
Settings.
exposure and settings. Yeah,
Ah.
exactly. And
Ah.
even though
And
I'm
it's
not
stuck.
using OBS now,
Yeah,
I
change your
even
camera settings.
it fucked up my camera settings, and I
stuck
cannot.
on that.
I don't know how to set it back.
But what if you go into OBS and go back to the camera settings and
Yeah, but I
change that,
kind of
and
like
then-
the blinding light from my
Oh, so
face.
you just want it to be this way. You're like, oh, it's-
yeah. Because I
Okay,
used to, dude, I used to have it like purple because I kind of like that stuff. But yeah,
Yeah, see, now to change your virtual background, down there at the bottom of the screen, you'll see a little gear that says settings. If you click
oh,
on
I
that,
see it.
yeah, now if you click on that, there will be a thing there that says virtual background.
Like
Click on
this?
that.
Wait,
yeah, the gear.
like
There you
this.
go. Now you got a brick wall.
Yeah, but I'm not visible. How do you make yourself
It's
visible?
because your
Yeah,
camera is
move back from the camera. You might. There you go. You were too
Ah.
close to the camera, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, whatever.
That's freaky though. You're like Ghostbusters
You're a
coming through the
ghost.
wall and shit, bro.
He's a ghost, man.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Rocky came up. He's muted and his camera's off. So
Yeah,
let's
you-
get- can I unmute him?
Oh, he has actually OBS.
He's got to do it.
He has OBS.
No, I think it did it now. He did it now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
you, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you, Rock.
I muted it on purpose because I wanted to make sure I was in the stream first.
Okay, good idea, man. Yeah, and I see that you've turned off whatever you or muted at least whatever you were watching it on, because that'll first timers they always echo. You have to tell them mute the YouTube side, mute the.
Yeah.
I actually exit the YouTube.
Well, I keep it going so I can watch the chat.
I've been on, I'm
When I
sorry,
watch it.
You can see it even in the stream.
I've been on chats before. But sometimes I get kind of, they call me mean or I don't know.
Are you mean, Rocky?
Well, I'm a Marine and I was taught to be fucking mean. What about it?
All
You
right,
don't like
shit.
mean motherfuckers?
I'm afraid
Ugh.
now, man.
Ugh.
Listen up, maggots.
So are you still brainwashed?
Sometimes you got to get mean. Sometimes you got to get mean.
That's true, though. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. I agree with that.
There's a season. Turn.
Sometimes you got to
Yeah.
slap some motherfuckers, wake them the fuck up.
I say you gotta be like a mirror. Be like a mirror.
There you
Slap
go.
'em.
Be the
Be
change
like a
you
what?
want to see.
That's
Yeah,
what
what?
the
MJ.
I got to keep my speaker down or it interferes with my mics for some reason.
Yeah.
shit.
That's ooh.
the Lake Project. Rex Bear says it. Be the change you want to see.
Yeah, that's a popular saying. It's been
You know
around
him,
for
though?
many years. No, I can't say I do.
Yeah, but it's a popular saying, of course.
Yeah, it's very popular. But
What I mean is, if somebody's an asshole to you, you should be an asshole back. If somebody's kind, respectful, you should be kind and respectful.
But that's not what the Bible says.
I'm just going by myself.
I'm just kidding, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
because it's in the Bible says like, do not recompense evil with evil, but recompense evil with good, or something along those
what-
lines.
well,
what
then
does
you
that mean,
certainly
though?
then you
You
certainly
ever heard of
wouldn't want,
tough love?
then you certainly wouldn't want somebody bringing your
Excuse me?
enemies and killing them. In
You
front
ever
of
heard
you.
of tough
Yeah,
love?
exactly. I mean, it's full of contradictions that nobody can
Can
deny.
you guys
that.
hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
hear me now?
yeah.
Yeah, man. Sound like that AT&T guy now, or the Sprint guy. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Have
now?
you heard of tough love?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tough
Good-
titty.
good. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Best thing for me was when I was 17, I joined the Marine Corps. I lived with my mom my whole life. So I joined the Marine Corps on purpose to learn discipline, because discipline is good. It's not bad to discipline. I've been thinking about building a obstacle course for kids,
Mhm.
learn them how to fucking do something like climb a rope or swing over a pond on a rope, or have to
You're
climb
like
over a rope with a pond
Confidence, man.
underneath.
It builds
But
you some
I can't hear you very well for some reason. It's like, I don't know why.
It builds up your self-confidence for sure, man, doing shit like that.
Yeah,
man.
they're
When you
called
realize that
confidence
you're
courses.
capable, you're more
Confidence
capable
courses.
of what you think. That's fucking gold right there.
Rocky, is this your first time, being on like a stream like
No,
this?
I've been on other channels. Usually they're trying to spread some false gospel. So I kind of jump in and say, what the fuck? You newcomer to the Bible, and you're going to tell people, I found out the earth is flat and now I'm a Christian. And then they read it for like 1 year or something, come jump in and say, I found out everything about the Bible. I know it all now. I know it's true. And they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. They come in and try to spread some false gospel or some bullshit like they know the Bible. I studied
hold
the
on,
Bible
wait a second.
for 40 years.
Rock.
40
hold on.
years.
So you have an interpretation of the scriptures. And if someone else's interpretation of those same scriptures differs from you, then it's wrong. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I studied the Bible for 40, 50 years. under the original languages from a Greek and Hebrew scholar, not from the English translation, but from the original texts that come from the Septuagint, not
So
the Latin.
You must read
Roman
Greek.
Catholic
So you
Bible,
read,
but
can you read Greek?
he would project on a screen while teaching.
Okay.
He would
I was
write
just curious
the Greek.
if I was just curious if you knew these languages and had then went and took
I
those
know a
things
little bit.
yourself, and then
I
studied
picked
through
up a
them.
little bit.
Or was it the fact that a guy gave you a presentation and used those things? I mean, there again, I'm not saying that those are bad either way. I was just curious as to know your method of knowing this and how you know that for sure your interpretation of what you think it means, not what you think it says, but what you think it means is correct and other people's interpretation of what it means is incorrect. Right?
I understand what you're saying.
Right. So that doesn't mean that they're teaching a false gospel at all. They're merely presenting their
Can I tell you?
interpretation
something?
of what
Can I
said.
tell you something?
Yeah.
Can I tell you something about Greek?
Yeah.
Okay, Greek is a language, Koine Greek. Koine is Greek, means common Greek, that was spoken during the time of Christ, was a very specific language. It could not be misinterpreted like English.
I'm not talking about the word.
I'm saying so.
I'm not talking
learning
about
from the
word.
Greek is completely different than learning from the English.
So
English,
I'm not
16th
talking
century English has changed.
Rocky, we all know that. We know that. I've got the original English, and there's some really crazy stuff in there, man. The word moon even has an E on the end of it. I mean, Old English, it was spelled with words specifically for a reason. But I'm not talking about necessarily the words of interpretation. What I'm getting at is what the words put together actually mean. Okay, some people interpret things to mean something one way, and others can interpret it to mean something similar or completely different. We also have to take into account the
Koine Greek is different than English. It's hard to misinterpret, is what I'm trying to tell you.
So, with the lack of a comma, for instance, in common.
Why do you think Christ came to earth in the first place when Greek was being spoken? Because Greek was the language of the philosophers. It was hard to be misinterpreted. He came at that time for a purpose.
Where did you get
the scriptures because you know English, but Greek is hard to be misinterpreted.
You just made a baseless claim. You said that Jesus came around because they were using Greek as a common language. Really? What proof do you have of that? Where do you get that from? Someone else told you that? Is that a fact, or is that
Jesus controls history, buddy?
So somewhere it says that Jesus was born at a certain time because of the language that was being used commonly.
Well, he directed what language would be being used at that time.
Where does it say he did that?
Where does it was a part of his plan for Greek to be at that time.
That's supposition,
Well,
Rocky.
you don't know who God is then, because God controls everything.
That's supposition. What you just said was all supposition. You have only your supposition to rely on as far as that's concerned. You don't, there are nothing or any historical documents or anything else that says that Jesus was specifically born.
Okay, it's my supposition then.
Right.
Wrong.
That's what I'm getting at.
Rocky, why do you have this attitude in your voice? Why are you like that?
He's one of those fucking people that thinks that his way is the only way.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't talk like that. You have something in your voice, like an attitude, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what my drill instructor told me. He tried to knock it off my shoulder. He said, you got an attitude.
But
he tried to knock it off my shoulder. You know, knock that attitude off
drop that shit.
shoulder.
Drop the attitude, man. You're always having that.
Lisa.
Tone. Hey, similar to Sean.
I'm half Italian, man. That's the part of my voice.
Well, that's not an excuse. What are you, racist now? Are you racist?
Jesus.
Suddenly you get a
Bring up
pass
the
because
race
of your
card now. You're gonna
ethnicity?
bring the race card up now?
No, I'm just saying
Yes.
you brought it up. You said you were
brought it up.
Italian, and so that's an excuse for acting a certain way.
Yeah,
I
that's,
never heard of
that's
You
genes.
blamed
bullshit.
it on an ethnicity.
You know that some
ethnicity.
people are born smarter because of their race.
No, they're not.
Yeah. It's in
No,
their
they're
genes.
not. Where did you get
You
that
don't know
from?
what genes means?
Wait a second. Where did you get this idea that people are born smarter?
Okay, that's just
depending on
my
their
idea
race?
then. I'm sorry.
Well, of
but I
course it
believe
is.
it's true.
See, and that's the problem.
Why do
You
they
think
want
that
to
if
collect
somebody
certain
else's
genes and they
idea,
don't want other genes? So you
if
don't
somebody
believe in
else's
anything
idea
with
is
genes that have
contradictory
nothing
to
do with it.
yours, then it's absolutely false. Whereas
Okay,
you don't really
whatever.
know to begin with.
I'm not
you can't-
racist. You call me racist?
No, I just
Because
was
I brought
listen,
up that I'm
I was
Italian.
joking.
Oh, I'm
You brought
Italian.
up that you
I
were
brought up the
Italian.
subject that I'm half Italian and that I might have certain traits that other Italians have. Therefore, I'm a racist because I
Well-
might have certain traits that other Italians have because I speak loud and I use my fucking hands to speak. Right now, I'm flipping you off, so fuck off.
All
I'm getting
right.
out of here. See,
Yeah.
that's all
All
you.
right. Are you like
All
a
right,
knucklehead?
yeah.
Are you like
So
a
you don't think
knucklehead?
these came from my genes, huh?
That's awfully Christian of you.
Well, I believe it.
wanna
I
point
believe
that
that
out.
there's certain genes, Christian-like.
Oh, yes.
A person that doesn't believe the Bible is telling me what a Christian is like. Okay, whatever.
Hey, you know something? I don't have to be
And then he
I
uses
don't
the
have to
Bible
be a
against
peanut
me.
butter manufacturer to tell you how
And
the fuck
then you
peanut butter is
use
made.
the
right?
fucking thing against me. You use the Bible against me.
I ain't
Oh,
using
thou
it
shalt not
against you.
judge. Oh, you shouldn't be like, that's not very
yourself.
Christian-like.
You did it
Where'd you get
yourself.
that? Who told you what the fuck the Bible says about being a Christian? Christians are supposed to stand up and be aggressive. You can't be Italian and be a Christian.
Why are you aggressive right now, though? Who has been aggressive back to you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I didn't start the
part in there,
aggression.
man.
People
yes,
started
you did,
calling
man.
me
I
names.
must miss the
He
part.
called me a racist because
No.
I
because
was
I
kidding
brought
with
up
you,
that I'm
Rock.
Italian.
It was just a
Ah,
joke, man.
Toughen the fuck up,
Just a
cream
joke.
puff. Jesus
Cream
Christ.
puff. Cream
You're a
puff. You're calling
cream
me a
puff.
cream puff now. Come here and
Well,
call me
you
a
are.
cream
Look
puff.
at you get all bent over a joke, my man. You said I
Well, you
have
were
a pass.
joking.
You said give me a
Were
pass
you
for the
joking?
way I
Did you say you
behave.
were joking?
Hold
Did
on.
say
You
were
said
joking?
give me a pass on the way I act based on my ethnicity. That's what you said.
That's not what I
can't
said.
help it. What if somebody
I
said,
didn't say
I
that.
can't help it, I'm black,
Yeah, you did
Oh,
say that.
jeez.
right?
Rocky.
Oh, I just do that because I'm black. Is that not a racist thing to say? Of course it is. It's race specific, which
But that
is the
doesn't mean.
definition.
Yeah.
Come on. You can't take a joke, bro.
And my internet's not
Take a
working. I
joke.
have to leave
Oh,
take a
okay.
joke.
I'll keep
because
these up
everything is
later on,
like
Hugo.
everything
The
is like
king is left.
freezing up.
The king is left. I take over. I'm taking over the court.
Are you taking over?
I'm taking over the court. The
Shit.
king got up and left, so I'm taking over.
All right, take it over,
Domination.
man. Take it over.
So where's that part in there that says in order to be
No,
a
that's what the
Christian, you're
court. I
supposed
got
to
the
curse
I got
people
the
out,
judge.
don't you?
And what I'm saying is I got the judge to leave the bench once. She got mad at me and got up and left.
Huh,
So
cool.
she abandoned ship. So I said, she abandoned the ship. So I said, I'd taken over. It's case dismissed. And I left the courtroom. And the cops came and
I
tried
saw
to-
somebody else do that too. Yeah.
I did that. She left the fucking thing. I pissed her off, called her a witch. I said she was casting magic spells and she was speaking in another language, and she got pissed off, left the bench. I said, case dismissed. Captain left the ship. That's it.
So
They
Rocky,
don't
you
fuck with
claim
me
to
no
be
more.
like super Christian or what? Is that what you claim?
I am a Christian. I know who I am.
Well,
Yeah.
There's
I
an
wanted to ask
international
you
law
about
you
that,
cannot
Rock.
mess with a minister of the gospel. There's an international law that says you cannot mess with a minister of the gospel. It's
So
in the
when
international
is
law. So I
where does
told
it
him,
say
I'm
in
a
there that the
minister of
minister
the
of
gospel.
a gospel is supposed to be flipping the bird at people and telling them to fuck off? I missed that part. Maybe I don't have that book in my Bible. Where's that part at?
It's not changed yet by the Mandela. Maybe it will. Where it says
Where's
that
that part that
Did I
when somebody
offend
doesn't
you,
agree with
Sovereign?
you,
Did
you're
I
supposed
offend
to get
you?
angry
Did I
and
offend
flip
you?
them off and shit.
Did I offend you?
That's what I'm looking for.
It's called freedom of speech.
Well, I understand what it is, but it isn't very Christian freedom of speech now.
You gonna tell me what a Christian? You mean Christians can't flip nobody off, but everybody I'm some.
I mean, really, I think it started
Thou
where
shalt not flip a bird.
Do you ever see the instance of that's right. I remember that parable where Jesus was walking along and the Pharisees getting
did I say I was Jesus now?
Fuck you, Pharisees!
Oh,
Fuck you, man!
Hey, Sovereign, did I say I was Jesus?
If I want.
Hey, Sovereign, when did I say I was
them like
Jesus?
serpents, and they
You just
deserve
flipped
double
everybody off.
damnation
You just
and
flipped
shit.
everybody off. I saw you
well,
put your finger up.
Well, Rocky, you got
And who
mad.
said
when-
I did? When did I say I was fucking Jesus?
No,
You
no.
did.
You were
When did I say I was
Jesus.
in order to be a Christian, you have to be
No, in
Christ-like.
order to be
Isn't
a
that
Christian, I
correct?
gotta be perfect, just like Jesus.
No, you have to try to
Yeah.
be, as you have to try to follow in the footsteps.
You don't
of
know,
Jesus.
know
That's
much
what a
about
Christian
Christians. Because
is.
we're some of the most biggest sinners there are.
No,
There's a
Hypocrites,
difference. We got
too.
the key of David.
fucking major hypocrites.
Hypocrites.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what anti-Christians call hypocrites.
You have just been hypocritical to Christianity in your actions. You already have.
I know.
Just here. So why would you do that? If you're following in the footsteps of Christ, then when did Jesus flip people
Hold on
off?
a minute. Hold on 11. I'm going to use 1 John 1:9. I'm going to confess my sins to the Father. I'll be right back.
All right. So while you're absolving yourself of your unchrist-like behavior, we can, continue on, and it'll be cool.
I mean, it seems like he got upset when you talked about that there could be different interpretations of the Bible, and then he was like, "No,
Look what I can do, Vince. Look what I can do with one comma. We'll take it where Jesus is up there on what is it, Golgotha, he's on Calvary there, and he's hanging on the cross, and there's a thief to each side of him, right? Bad guys. And he says, "Verily I say unto you, this day you shall be in paradise with me," right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's look at what a comma can do. Verily I say unto you, today you shall be in paradise with me. So what am I saying there? I'm telling you that we're going today, right? But if I move the comma over and say, verily I say unto you today, comma, you shall be in paradise with me. Now what does that mean? That means that I'm telling you today that we're going to end up there. But it doesn't mean we're going to be there today. You see,
Yeah.
so one comma changes the entire context of a sentence. So without punctuation, we can actually go in and what are we doing with the interpretation of it? One person can interpret it one way, another person interpret it another way, and then they're going to call each other blasphemers and fight and have a war, and whoever wins is the guy who's right, right?
Yeah.
Bullshit.
And also, it's not the things that are written in the Bible or whatever. It's not directly saying exactly what it wants to say. You have to interpret it, like you have to guess or something exactly what it is, right? Like
That's why Jesus talked the most in parables.
Yeah.
In parables mostly, so you have to kind of interpret it.
Listen, it's these various interpretations that is responsible for all of the different denominations that we have today.
But do you know what it says in the book of Peter? It says like no scripture is of any private interpretation. I think that's an interesting verse because I think it's just supposed to be like
listen to what the control guy says it means. Don't use your own discernment. Go by what the guy up at the pulpit tells you that.
You think that's what he was? Yeah, because he said also like fear the Lord and fear the King. That's what Peter says as well. So like, yeah, it's what the controllers listen to the controls and the rulers and shit, right?
Interpretation is what I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry I got so dogmatic and sound like I'm mad or something.
Yeah, man.
What I was meaning to say is that God intended it to not be interpreted in different ways. It was only meant to be interpreted in one way. Mm-hmm. That's the secret. That's the secret. So where do you start? Do you start from a translation, like from Greek to English, or would you start from the Greek?
Well,
Wouldn't you
it
start
was
in the
that
language
was
in which it was
listen.
first and try to understand
Well,
that language?
Rocky, they've done that though. They've done that, and
That's
this
what I'm
is.
saying.
I mean, they have
I
done this.
studied under a
Top
pastor who
scholars have done
studied
this,
his whole life, the Greek,
and it's resulted
and
in
he
what?
was a scholar, probably the best Greek Hebrew scholar for the last 500 years.
Okay.
I studied under that guy,
Uh-huh.
the guy who studied the original language. He could speak it fluently, both
Right.
Hebrew and Greek. He could speak fluently.
Cool.
And so that's what I'm saying. I
There's
studied
been
under
a
one
lot
of
of
those
people
guys.
like that, and it has resulted in, just like I just said, several different denominations and interpretations of the same
The
writings.
non-denominational church. He was
Well,
the
that's
only
what.
one.
Well, do you understand what has gone on there, though?
So,
Do you? So
can
now
I
you're back
ask
to square one.
Non-denominational.
So
So can I ask you,
Yeah, go
what
ahead.
is the English version that you would say is most correct according to your Greek Hebrew scholar? What would he say is the most correct English
He
one?
liked the New American Standard Bible is the one he liked. He was a theologian.
Okay.
He was a graduate from Dallas Seminary, 4 years in Greek and 4 years in Hebrew, and he continued to study it throughout his life. And he started in the 50s when they were rediscovering the Greek. The Greek is an ancient language that had to be, and they have he was a great historian too. He would tell you about the history of the Greeks and that the giants aren't a fairy tale. He told you about the myths of Greek mythology was not a fairy tale. It was history handed down, and that giants were fallen angels, and we all knew that. I knew that when I was 10. You know, I knew that the giants were real, and I knew all that shit when I was 10 when I started studying. It's he didn't.
But do you believe in flat Earth or ball Earth?
Oh, come on! Yeah, that's the thing. See, that's one thing I didn't understand. Being a Greek scholar, how he could be a ball earther, but he died in 2010, so he didn't even have the opportunity. I didn't.
Because there, right there, when you go to the original, okay, and in those you find that there is a firmament, and you can direct that right from the word Raki, even through into all of the different languages, and it comes out to be the same thing. You see, now what we've got now is, like, as I've said, these denominations don't just come about. They come about because someone goes and looks at original translations and goes, hey, wait a second. This isn't saying what they are telling me here. This is saying something different. Okay. And you end up with, now we have this new denomination with another interpretation of it. And these things are loosely interpreted.
That wasn't even an issue back in the 50s.
So
everybody
for
in the 50s,
anyone
60s,
to
70s.
anyone to claim that one way is the only way is like me declaring that there's only one way to get to Kansas City. No, there isn't. There's
God
hundreds
only
of different
intended
ways.
the Bible to be
Hundreds of
understood
different ways.
one way.
Okay, some take longer, and some are shorter. But it's up to you to decide which route you take. You understand?
Yeah.
All these different religions are all telling the same freaking story a different way.
No, they're not. That's
Okay.
a lie.
All right.
You're telling me
Okay.
all religions say that you got to believe in one person
Well,
to be saved?
wait a
No,
second.
they
I
all
didn't
say
say
works.
about
All the
one
other
person.
ones say
I'm
that you
talking
have to
about
work.
I'm talking about a creator.
Work
I'm
to
talking
be a
about
better
a flood.
person.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a Messiah. I'm talking about a
Nah, none of
sacrifice.
them say
They
that.
all have the same story. They
No, they
all
don't.
of them
They all
have
say you
the
gotta work
idea.
And
Yeah.
they all
Do
they
you
all
know about the
claim-
Krishna? Do you know about the Krishna, Rocky?
Whatever.
Do you know about the Krishna? What is the story of the
I
Krishna?
know what the Krishna is.
Well, then shut up, because it's the same
That
story.
doesn't say the same thing. It doesn't say that you have to believe in Christ. It says you have to have Christ consciousness, which is a total different thing.
Is it?
Christ consciousness bullshit.
it?
That's New Age
Is it?
bullshit.
Is it really?
Krishna. I know what Krishna is. You got to have
Well,
Christ
for New
consciousness.
Age, it seems
some
to
bullshit New Age
predate
shit.
it seems to predate the Jesus
You have
story.
to have a
You got a
savior.
guy who was born of a virgin, He did miraculous things. In fact, right after he was born, he walked. He took 7 steps. 7 steps, man. And on the 7th step, each one of them, a lotus blossom opened. That's a miracle, right? And then wait a second, you see, you're getting like Jay. You don't let somebody finish what they're telling you. Okay. And this is why I always say condemnation without investigation. Condemnation without investigation is the epitome.
I already investigated that. I already told you. I know what it is.
How come you didn't know any fucking thing about it then,
I know.
Rocky?
Oh, bull crap. I know about all the false religions.
Then tell me what happened next.
He said
you found it necessary to interrupt me on the middle of telling about it. So you go ahead and finish it now, and you tell me what took place.
They always counterfeit the Bible.
How come it was out before your fucking New Testament? Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Right before the New Testament.
What about ISIS?
Well, what about the Old Testament? Because it was in the Old Testament.
A virgin birth.
Christ was in the Old Testament. So you got to go back before the Moses. You told me, so you're telling me that before Moses, this story came about before Moses, came about before Noah and all, it came about for all that crap. This story.
Wait a second. Was Noah born from
all a counterfeit? Satan is a counterfeiter. Satan is a counterfeiter.
Noah was born from
he counterfeits everything. He's always counterfeiting the true gospel. He got you think the 3 gods of Egypt became first? No, they're counterfeiting the truth. That's all they do. They counterfeit. It's all a counterfeit.
Pretty funny how somebody can counterfeit something prior to it being created. That's pretty fucking crazy. That'd be like somebody having a counterfeit
story. Satan knew the story. Satan, if you know your Bible,
like somebody having a counterfeit 2012 $20 bill in 1860.
So okay, let's say the Bible's true. Let's say it's true just for a minute. Let's say the Bible's true.
And it's Bible.
Satan was in the garden. Satan was in the garden and understood what it meant that you had to sacrifice a lamb. He understood so that Adam and Eve could have their clothes. He knew that meant that Jesus would come and he would save the world by a sacrifice of a pure lamb, which was the skins where they covered their sin. That Satan knew that in the garden. You don't think he could counterfeit that for the rest of history? You don't think Satan knew God's plan in the garden? So you don't believe the Bible, but it says right in the Bible that Satan knew the plan, and you don't think he could counterfeit it throughout history. See, that's the difference between your worldview and mine. I believe the Bible, and the Bible says that the adversary was in the garden and knew the plan of God and knew that there would be a unblemished lamb. They had to go and find something and kill the lamb so they could have clothes to wear in the garden because they were naked. That was the plan of God at the beginning, that Christ would come as our lamb and cover us with his light.
I thought they had formed aprons from leaves. That's what I had.
But after that, God gave them
to go get
sheep
covering. They had to get the first. They had to sacrifice a lamb. Death came into the world. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Death came in the world, and they had to slaughter a lamb.
We're not having a fucking sermon here. You dig?
Whatever.
I don't like evangelists, and I will.
You asked me how Satan the adversary could counterfeit something that wasn't written about.
Well, so get to the fucking point then.
You lose.
Okay, get to the fucking point.
Why do you raise your voice?
It looks to me like you worship a book.
I'm not worshiping a book.
You are. You're worshiping a book.
Whatever, dude. What are you worshiping? You got your information from a book, didn't you? Oh, this guy wrote a book about. It said the Christ consciousness. Where'd you get your info? You didn't get it from a book?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Are you ignorantly assuming, as all ignorant people do, are you ignorantly assuming that I, for some reason, have adopted some other belief merely because I pointed out that another belief walks hand in hand with yours. So you automatically assume that I am of some belief system.
The
That's an
difference between
assumption.
yours and difference between
ignorant
mine is
people-
180
Ignorant
degree
people
difference.
make assumptions, Rocky.
Nothing like mine.
It isn't. How would you know? You didn't let me finish, or you were going to finish it for me. So anyway, we were talking about how the story of the Krishna came about. Now, would you like to finish it for me? Since you know it all and you studied it and everything, and you found it necessary to
Are you
interrupt.
talking about the Hindus that have the Krishna?
Are we? You're the one that
Are you?
studied it.
That's
now.
what you said, Krishna.
Okay.
The God
There you go.
consciousness.
Okay, so there.
God
Now we were
consciousness.
just telling the story. He was born of a virgin.
Okay.
Then what happened?
Go ahead, you finish it.
No,
'cause
no. You're the expert now.
You
You're
said
the one
Krishna,
that got
and
all
everybody
the
knows Krishna. Everybody knows Krishna means God consciousness. Is it a different story to it? Because that's what Christ. It's not about receiving Christ conscious, about accepting Him as your Savior. So are you telling me that Krishna is not the Hindu story that I've been told? Because that's what
No,
Krishna
I'm
means
not
to me.
telling you that at all. I'm telling you to finish the story that I was telling about the Krishna, because you've looked into them all to see what they are in contrast to your belief, right?
But I just want to say, like,
I was told that the Hindus believe that Krishna is when you receive Christ consciousness.
Okay.
And that we all
again, the story that represents that, what is it?
It's a false religion of the
How
Hindus.
did they come to that belief? If they believe it, how did they come to that
They
belief?
must have. Satan must have told them. Satan must have told them about.
Is this more
Must
assumption?
have told them about the garden, and they all got together and had a little fake write-up or some kind of
Sure.
shit.
Is
They're
that
gonna write it in a
another
book.
assumption, Rocky?
They wrote
Is that
a fucking
another
book, and
assumption?
they came up with this story about the truth, and they kind of mixed it in, and they mixed truth with lies, and they say Krishna. Krishna means the anointed one in Greek, if you don't know it.
Maybe that's what they did with your story. Maybe
Christ
your
means the
story is a
anointed one.
confabulation. Maybe your story is a confabulation of other stories.
Receive. It's not.
Has they ever figured that to be a possibility?
I'm sorry, I was overspeaking. I
know.
didn't hear you.
Did you figure that it's altogether possible that your story that you believe is one that has been concocted as a confabulation of other stories? How do you know? You don't. You just chose one and stuck with it. You don't know. Lisa just asked me in the chat, said, who do I worship? I don't worship anyone. I do appreciate and show gratitude toward the Creator.
Well, a book written 1,500 years in advance, prophesizing the man that would come and die on the cross, and there's empirical evidence that it happened. Is
show me in the Old Testament where it says somebody's going to be killed on a cross.
Like it was.
Show me in the Old Testament where it says anybody's going to be put on a fucking cross.
It says in Genesis that it's in symbology that there would be a lamb slaughtered, a spotless lamb. Go out and get a spotless lamb. That's Jesus.
Doesn't say nothing about putting him on a cross, though, right?
Oh, well, that came later, I guess.
No, so you supposited that and you assumed it. We're going by what we know, not by what we assume.
Well, it's explained. The story gets, you don't start out with a story with everything in the very beginning. You
don't. But nowhere in there are you ever going to get to the point.
That's why the whole book of the Bible, correlates and it helps each other. It works together, and and the history is proven. No history in the Bible has been disproven. No history that the Bible speaks about has been disproven.
You do realize that those were picked and chosen by a dictator, right?
Empirical and reason and logic.
Well, there's not a lot of reason and logic. There's a lot of that's out the window, because what we have here is a group of books, a collection of books that were compiled by people that are not you, and that were approved by a dictator in order to get a certain segment of the population
approved by a dictator. What?
Constantine.
What? Yeah, on what?
Constantine, 325 AD.
Well, history is maybe you should not trust history so much.
Well,
when
where
you've
do
been
you
told
think
in
that this,
history.
where do you think that these
Maybe you trust
specific
history too
collection
much.
of Bibles came from? Then,
So you
Rocky?
think the dictator approved the books, and that's why they're existing here?
That's
The
exactly
dictator
what
did.
the fuck happened. Do you know about the Council of Nicaea?
Maybe your history is a little screwed up.
Do you know about the Council of Nicaea?
Oh yeah, I know about the Council
All
of
right,
Nicaea.
and what
the
was that?
Council of this and the
What
Council
happened
of
at the
that.
Council of Nicaea? What did they do there?
But maybe your interpretation
Well,
of who they are.
maybe. What did they do at the Council of Nicaea?
When they canonized the scriptures.
Right,
When they
and how
decided
did they
which
canonize
would
the
be allowed in
scripture?
the Bible and which would not be allowed in the Bible.
Right. So somebody,
Okay,
not you.
So what does that mean?
So
because-
what it means is that a group of men poured through thousands of documents and thousands of scriptures and picked out a specific amount of those and stuck them in a binder and got the approval of a Roman dictator. Now,
No, it wasn't the Roman dictator that approved them.
then who was Constantine?
The Caesar.
I don't know.
Right?
I wasn't there, Jay. Were you there?
Well, we know that
Could you
he
judge
was-
who he was?
he
Are
was
you
the
saying he was a
Caesar.
bad guy?
he was the Caesar. He was a
It
dictator.
was like
was a
an
bad
emperor. Like an emperor.
He only not only did he approve this, he actually made sure that it followed along and coincided with the religion of his mother, which was in homage to Tammuz, okay, or Mithra. I'm sorry, Mithraism. So he made sure of that, and he only converted over to be a Christian on his deathbed. Okay, this whole
We
thing.
all know about the Red Cross and the Knights Templar.
Well, I'm not even going. That's way up in the future. I'm just talking about at the time. All right.
Well, he said.
So
he
you're
said
so
he said he saw a red cross. He said he saw a cross. That why he
Oh,
converted
yeah,
to Christianity because he saw
hey,
a cross.
I was walking through my yard the other day, fucking tree caught on fire and started talking to me. Man, do you believe me?
That's what he said.
I know.
He
that's
said
what I
he
just said.
converted to
I just said
Christianity
that a
because he
fucking
saw a
tree caught
cross.
fire in my yard and I talked to me.
I'm not saying he was telling the truth, Jay. I'm not
Well,
saying he
there
was a
you
good
go.
guy or a bad guy. I wasn't there. I don't know what the fuck went down. So don't fucking, tell
Well,
me
there's
all about
that's
history
my
and
point.
that,
That's my
that
point.
everything was fucking wrong and
So,
the
wait a
Bible's
second.
all fucked
How
up.
did it come to be that all of a sudden this group of books collected together, not by you, under the supervision of a Roman dictator whose goal was to get a certain segment of the population under control?
I believe there should be more books, not less. I believe that he hid books. So I believe that with the books we do have, we can determine that they're true. I don't need more books, but he did have more books.
Right.
There were more books. I bet you they all correlate. That's how they determine whether they fit with the other books. Do they go along with the thing? Like they would kick books out that said something like some kind of like other kind of book, like
something that didn't go along with the agenda or line up with the religion of Mithraism. Of course, I just said
Council of
that.
Nicaea was not to whether they would it's not whether did they keep the books that were bad. Is the thing that they got rid of books that were good. They should have had more books.
Yeah, but
So
those books
they're
that were
hiding
good,
more of the truth.
those
It's not
books
that they
were a
trying to-
threat. Those
There's
books were
like
a threat
maybe
to the
Enoch should be
control
in there,
system.
Jasper.
Those books were a threat to the control system, and that's exactly why they were left out.
Yeah,
So
but I
don't
can
you
still
see that it
determine
was
that
nothing?
the
It
books I
was
have.
initially created
But
as a organized, controlled opposition. Do you know
well,
the
I got enough
depictions you
books.
see of Jesus all the time? These
I
depictions
think
you
there's
see, that
enough
isn't.
books to determine the
isn't Jesus.
story.
Well, okay.
That's what I'm saying. There's enough books. And matter of fact, I do have the other books, Jay. Do you have the other books? I got Jasper. I got Enoch.
Yeah, I have
and
them
I
too.
got,
The apocryphic texts. I have them as well.
No, not the Apocrypha.
That's what Enoch is, an apocryphic text. It's known
This
as a
is a sefer.
non-canonized
It's a
apocryphic
sefer.
text.
It's a Sefer. It's a Sefer Bible.
Okay,
Not
go
a-
and look at the synonyms for those words.
This is becoming
I think
repetitive.
it's
Is this
called
all
like
we got
Studio
here
Apocryphal
about
or whatever.
Hold on, let
The
Vince.
canon.
Vince,
The
hold on,
canon.
y'all. All right, just a second. Vince has been waiting patiently. Vince,
No,
go
I'm just
ahead.
saying it's becoming like a repetitive thing. Like
Yeah, it is.
we're
It's
getting
very
nowhere.
repetitive.
You know,
And it's not. You're not going to
bringing
convince
down
me.
everything.
Yeah, you're not going to convince me that that is
I'm not
altogether
trying to convince you.
100% proof of anything other than some men put a book together. Okay, that's
Okay.
all. That's it. And I'm
Oh.
sorry if that offends you, but my mind is still open on the subject. Okay,
What
yours
about-
is not.
yeah.
Yours is not. You let someone else tell you what to believe. Whether you believe it or not,
No,
that's
no,
exactly
not
what you
really.
did.
No, not
Really?
really.
Where'd you get the idea? Why didn't
No,
you
not
become
really.
something else?
No, I've never voted in my life.
Yeah.
Let me see what else.
What's that got to do with anything?
I didn't take the shots. No one
Right.
told me
Well,
I didn't
that's
take the
good.
shots. I didn't wear a
That's good.
mask. The earth is flat, and
Yeah.
let me see. No one's told me what to think. You know, I believe the Bible. That
Apparently they
doesn't mean
did.
people told me
Apparently
what to
they
think.
did because you automatically dismiss
Holy
any
Spirit,
other
I believe
any
the
other
Holy Spirit
theological
is what
any
discerns
theological.
what's right and wrong. I have the
Well,
Holy
see,
Spirit.
you are going by what you interpret. Again, what you interpret. We like to usually deal in some things that we can actually tangibly prove. Okay. But as far as that's concerned, we have to leave everything on the table. Everything from it's 100% true all the way to the scale of it's a bunch of
How do
crap.
you determine what's true, Jay?
Okay.
I mean, not
Well,
Jay,
there you
but
go.
Dave.
How do
That's
you
part of the
determine what's
test.
true? How do you determine something that's true? Through proof, right?
So
That's how.
empirical.
Not
need
what other
empirical
people
evidence?
say, not what other people say, not if a whole group of people believe the same thing. That's not a measure of anything. Actual
Exactly, because
proof.
most people don't believe what I mean. Most people don't believe what I believe.
No,
right,
and a
so
lot of people don't
Just
believe
because
what somebody
everybody
else
on
believes.
your panel believes everything and in your chat room believes something doesn't make it true.
That's exactly
I
right.
just think don't be an asshole. You know, don't
There
do
you go.
bad shit.
I'm just
Believe
trying to
in a
put my
God,
point of view
and then
across. Nobody lets
listen.
me under. They
What
all
do you mean
say my
nobody? You've
point
been
of view
talking. You've been
is
talking for
I'm
half an hour,
brainwashed
dude.
and I'm a puppet.
Dude, you've been talking
I'm a
for half an
brainwashed and
hour,
I'm a
man.
puppet.
Listen. Nobody knows except God. Just be as good of a person you can be and believe in God, and don't rape. Don't. Oh, can I say that? No. Don't steal. Don't. I don't know what you can say anymore.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
YouTube.
you're good. You're good, man.
Yeah. Just do that, and then let's see what happens. Hope for the best. You know what I mean? Because at the
Yeah.
end of the
Echo.
day, you might be the best Christian, and it might still not be enough.
Do you realize what a blasphemous guy
And I'm not drunk.
many of the
either.
Hebrews actually looked
People
at
in chat
Jesus
call me
as?
drunk and a puppet.
Well, take a look.
They're
Take a
calling
look
me
at
all
how
kinds of
many.
names and shit. They
I
don't even
know
know who the
it's
fuck
sad.
I
It's
am.
sad. We'll play some violins here in just a minute. But the
You
thing
play
is,
the violin all the time.
think about how sad it is that when you really look into it, there were a great many people in that region as Jesus was doing his thing that looked at him as though he were blasphemous because he was doing stuff against what the Pharisees, the empirical evidence, the peer-reviewed studies said that he should do, right? Doing things on the Sabbath. What? That guy's terrible. Who's ever going to follow him? Right? So you got to look at that whole thing is that it don't matter if you have a belief, that's all.
I'm not
well,
looking for followers.
but then for what's that now?
I'm not looking for followers like you.
I know. I'm not looking for followers either.
You're not.
No. Why would you even say such a thing? What does that have to do with the price of cheese at all? What does that have to do with the price of anything? What does that have to do with anything that we were just talking about?
You said if I wanted people to follow me, that I should be
No.
a better person. I should.
No, I didn't say anything about people following you. That'd freak
were
me out if I had
describing-
people following me.
Well,
What the fuck
I
is
can't
that?
hear very well because for some reason my speaker won't go up, so I can't hear you very well. Sorry.
But no, I mean, I don't want anybody to follow me. That's ridiculous.
No, I thought that
Follow
you were
yourself.
speaking about me. That if I wanted people to listen to me, and maybe follow what I'm saying, that I should
would
be
say
a
you have
nicer
to open your
person.
mind. I would say you have to open your mind a little more than that. You're very closed-minded. You've made your decision right off the bat and not explored any other aspect of it, because to do so, according to the people telling you what to believe, that would be blasphemous and make you into an apostate. Oh, God forbid.
So I should take some mushrooms and open my mind.
Maybe.
Do whatever. Maybe. I tell you what, it might help. It might actually help.
Yeah.
It's done a lot of wonderful things for a lot of people. It's cured people off of heroin addiction. It cured me of alcoholism.
Am I too close to the mic or something?
I think it's good.
Am I coming across loud? Because if I turn my mic
Only
down,
when you yell. Only
good.
when you yell.
if I turn my mic down, I can't. It's like somehow controlling my speaker.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
You say you're all right.
Yeah.
You're all right. Lots of DMT, Byron says.
But yeah, never tried mushrooms myself. but-
Never.
No,
You should,
I
you should
tried
try.
only LSD, and I thought it's like nothing. It's like weed, whatever. I mean, it's a good
Yeah.
feeling, but other than people saying like, "Oh, it's life changing," my life has changed, whatever. No, it wasn't like that for me. Okay, you laugh a bit more, and you are, music sounds better, but that's about it. It's nothing like,
You
oh,
got
it's
some
so
mushrooms.
bad.
You had a weak dose.
Yeah,
I
there's
probably
no
had,
judgment.
yeah, you're right. I probably had a weaker tab, but
Because
yeah.
see, there's more that comes about from that. And I think who was it just said it? Renee says it kills the ego. It really does. It really does.
And if you
when
have
were-
an ego going into it,
mean-
it will give you a badass trip, like
Kills
bad
the
trip,
ego.
like
No,
it will
but
give
but
you a-
so what is the? But I had
You know
a
the
good
difference
one.
between
I had a good
ego
one.
and
So what does it mean
confidence.
if I had a good time only on it and
No,
nothing
that-
negative?
It
Like
doesn't really mean anything, but then when you start
Okay.
getting into higher doses is when the mind expansion process starts to take place. You start conceiving things in a out of the box manner. You start seeing things as the connections that they all have to one another. You realize fractality. What happens is, with me anyways, is that this and time mean shit. You
But
almost forget about this because you're off in this other realm,
yeah.
and it's always the same fucking realm. That's what gets me. It's same characters and everything, man.
channeling in the Bible.
And it's like, well, okay.
Isn't it?
And
What?
you go
Which is
to a
forbidden.
place of realizing that, oh my God, this reality, I was taking this.
Yeah, so
whole
you get
thing
your reality
way
from
too-
morality,
but,
reality from
Hold on, let him
Wait.
mushrooms.
finish, man. Let him finish.
way too.
Let-
You can go on about how I'm a sinner and every other fucking thing, and fire and brimstone and shit all you want to, Rocky, when I get done. Okay.
but can I
Okay.
say one thing?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let
Uh,
him finish.
Well, what you were saying
finish.
with like these LSD or whatever experiences, mushrooms and etc., you can achieve those without any psychedelics because because like sleep
Yeah.
deprivation and fasting, I've achieved similar effects to people what they describe on DMT and all sorts of stuff like that. So I mean, you can actually achieve that without any of these drugs.
Sure.
So-
I could walk to Walmart, but I'd rather drive my car.
No, exactly. This
You know
what
what I'm saying?
I was
It's
more
like, hey,
getting
you
like
want to take the express route? Go ahead.
kind
That's
of
fine.
like cheating in my opinion, but I mean it's fine. I don't
Not
really care
really,
if
because
people do it.
These things were provided for us. We're supposed to use them. Do you realize, like with marijuana, we have
Pharmakia.
specialized receptors in our brain for cannabinoids, man.
Okay,
would
but
we have
it's
that?
not help. It's not what's the word I'm looking for? It's not beneficial for every
Something
person. Like, for
no.
example, if you suffer from psychosis like schizophrenia, it's definitely not recommended. For me, I have been diagnosed as that,
you're
and
on
for me it has
psychotropic-
negative effects. So
If you're on psychotropic medications, absolutely do not do that, because reality is fighting hard with the
well,
fantasy that
no,
is
I
being
disagree.
created. Yeah.
I was heavily no, listen to me. I was heavily medicated on antipsychotic medication. Okay, almost the heaviest dose you can do in Vega. It's called anyway. And at that time, I was the side effect was so horrible that like I had to smoke weed to just like feel anything, any kind of pleasure. I was so without pleasure that only the weed made me feel any kind of fucking emotion. It was like terrible. So actually, it's
They're SRI
helped
inhibitors.
me.
Man. They're
How did that?
SRI inhibitors.
How
But
did that
it
happen
had
to
was-
you? The
What?
thing the psychosis thing that you're talking about. How?
Oh, I mean, it's a long time ago. I was in 2008, so I was only 18 back then, and
Yeah.
I was diagnosed as with paranoid schizophrenia.
Yeah.
But
And
okay.
and the reason being is that I thought that I'm in heaven, and I stole a car and crashed it into
You
a
thought
building.
you were in heaven.
Yes,
Blame it on
and I
God.
thought everything is like
You got a question
we're
for
in a
blaming
video
on God.
game, and I was just losing my mind basically. And
So
what I
you
did
thought reality
is,
was like a video game.
I got
yes,
a question.
exactly.
for
But
That's
blaming on
it
exactly
is
God.
right.
like it is a video game. I think it is.
Can
Though.
I ask you a question?
Like for real, but yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask blame it on God a question?
Yeah,
Go
for it.
ahead.
Did you said you had schizophrenia?
Yes.
Did your mother own any cats? Did you grow up around cats?
No, not at all. We
Okay.
didn't have any
What do you got against cats, man?
cats.
I got two cats now.
I mean,
What do you got
I
against
do
cats?
have cats. I mean, I have a cat now, but
Some
like
people-
that's way after I was diagnosed with schizophrenia. I never had cat in my life before that, so
Mm.
not even dogs.
Okay.
But I want to hear that. What's
What's the
the
point? Like,
what's
I
the
heard
story
this
with the
shit
cat?
before because some
Toxoplasmosis
people
causes
say
schizophrenia. Toxoplasmosis causes schizophrenia.
I never
it's a
understood
cure
like
to
how.
deworm the brain, and there was a cure for it, which would cure 50% of the people in hospitals that had schizophrenia had toxoplasmosis. Crazy cat lady syndrome. They diagnose as schizophrenia. It's a parasite in your brain.
So how
and
did
it's
they
called
cure it?
Dude, I bet
toxoplasmosis.
that horse dewormer, as they're calling it, or ivermectin. I would just wonder if, since that's such a great anti-parasitic, if that wouldn't work.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but,
what
they
you
used
do.
to-
Deworm that, you think about it. Think about this in the garden. God told Adam and Eve not to take a bite from the apple. Let's say it's an apple, the fruit, whatever. And when they took the bite, there was a worm in it. And that worm is like a little worm, a little snake, got in their brain and fucked them all up. And all they need to do is deworm. Because they got
Well, what would be the fruit of a tree of knowledge? What would be
well,
that?
it has
fruit?
a worm in it.
That's
It
what
has
I'm
a
saying. It's
satanic
sort of like,
worm in
wait
it.
a second,
And
there's
take a bite.
some interesting shit there too. Because you could also say that, okay, God wanted you to be closed-minded. Now, I've actually,
Satan
this
is
is
a
really one
parasite.
thing I've
You
looked
gotta
at
deworm.
recently too, that this idea that there's some people that, and they've got some credible argument to it, that Jesus was actually Lucifer redeeming himself for the original sin in the garden.
I think Lucifer was a fucking worm in an
It's-
apple, and it got in your fucking brain, and you need
Well,
to fucking
Lucifer is the
deworm,
most
and the only
beautiful.
way you can
Lucifer
deworm
is the most beautiful of
is you
all of
gotta have the
God's
Holy
angels. Don't you
Spirit.
know that? You know, Lucifer's not a disgusting looking creature.
That's because he's in
Okay,
your brain.
Lucifer is
and he makes you
described
put the
as one of God's
projection.
most beautiful. Jesus Christ, you let a motherfucker talk. So, as I've tried to say for like the 10th time to you now, Rocky, Lucifer is described as one of the most beautiful of all of God's angels. Okay, He was like the prize animal. And that's why it hurt him so bad that he rebelled too. That's one of the things. So people all the time, they want to associate some kind of a horned demon with a bifurcated tail and a pitchfork and shit.
Can I say,
When in
can I say
reality,
something
you
now?
want to know where Lucifer is? He's
Can I say
standing
something
right in New York Harbor. He's standing right in New York Harbor.
Can I say something now, Jay? I mean,
Jay.
Dave.
Yeah.
Do you know there are 10 parasites that cause mind control? That if you have any one of these 10 parasites in your brain, they have the brain barrier, not the ones in your stomach, but the ones that get in your brain. There's 10 of them that can cause mind control.
Mhm.
They fuck with your mind. Imagine if they put those in you in a shot. They put parasites in you as a shot, and they can control those parasites through frequencies or something. So,
Right.
you know, in the shot, they had parasites, not a germ.
Yeah, well, we're not going to go there. We're going to cut that right out. We're not going to talk about the shots. We're not going to talk about anything relating to that. But I do, and we do know where you're getting at, that these could be artificially introduced into us later on through the art of pharmakia. I absolutely agree with you on that. But I will also agree to say that just going and having yourself dipped into a bathtub of water is not going to change that either. So it's very possible, as you're saying this, it's very possible that you yourself have received these parasites and are under a mind control right now. How would you know?
Baptism.
If I may on this one.
When I went overseas working for the DOD, I did have to take 10 fucking shots.
Yeah, I
So
know.
I'm probably some kind of Manchurian candidate. I probably am brainwashed from Marine conception.
Get close to
So
the
don't
stop.
fuck with me and trigger me. Don't trigger me.
No way.
Don't trigger me, because I can get really fucking mean.
Yeah. So you don't have very good temperance.
I was just joking, man.
Okay.
Marijuana. If you don't realize, marijuana
Rocky, when you
breaks
talk
the
like that,
spell.
you sound like
Marijuana.
a demon took you over for that moment. Like, don't.
An MK Ultra mind controlled girl named Cynthia, I forget her name, wrote a book about how marijuana breaks mind control spells.
Hold on, Rocky. This Noobs guy wanted to speak. Noobs, what was you going to say? Noobs. Your mic is
Hello
muted.
to all.
I may be
How's everyone
vaccinated
doing?
damaged. Yeah, I may be vaccinated.
If I may, this plant right here is called plantain. It looks like this.
Okay.
It has the little strings when you rip it apart. There's little strings in here. This is a plant that is anti-parasitic, and I would strongly recommend understanding the healing properties of this plant. It's also antiviral, it's antifungal, and then is also antimicrobial. So it's the big four all wrapped up into one plant. I just got bit by a dog. Oh yeah, I was just gonna get to that. I just got bit by a dog on my hand and my leg recently, and obviously we all know dog bites have all sorts of bacteria and nasty shit in it. I soaked my hand in some thick concentrated tea of that and the first day, and then I soaked my hand in a combination between that and wild lettuce for pain.
Parasites.
Yeah. So
Yeah, let him
that's pretty cool, Nubs. That's some good stuff. What was the name of that plant again?
It's called plantain, and it's not the banana.
Okay. I know what you're talking about. It's in my herb book. I have a book of herbs and shit.
Yeah, I saw those plants all
As
over
we're
here.
talking.
Yeah.
That's
You guys
why
were
there was
talking
a
about,
predictive programming in the movie showing that cigarettes are good
Noobs-
for you.
Let Noobs
because they
finish,
have
man. He hasn't
nicotine.
spoken for
Yeah,
more than a minute.
I'll let you take a back seat for a couple of minutes there, Rocky. Let some of the new people talk.
I'm just
while-
saying nicotine is good for you.
Yeah, I know. I get as much of it in me as I can.
Nicotine is
Yeah, it is.
anti-parasitic. That's
So-
why in
To
the
a certain
movie
degree.
with Woody Allen, they said in the future, everybody knows that nicotine's good for you. It was predictive programming. And Woody Allen said back in the 70s that pretty soon they'll find out that nicotine is good for you. That smoking was always good for you. Because
natural nicotine is good for you. But the nicotine that comes from cigarettes of today, unless they're an all natural like the American Spirits, that's the only all natural one I know of. Unless it's
I smoke American Spirit. I smoke American Spirit. Healthy cigarettes. They don't have no chemicals in them.
Well, see, now
I wouldn't go that far.
What I'm after in cigarettes is actually those chemicals. I like them.
We used to deworm our dogs by giving them 2 cigarettes. That's how you deworm a dog.
So or you can give him tea, or you can give him tea of plantain. Yeah. It's much more beneficial.
You know, you'll see. I see my dogs out here, man, and it's like they know, like because I'll see them going along at the edge of the fence and shit.
The cigarettes were good for you. If someone's mocking me in there, like they're going to believe Mickey Allen, but they tell you the truth in the movies. I'm telling you, Woody Allen, way back in the wind, said that cigarettes were good for you. And someone in the comment section is saying that I would believe that pervert. But the perverts, they tell you the truth in the open, and then they mock you.
So anyway,
they mock you when you saw that in the movie. Ha 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 ha.
Rocky. Can I finish what I was just saying before you jumped in because somebody said some shit on the chat to you?
Okay.
All right. So what I was saying is my dogs, I watch them out there and I'll see them all the time. They're up around the edge of the fence or around the edge of the shed and they're eating weeds and shit. But then I was watching them. I was like, what are they doing, man? And they're specific about which ones are eating at any one time. And it's never the same kind. You know, I mean, well, it will be like this kind this time, and then they're specifically after this other kind another time.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to me that it's like they have an inherent sense that they know that that's something that's going to help with whatever they're feeling a problem with at that time. You know, I'll tell you what's really cool is you take one of these nasty ass McDonald's hamburgers or one of these Burger King hamburgers or something. I took one time and tried to give it to my dog Brandy, and she turned her nose at it, man. She didn't want shit to do with it at all.
And also, they don't mold, really right?
Good.
Yeah.
What was that?
I don't eat that stuff.
No,
it must be really healthy then for humans.
I like some Whoppers though.
You know, the best thing for you
stay away from all that.
The dandelions come out. Make a salad out of the dandelions. I got dandelions I got 40 acres and I got a creek that runs through my backyard. I got wild comfrey compound growing.
Nice.
Where my septic drains because the nitrants are good for it, and it's nitrants.
You know that comfrey can be used for all sorts of stuff.
I live off grid for 25 years. Yeah. Raised my kids, 7 kids.
Where are you located?
I never let my kids get a shot. I took shots to go work for the DOT, but I didn't want the shots, but I knew the shots. So when I got the shots, I put a cold can over my arm when I got it it kills that shit right before it goes in. But I took those shots for my children to get a job working for the DOD. Some fake fucking sons of bitches. Fucking whole war was fake. Nobody was dying over there. The only people dying over there is if you found out the whole war was fake, they'd fucking kill you. I was shot at. They tried to kill me over there.
That's how they took out Pat Tillman.
4 times when I was over there, they tried to kill me because I knew the whole thing was fake. They tried to kill me, and then when I got back, they tried to kill me, send me to the VA, get me on SRI drugs. I said, no, thanks. I don't want your fucking SRI drugs, you motherfuckers. So I started smoking weed.
There you go. I'll tell you what, that's what they took out Pat Tillman for. Same thing.
Pat Tillman, I was on the same base, and they tried to kill me on that fucking base, too. I said, I almost got hit by a mortar.
It's probably why they sent you there, man.
Hit by a mortar because I didn't take the route I normally took that day, and a mortar went off right where I would have been if I hadn't taken the other route.
Damn. That's pretty
I'm
tight,
glad
man.
you see the game.
Yeah, it's all a fucking rich man's game. The only people that ever the only one that ever wins the war is the banks. That's it. And how do they? It ain't just the war; it's the after part too, man. It's the after
Then
part
you
because
wonder
then
why
there's
they come back to-
reparations and
Let's come back,
rebuilding,
commit
and
suicide.
you know. Well, don't do that. That's
Then they give them drugs that make you suicidal.
yeah, man.
At the VA, the guy wanted to
Dude.
give me suicidal SRI drugs.
Look
he
at
was
look
on
at
them.
the look at
There's
what
a
the
big
side
fat
effects.
turd trying to tell me to get on fucking drugs.
I saw a ad on TV for a medication that's a booster for your antidepressant. And you know how you got to listen to what the little dude's telling you, these side effects and shit. And he said that the side effects may include depression. And I thought, wait a second, isn't this if your antidepressant isn't working and you want to boost it, this shit can cause depression? Now, what makes me so suspect of that in the first place, that they're so hot to give you a medication. They tell you, say, oh, that's due to a chemical imbalance in your brain chemicals. Oh, okay.
Mm.
Now, they never do a test to see what chemicals it is that's not working right, do they? No. They don't ever check the levels of those chemicals in your brain or anything. No, they just write you a fucking prescription for the same shit. Here you go. Go eat this stuff and hope that you can survive the side effects of it. It's like, God damn, man, what are we doing in this world?
Sovereign, if you think about it.
Is it that bad in Sweden, Vince?
It's bad, but yeah.
It's bad everywhere. Well,
Yeah,
it's
it's
effective
about it,
everywhere. It's
Sovereign,
not
though.
bad. If you
I didn't blame my fucking
if you
children,
could see
asshole.
if you could see through the scams
Chat
and
sucks.
what
I think
are
children
antidepressants?
fucking
I
full.
actually studied antidepressants, and the chemical structure is very closely related to crystal meth. All government antidepressants are certain forms of speed, basically.
Yeah.
And some people having problems sleeping, they give antidepressants, a form of speed to sleep. Do you see the ironicness to all this? And it is people getting played by not being informed.
They're making money
Well-
while they're killing people, man. That's all there is to
Yeah.
it. Whether it's war, whether it's the healthcare industry, and they get everybody to go along with it through that indoctrination program of rules and Pavlovian responses that we call the public education system. 15,000 hours of indoctrination, and off you go into the grist mill. And that's what it is, man. And we just repeat the cycle, repeat the cycle, repeat the cycle. And if you ask yourself honestly, anybody, did I really learn it? Did I acquire 12 years worth of fucking knowledge while I was in that bullshit? Really? No, you didn't.
Maybe 7,
Exactly.
8 months.
If that. I mean, I know that I could sit with a kid one weekend a month, or just every weekend, for
Quit
instance,
school
for a
in
couple of
ninth grade.
hours. And after a year, that child would know more than they ever would hope to learn in school.
Yeah.
It's
If you
not
think
that-
about it, though, go ahead.
no, I was going to say it's not
I'm
that
not a
difficult. They
school
was having a
indoctrinated fucking
meeting
moron.
here with the
Feeling
county
sorry for myself.
a few years ago about saying, we got to have a new school. I was, what the fuck's wrong with the old school? Well, it's outdated. What do you mean it's outdated? You can teach a kid under an apple tree. You don't need a special fucking building for it. You
I'm not
know,
an indoctrinated motherfucker either. I quit
What's going
school
on?
in ninth grade. Motherfuckers calling me that I feel sorry for myself. Some shit in the comments.
Why are you
Oh,
worried
yeah.
about what another man that doesn't know you a damn bit of Tuesday in a
Yeah.
chat on YouTube?
I'm just
Anyways,
saying I'm not
if you think
indoctrinated.
about it-
I'm talking about indoctrination.
I mean,
I'm just keeping
Okay.
up with chat.
I
Just
certainly
keeping up
could
with
give
chat,
a
man. It's
fucking
not
rat's
hard.
ass.
There's only like a couple comments in there. It's not like you got 1,000 people watching.
Well, here's the
Just
thing.
keeping
You
up
can
with
go ahead.
comments. Sorry.
You can go ahead and respond in the comments, without interrupting the conversation too. I'm
You
just,
can
just ignore
throwing
it.
that out there.
uh,
Just throwing that out
If
there.
you think about
your-
it, though, they know what we're eating, so they know what we're deficient in already.
Yeah.
So, for instance, like if you have sciatica or an issue with carpal tunnel, if you look at your B spectrum, you're probably either deficient or over in the B spectrum. Both of those issues have resulted in a lack of vitamin B in one, either B12, B6, all of those things. But they're going to put you on a surgery plan because that's going to cause other things to happen. Neurologically, when you get shit cut in your body, I can speak from experience. When I got my fingertip chopped off, I still feel that fingertip.
Phantom pain.
As if it were there. Yeah.
That's like, they
So
show
that's
that with Carillion photography showing that. Have you ever heard of that, Vince?
I've seen a video like they have a plastic arm and then they cover his real arm or something, and then he could feel through the plastic arm, even though it, like the hand, even though it wasn't his hand,
Right.
but the brain thought it was his hand, so he could feel it even though it was plastic. Is that what? That's not what
I
you're talking
scrape
about.
my finger that's not there all the time.
That, Vince, what this is like, I've known people that are amputees, right? And the limb that has been amputated, they can still like get an itch or something in the part of the arm that's not there anymore. And that can be kind of frustrating.
And you cannot scratch it.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So
it's horrible.
Oh,
when you look at Carillion photography, it's actually a way they found that even back in the 70s, they were fucking with this, right? You can get the energy or aura field off of the object that's being photographed, right? So like if they photograph a leaf, you get this energy field that looks exactly like the leaf. But then they tore the leaf in half and put the one half of the leaf back in, took another picture, yet the energy field showed the entire leaf. So the energy
That's right, the
field
holographic
stayed
structure
until the
of things.
material was taken away from the main part.
Why couldn't we talk about this the last hour? I mean, fuck, man, drain the fuck out of
Well,
me.
we kind of got
Yeah.
railroaded into
This
some
shit
kind
is
of
interesting.
Yeah.
Like this shit, what we're talking about here is interesting. Like his fucking finger, like some of it is off, but you can still feel shit. What the fuck is that?
Yep. I can still feel shit. I stove it all the time, even though I don't hit anything.
So
I
wait,
can feel it in.
if you touch a wall, like you know, like where your rest of the finger was, would you like feel it? Like, how does it work?
It's a weird feeling. It's like you're part of the wall
That's crazy.
because your finger is not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be your finger, like the actual part, but it's not there. So you push into it, and it's like your finger's inside the wall.
That's insane.
that's freaky.
Tell me about it.
What the fuck? How long? Like, when did this happen to you with the finger?
It happened to me like probably about 4 years ago. I was building a fence and doing a lap joint, and like an idiot, I was holding the board that I was lap jointing, and well, my finger was just a little bit too long, and I decided to cut it off for some reason.
Oh shit! How much did that hurt, if I can ask?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I just got bit by a dog. It's like 3 dog bites in a row, all at one time. And the dog that I got bit by was a pit bull.
Okay,
Oh, those are the
sounds
worst.
painful.
Okay.
That sounds painful.
Tell us the truth. You did a Yakuza, a Yakuza, what do we call it? Initiation process to a small degree. No, I'm not serious.
We were talking about that the other day, man. I was laughing. I says, no, man, I'll tell you what. You don't ever have to take me to the doctor. I only want the overachieving Asian dude, man. That's the doctor I want. Those kids, they come home with a B on the report card, man, and their parents are like, oh, you shame family, kill yourself. You know, and they're doing Harry Carey because they got a B and shit, you know. That's the doctor.
I agree with you. I was just thinking about that a little while ago today, even because I watched this video about anesthesiologists, and I'm looking at this anesthesiologist, and I'm like, I wouldn't trust them in regular life, much less putting me to sleep where I can't do a goddamn thing.
The light blue. Okay. They got the light blue.
I gotta
the
just
brown,
give out
the
a
light
shout out.
green and
I gotta
brown,
give out a
gold.
shout out real quick, y'all. So real quick, I'm just gonna come up myself on screen just for a second there,
Oh,
and I want to say, since this was the third time that I've had to light this cigarette, I want to say, here's to you, Mr. Non-Flammable Cigarette Inventor. You realize that fire is not an integral part of smoking for some reason. This Bud's for you. This Bud Light's for you. There you go.
Come on, Sovereign, burn it down. Get the white flame happening.
Oh my God! I swear to God.
Going back to your.
Are you lighting?
Go ahead, Vince.
Are you
Going back
lighting?
to your finger. How long did the pain last? Like, do you remember?
Well, my story is kind of unique because I really don't do the whole doctor thing. It was a work-related injury, so I was required by the customer to go in and make sure that the insurance was cleared.
Okay.
I realized it was my own damn fault. There's no way I'm going to sue this guy because I fucked up. That's just wrong. So I went in, and as soon as it happened, the customer happened to be there, and he happened to be a doctor, but he was a gynecologist, and he about passed out because my finger's sitting there going as my blood. Yeah, it was nasty.
Damn.
I grabbed a tourniquet out of my truck and got that to stop immediately. Then I was like, I need this, this, and this. And he's like all woozy and shit. I was like, fuck it. I looked down. I grabbed 3 herbs, plantain being one of them. And by the time I got to the hospital, I had the bleeding completely stopped. I ended up, because of that, I was no longer on an emergency. So I sat in the waiting room for about 3 hours with all these herbs all over my fingertips sitting next to me on the bench, and an empty waiting room.
Damn.
Yeah. Taught the doctor a thing or two about emergency triage.
Nub, listen, they got a room, and it's called the waiting room. They're gonna fucking use it. It doesn't matter. You will wait. Okay, that's all. They're gonna.
Well, I told them that I didn't want to be there, and they made sure that I was there. Like I was like, I don't even want to be here, but I need to get cleared. Can we get this going? And the lady was just a real bitch towards me, and I was just like, you know what, fuck it. I ended up having a conversation with my teacher, or my son's teacher, principal. And she's like, oh, what are you doing? And I was like, oh, I'm in the waiting room. She's like, well, why? And I told her, and she's like, oh, we could do this another time. I was like, no, it's keeping my mind off of it. Let's keep on this.
Yeah. Right. We'll just whatever keeps your mind off of that shit. Yeah. Oh,
yep,
I found out a really
matter.
interesting history.
So did they put your fingertip back on?
They waited too long.
They didn't mind you get your save your fingertip.
So do you guys?
You should have put on ice or something.
Do you guys remember John Bobbitt? Do you remember John Bobbitt? Okay. So this dude, Vince, you might not have heard about this guy. A number of years back, up around in Manassas, Virginia.
Yeah.
Okay. The Falls Church, Manassas area. There was this dude named John Bobbitt. Okay. Now keep track of that name and what it means to Bob.
John Bobbitt.
And, all right. So his name was John Bobbitt. And apparently he was drunk and passed out. His old lady had found out that he'd been screwing around on her. And so she cut off his unit, right? She cut off his dick and took it with her somewhere and discarded it out the window of her car while she was traveling down the road. This guy wakes up finally and he's bleeding to death from his now severed Johnson. And they got the penis and reattached it. Now, I know or knew personally the cop that found his dick.
What the fuck?
What?
Would that be like
tracking device in
a
it?
dick?
So this happened in Manassas, and right near there is a little town called Falls Church. All right. And this guy I knew, I did Civil War reenactments with him. He was a Falls Church police officer. And they were driving down the road and saw the bloody dick laying in the road.
Bloody dick.
So they stopped and picked it up, right? Because, hey, this is
what a natural thing to do.
Luckily,
Right?
What the
Luckily,
heck? That sounds like a creepy person that pick up a bloody.
so they,
Oh man.
they put
I
it
do
in a
have a
bag,
question
but
on
check
that.
this out. Hold on a second. They
What
put it
the
in a
heck?
bag. They put it in a little evidence bag, and luckily one of them had a 7-Eleven Slurpee in their fucking car with them, and so they stuck
Go
that baggie with the severed penis into the Slurpee
Shit.
and took it to the hospital, and then they were able to
Well,
reattach.
What? That's crazy.
And
Now, if
his
that's
dick
not an
still
act
worked
of-
after that?
Yes,
Now, if
Marina
that's
did
not an
not
act
win.
of God, I don't know what is. You know, if God
Right?
wants you to save your penis, it shall be
Right.
saved.
The dude did porn. He made
Shit.
bank. He made bank doing porn right after that because everybody
No
wanted to see the Frankenweenie, man. Everybody wanted to see this shit.
Frankie
so he
Weenie
started
porn,
doing
there it is.
porn.
Billions of dollar market.
So he was
Frankenweenie.
going like
Frankie
what?
Weenie
Like,
porn. That's classic.
that's fucking fucked up.
You know, it's like, can you imagine? I wonder if some of these guys that are getting their ween chopped off, if they ever have phantom boners, you know? Like, they're
Have you
just-
guys seen?
Are you sure-
Have you guys seen? Yeah.
Is he
Sorry.
Is he sure they put the right one back on, or is it somebody else's? He's
Well,
got a
yeah,
mixed match
'cause
penis.
you know, because you never know, you know, there's a lot of severed penises laying in the road. all over the place.
It
Lot of
wasn't this
everything.
color, and it's much bigger. All right, I just throwing in some humor. Anyways, that's unbelievable, unbelievable. The whole
It
story
sounds
just
like
seems fictional, but
movie,
once again,
Would they have like a
once
penis
again, you know,
lineup? You know, like a lineup. Can you identify the penis, sir? You know, it's that big black one right
I
there.
guess-
That's the one I had. Yeah, that's it. Make this guy, you know.
oh,
Well, you know
man,
the
I'm just
dick that
wondering.
they're-
Go ahead, Vince.
No, go. The
No,
other
Oh
guy.
no, I'm done. I'm done.
Sing.
I threw my bits.
Are you done, man? You can't be done, man. I'm done almost. It's like 3:00 at night.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's getting late.
Oh,
for
here,
you.
Yeah, it's
You're
super late.
sleeping,
My
man.
eyes are closing. But have you guys seen the fake dicks that the T people are getting?
No,
like
I've not
The
actually.
who people?
seen one.
The T people.
What?
You know the
Transformers?
Transformers people.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
There's
Oh,
more
right.
to meets the eye.
Yeah, more than meets
What
the
about them?
eye. Have you seen how it looks? The fabricated dick that they get. It looks like
No.
a pillow or some shit weird ass. It doesn't even look like a dick. It just looks like something out of Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something. It looks,
I think it's
it looks freaky as hell, man. I
Where
don't
did
even
you
know.
see that?
Maybe-
man?
On Twitter, man. I'm just
Oh, okay.
Good. Why don't
Oh,
they
hold
could
on.
just
My
go down? Just go down
He
to
was
the
using his
adult
Twitter.
store and pick one out. Right? Just go to the adult store and pick one out. Hey, this one
Right?
twists around. That's the one I want. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know
this
why
one
you
had
do
this
it.
one
beans in it.
whirls.
Dude, I'd get me one with that rabbit on it. You know why
It
not?
doesn't even look like a dick. It looks like a weird, thick, you know, like a what is it? A
Worm.
butt plug.
Like
It
a
looks
worm,
like a,
Hot plug.
yeah, yes, some weird,
like a
thick
big.
fucking-
Does it look like a big maggot worm? Like a
Yeah,
big maggot?
yeah, it's like thick and it's weird. It doesn't even look like a dick, man. It's
I'm gonna look for one. Hold on.
yeah, look it up, man. I mean,
And
yeah.
share the screen.
No, don't do that. Don't do it. It looks so
I guess
Oh,
it's
fucking
shit,
weird.
man.
It looks so weird. It looks
So,
weird.
do they need to pump it up, or does it erect on its own?
No, it's
'Cause
like
knew
I
this-
think I think it's just the way it is all the time. Like a fucking,
So it's
because
not
there's an
direct.
actor. There's an
Just
actor who
some-
couldn't get an erection. He had surgery done where he pumped it up. I don't remember who
Okay,
it was
sounds
exactly. I
weird.
think it might have been Stallone, if I was correct.
Stallone was like a
Sylvester
porn
Stallone?
actor before. No, yeah, he was a porn actor before he did movies.
Is that true though?
Yes.
Is
Yeah, I
it
mean,
true?
it's on his IMDb page even. So I mean, yeah,
But why haven't I seen any
Yeah.
porno with Sylvester?
because you probably don't search like porn from the 60s, motherfucker. Like what? You go to
But
browsers, right?
still, you will still see it somewhere, like an image or whatever. Like,
But
of it.
no, if you don't look for it, you wouldn't. Like, why would you see that?
Sometimes when you scroll, like, you could see some weird shit on these weird fucking gossip sites. These gossip sites.
Well, maybe you just weren't looking close enough. I mean, I wasn't looking for it.
Have you seen it?
No, but I know.
So how do we know?
Because it's like it's a fact. It's a provable fact. You can.
I'll have to see it to believe it, man. I have to see it to believe it.
Why would you not believe that an actor would start?
I'm not either way.
Out
Maybe,
as a porn actor, and
maybe
like many some
Well,
other people have done it as well.
Shit. I don't want to say shit if it's not true. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but
maybe
it
is.
So
it is.
does he
Maybe
show?
it is.
Does he show Adrian? In his
Adrian?
port?
Adrian.
Do you know why he talks
am
like
the
that?
law.
Do you know why he talks all slow like that and has that kind of predominant jaw like that?
There's something wrong with him, right?
I know
Yeah,
members
that's
of
jaw.
I know members of his family. One of my very best friend is his cousin, okay? Stallone's cousin. And that was a result of they were pulling on him by his head, no shit, with forceps when he was being born, and it caused some damage to him no shit.
Oh, so it was a
yeah.
birth complication, or
Yeah, it was from that. There was a lot of people that they were damaged that way through use of forceps pulling the kids out of the womb.
So what got?
Right.
Where did he get damaged? Was it his mouth, or was it brain damage or something?
Both, a little bit of both. I mean, he's not stupid. It just affected his speech and shit. His brother Frank doesn't talk like that at all. Frank doesn't talk like that. He's got the same voice, but he doesn't talk all slow like that, you know.
But what's
Frank's a
interesting
hell of a-
is that it
a hell
made
of a
him
guitarist.
it
But
made him unique. It made him
Yeah.
unique that way.
He did,
yeah,
absolutely.
just like Arnold is unique for his Austrian accent. I mean, get to the top. It's not a tumor.
You mean it's not for his dad being?
How
a
about if
Nazi
Arnold's
officer?
been?
Arnold is famous for, like, it's not even funny, but in his Austrian accent, it is funny. So like it's unintentionally funny.
Yeah.
All his movies, like even the ones that like not supposed to be comedy. You know what I mean? So
But Dave, did you get to see
like
the fake
like
dick?
Get to the Chopper.
The
of course.
Transformers? Did you see the Transformers dick?
All I can find is they've got. I put in. Hang on, I'll show you. I put in artificial penis. I guess that was the best thing I could
No,
do.
no. You
no,
can
no,
look.
it's not.
You must look up prosthetic cock. Prosthetic
Oh, okay,
cock. And I think
prosthetic penis. Okay.
yeah, no cock. But
Cock.
yeah.
So if you were to get one with a rabbit on the end, would that be your happy place?
Oh, you know what, man? The women would love me, man.
Crazy, man.
But there are actually people with a prosthetic cock, right?
Let's see. Oh,
I don't know. I'm
no.
not a cock expert, but
No, but I was watching this podcast.
Are
where
you
they
sure?
talk about that.
I am
Just
sure,
out of
man.
curiosity,
I
why
am
are you
sure.
watching this type of podcast?
No.
Like,
It's
this conversation in general is just kind of disturbing to me, and I'm about to bid you gentlemen
no.
adieu.
But it's one of the most famous podcasts on Patreon, and it's on. I just stumbled upon it because they are very funny, but they made a lot of gay jokes, and prosthetic cock was one of them. So I just
All right, so I just did a search for prosthetic cock, and this is what I get.
Cockophobics.
No, that's
Cockophobics.
What
I
the-
mean, this was, I knew it was going to bring even a chicken into the whole thing.
That's not. Yeah, no, that's not what it is.
So I don't know.
I
what
can't
they got
believe
going
that
on.
we're watching dicks, but
Yeah,
I know.
That's so
Yeah,
weird.
yeah, I'm good.
Oh, you
it's
can tell us
scientific.
that.
It's scientific.
It's scientific.
So-
Yeah,
Science,
this is
Sovereign,
science, I
sovereign.
don't believe.
Science.
Now
Hey,
Sovereign's
trust
going
the
to get 1
science.
million subscribers overnight.
Yeah, this is the kind of the stuff that gets views.
And-
My
Yeah,
chat,
absolutely.
my
Yeah,
chat's gonna be
no
full of
doubt, eh?
rainbow avatars, man. My chat's gonna be full of rainbow avatars.
Dude, let me ask you guys. What do you guys
Yeah.
think of these people who are in love with, like they're having sex with, what is it, buildings and cars?
roller coasters and shit.
Yeah, roller coasters.
Mental illness is mental illness, no matter what form it comes out.
Right? That's insane.
Yeah, you know what I say? Whatever fetish turns them on, I don't judge
Oh,
anybody,
man,
but be
come
safe
on.
while you're doing it.
I mean, they're
always,
safe.
Always use a condom. Whenever you
said-
have sex with a roller coaster or a merry-go-round, you be sure and use a condom.
You know,
Just
how does that
merry-go-round.
don't
work?
stick it in a don't stick it in a motorcycle pipe after it's been running for about an hour. It may be painful.
Yeah, it's insane, man. This world
Yeah, I
is
don't know.
fucking.
There's all these. Why do we have such a high incidence? Now, we already covered kind of how there's such a high incidence of obese people and infirmed people per capita. I mean, it's really getting bad, right? But we also
Yeah.
have a high percentile of mentally unstable people. Like,
Because
Come
they
on.
know what food we're getting.
I mean, you're gonna marry a roller coaster or a merry-go-round or a fence or
Or a
whatever else.
chandelier. A chandelier. Somebody married a
chandelier?
chandelier.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Well,
I build
in-
really
in
nice
Asia-
fences if anybody's looking.
So
in
it's like,
Asia,
oh, here we
some
go. You see,
some parts
see
of
them
Asia, it's
holding their
becoming-
baby, a little light bulb. They got a light bulb wrapped up in a fucking blanket, going, "Oh, look, this is our baby."
Oh, I've also read some articles in Asia. It's, in some parts of countries, it's a common thing to take around their rubber doll, their sex dolls around, and take them out to park benches and whatsoever.
I knew
So,
a guy.
yeah,
that
things
got
are-
in trouble. I knew a guy that got in trouble for putting one of those blow-up dolls in his car, so he could drive in the high HOV, high occupancy vehicle lane.
I remember that.
Right, so he drove in that shit, and he had that fucking sex doll in his car, so he could try. It was high occupancy then. It was like,
But
come on,
I
man.
travel down that all the time. If
And
I
you got
ever get
busted.
pulled over, if
Listen.
I ever get pulled over, I'm gonna tell them it's me and my ego.
We ain't the only ones that are fucked up, man. The Japanese actually have vending machines that you can buy used little girls' panties in.
What?
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So we
Yeah,
ain't
but
the
they've
only
been-
ones.
They've been always into, like, you know, school uniforms, like in animes, like the girls are always dressed in
Yeah.
school uniforms. So that's
Yeah.
a little bit weird.
Could
when
be
it
a s-
comes to Japan.
You know,
It's a
I've heard of
fetish.
people buying those,
Yeah.
but it could
It's
be a
so
scam.
small.
Maybe they're just
It's
putting
so
some
small. I can't
new-
find it. Where is it? Where's my penis? I cannot find it.
That's
You know, I wonder if there's
get the tweezers.
impression.
I wonder if there's a statistic out there that shows the obesity rate of a particular area before and after Walmart moves in.
Oh
Mm.
Lord, yeah.
Oh,
Wait, what?
well, it
But
depends.
in
You know
Europe,
what?
we don't even have Walmart, so
You
Walmart
That
doesn't
would be
have
great.
all that.
You would,
I've
No,
You
there's
noticed
have
no Walmart.
doesn't
similar,
have-
yeah, but you have similar, you know, stores.
yeah, like
Doesn't have to be.
Tesco.
It doesn't have to be Walmart, but you know,
Do you know
the same
Lidl
concept.
in Sweden?
whoever took over the mom and
What
pop
was it?
shop in your area.
another thing
Yeah.
that we have to take into consideration too.
Right.
For instance, Vince is in Sweden right now,
Yeah.
and blame it on God. Where are you at? You're in another country too, right? Germany or something?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the food that we eat in the United States is literally fucking banned in their countries. 'Cause
Oh,
it's
I
not
heard about
food.
that.
It's not
Yeah.
food.
Mountain
it's
Dew,
food
Skittles.
substitute. It's food substitute.
Skittles. Yeah, I think we have Skittles here in Sweden.
No, but we have
Not
but
the
we have
same
different.
ingredients.
It's not the
it might
same.
not
He's
be
right.
the same
yeah.
ingredients. Yeah, it might not.
But-
be.
Yeah.
Because you guys don't eat number 5 yellow.
I don't think so.
They protect you from number 5 yellow. And
That's weird.
everything that's yellow in America and food and fake, it's all number 5.
So you mean to say, like, the ingredients or things in America is way worse?
Oh,
for
yeah.
a
Oh,
reason.
Fuck yeah.
But I
Fuck
mean,
yeah.
but why isn't it all around the world? Why is it just America?
Because
that
we
has
don't
worse?
have because America is a melting pot. Okay?
Okay.
You have the old culture. The recipes that you eat, even if it's at a restaurant, is from great grandma somewhere.
Hmm.
The recipes that I
Okay.
eat are from Nabisco.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
me
but what about-
personally, but the average American.
See, you can go.
Yeah.
We have a number of restaurants. Okay, we have a number of restaurants all over the place. But here's the interesting thing that you find: there's a little truck that pulls up to each and every one of these, whether it's a Mexican restaurant, a Chinese restaurant, doesn't matter,
Cisco.
and it's called Cisco. So all of that food has already been made and processed in another company, and it's all the same company. And that's so you think you're going and having a good home cooked meal, but in most cases you're not. You're getting
It's coming from the same place.
Yeah. See, I've worked in restaurants, and so you know, I work in one restaurant and get to know the delivery guy a little bit, you know, being a cook and shit. Yeah, hey dude, what's happening, Frank? Good to see you. Yeah. So then a couple of years later, you're working at another restaurant and there's the same delivery guy coming up. You already know him. You have a reputation with him, so you can get some favor out of him and shit. You know, it's all one thing. And so consequently, this is what goes on with the obesity. It's not the amount. It is the ingredients and that it's processed, but the fact that it isn't food. So let's look at what happens. You have this thing in your body called an apostat, right? That's what tells you, hey, I'm hungry, right? So then you eat, and what you're supposed to do, as most animals do, you eat until you're no longer hungry, not until you're full. But you eat until you're no longer hungry. So now the apostat kicks off. Now the digestion system starts in. And then the apostat kicks on because it's the digestive system saying, hey, we were needing some stuff that you didn't send down. Send down another load. So they go right back to the worthless, non-nutritional shit that put them in that state. And you end up with these unused, unwanted calories that are going to turn to fat.
Yeah.
This is what
that is going on.
They don't turn to fat. Hang on. They don't turn to fat. The fat that we have as a child at about 13, that is the same amount of fat that we will carry throughout throughout our life. It's how expanded that fat molecule is. So you don't gain fat, you gain weight. And think about that word. What is weight? It's something that slows you down, right?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah. Well, here's another. This is how I came to this. Looking into it was that I wondered, why is there such an inordinate amount of obese people amongst the poor?
Oh, that's true. Even in my country, we're like a small village, and there are poor people, but they're all obese. I'm like, it's weird, man.
Because
like
they can only afford the crappiest of the foods.
Which is a misnomer. Which is a huge misnomer. Because, like, for instance, eggplant parmesan. It takes eggplant. Eggplant's expensive, right?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I don't know. I
don't
like it.
Not so true. You can buy healthy food that's not expensive. You just gotta. You gotta
even
be
easier.
You gotta be
even easier.
You gotta. Yeah, you need to be informed of what you're eating.
Pay the grocer, or pay the pharmacist.
Oh, nice.
Oh, on that note, I wanted to say,
you're growing.
I've been taking this medication called Remeron or mirtazapine, and it's weird because before I was on this medication, I could just like eat less, and I would like within a few days I would lose like a few kilos, right? But now on this medication, I eat less like before, but I'm still not losing weight. It's weird. Like it's like it's not even possible. Like it's weird. What did they put in this medication?
Do you see the comment? Do you see the comment highlighted up on the screen? It says the fat encapsulates the empty poisonous food.
The CIA.
Yep.
That might have something to do.
So basically, you have toxins. They're trapped.
Yeah, waiting to be released.
That's going on. 90% of it.
So how can you get it out?
Or is it
no. What it is, you need to.
You cut out. Nubs.
Froze up on us, Nubs. You need to quit being mobile.
Yeah, he's moving around.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I do not give medical advice. I merely give information.
Nubs, you cut out
you
for a while.
You were locked up, man. We couldn't hear you.
You cut out for a while.
Bro.
My bad. I said I would strongly suggest looking into the benefits of a full body detox.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you know the benefits, then you'll have done your research. If you do your research, then it's your knowledge.
What do you think about drinking baking soda? Is that good or bad? Have you heard about that?
That's bad. It increases your blood pressure.
I heard that it's good for like heartburn and stuff like that. right?
Like it changes
Honestly,
your
you know
pH.
what the best thing for heartburn is? Is
Chewing
either
gum. Chewing gum.
pickle juice, pickle juice or sauerkraut.
Oh, pickle juice is really, yeah, that one works. You're right.
90% of the time, an upset stomach is because of a lack of acidity in the stomach, not an increase of acidity. Basically, you ate something that you weren't supposed to eat, and your body is telling you, "Hey, go fuck yourself."
And guess what's in your Rolaids or your antacids? Aluminum.
So, but
Yep.
would you agree, like the chewing gum or these type of things can also
Mint-
reduce the acidity?
Mint will help.
Exactly.
Yeah, mint. But the thing is if you're a man, you should be so far away from mint. In my opinion, I don't touch
Why?
mint.
Why?
Why? Does
Why?
it give you estrogen?
Do your
Yeah,
research.
Does it give you estrogen? Like
I don't
raise your-
understand.
It messes with your uptake of. If I remember correctly, I would have to research it to give you a definitive answer, but
Yeah, but just
don't quote me.
Yeah, I won't.
Basically, what it does is it diminishes your ability to uptake testosterone.
Yeah.
And the other thing about having all that weight on you is, and with the fake foods, is a lot of them are pumped with estrogenetics or things that have estrogen in them. So even though you might be the man's man, you still have a lot of estrogen, and now you're crying for no reason, and you can't quite figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, if you clean your body out, get your testosterone back, instead of eating the dandelions, eat the stinging nettle. Because the dandelions, that's what you give to your lady. That and blessed thistle, when she's going through her time, you give her some dandelion root tea with some blessed thistle in there, you will have a much happier life, because you will have a much happier significant other, whether it be a wife or not.
Now, Nubs, will this
Yeah.
work on trans women too when they're having their menses?
Well, I would definitely have to refer to the science on that.
Right.
It would be
the
based
science
off of
The science. Yeah.
the science says that if you cut off your ween and drill a
become-
hole up in your
You
gooch,
become a woman.
that will make you a woman. Well, you have to eat estrogen too.
Makes sense.
yes.
So
It makes
Yes.
sense, man.
So
because that's
And
all
don't get
it
me
is.
wrong,
It makes a woman.
dandelions-
That's all that makes a woman,
But
right?
in
What are
some,
some of the
in some
foods
cases, you don't even need to do that. You can just have a long hair, makeup, and a dress, and that's it.
in some cases, it's easier than that.
Tracking.
All you
Right.
need to do is identify as.
Right? You look like a total dude, but you
Who'd I
say
just
you're
lose?
Sarah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are, Sarah.
No, but what are the foods that could be considered that have the estrogen in them? What specific foods would you say? Because I don't really know much into it about this.
That is honestly the
mint.
best answer that I can give you is to do a Google search or a YouTube search for
Okay.
herbs that.
You cut out.
You cut out.
again. That's
But
right.
he said Google
Heard
search.
that.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
There we go. He's gonna get yelled at here in a minute. I guarantee. I hear somebody in the background going to yell at Nubs.
His lady.
No.
His old lady's gonna give him hell.
Oh yeah.
We like
But
see it
man,
coming.
listen, I think I need to go, man. I'm.
Thanks for
sleeping
coming, Vince.
Yeah, it was
That's
super
great,
fun.
and I appreciate the fact
Yeah.
we started the stream early because Vince is in Sweden,
Yeah.
and he's like 6 hours ahead of us. So if y'all
Yes.
can
I'm
dig
looking
that,
all
whole
kind of
thing.
sleepy and
Yeah,
shit.
you looking. You know,
I did a
think-
stream 4 hours before this as well.
Oh
another-
man,
Wow, you're streaming whole day, man.
Yeah, I'm
Ah.
fucking myself up there.
But yeah,
man.
I'm in the same time zone. It's also 3 a.m. here.
Really late for you too, right?
Yep. But I mean, I go to bed usually like 5 a.m.
Oh, dude.
So
Dude.
That'll fuck with
Oh,
your
sometimes-
your testosterone.
Hold on,
That's-
before you go,
that's not good.
I just want to say goodbye because it's really late here. Dave, fantastic
Goodbye.
to be here. Fantastic. You too, blame it. And Nubs, and I don't know who Craig is, but you're probably going to find out who Craig is.
okay.
okay, good
Hey,
night, Win.
listen, I have enjoyed having you on here, man. We're gonna have to do this again.
Absolutely.
We'll get it synced up to where and
See
like
you,
I said,
man.
I'm flexible. I
Later.
can meet your time as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Peace out,
All
everybody
right,
in the
Vince.
chat.
You have a good
Okay?
Peace
night.
out.
You too. Peace out.
Good
Take care.
night, dude.
Good night.
Yeah, he's a good guy, man. I ran across him because he would Bill and Ted from on Twitter were on his show, and I thought that was great because there's a bunch of people on Twitter think that Bill and Ted are one person using dual accounts and shit. And it's not. These guys are pretty based, man, and I like them. I like the stuff that they put out there. I guess they're going to be doing like a podcast here soon. I'll have to look and find that. I'll promote that out there for people too once I can get the shit together to do that. I'm not going to hunt it down right now and stuff, but we've been on here a long time. I'm going to kind of like go around and see if there's any last words anybody wants to add. I'll stop with blame it on God. No?
Yeah, man. I really enjoyed this, man. The
It's
great
fun.
discussion and stuff. Yeah.
We just like to keep an open mind. That's the whole thing. As Frank Zappa said, a mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open.
Yeah.
And when you shut yourself down to any other
Yeah.
possibilities
So you're
or
not
any other
supposed to-
thing, and you are missing the whole boat, man.
And Frank Zappa had some great quotes. Like he said, like
Do we
you are
ever
what you
close
eat.
our
So
mind?
yeah. If he said like peanut butter and cigarettes and stuff like that. Did you remember that quote?
Speaking of
no,
peanut
Ever
butter,
good to have a closed mind.
speaking
It's
of
good-
peanut
it's-
butter, go ahead. I apologize.
ahead,
I'm
Nels.
away from my
What-
phone,
what-
so I can't see any. Peanut butter is definitely one of those ones that men should not be eating. Period.
Oh.
People shouldn't be eating. Period.
I used
but
to like it,
definitely,
but not anymore, really.
yeah. It's filled with estrogen.
Sorry,
Soybeans. Don't eat
On
soybeans.
the other
In my
What about
opinion,
tofu? What about tofu?
what's it made out of? It's made out of tofu or soybeans.
I went to buy cigarettes.
If it's made out of soybeans, you're eating soybeans, and that's like straight estrogen into your system.
And what about regular beans, like red beans or whatever?
Can y'all
Some
hear me?
beans off.
Craig, I wanted to ask you. I thought I heard you say that it's good to have a closed mind. Is that what you said? Or I couldn't hear. Everybody else was talking.
That's what he said.
Oh
yes.
yeah,
That
I
it's
was
good to
asking
have a
question.
closed mind.
I was asking a question. Is it ever good to have a closed mind in which
Oh hell
it
no!
means that you understand something like the flat Earth
Mhm.
and you're closed-minded to the globe, like you're closed-minded. Is there
Well,
ever a
no,
good
not
time to have a
really,
closed
not
mind was my
not really at
question.
all. No. For one thing, that's like saying that I'm closed-minded to the existence of I don't know, flying donkeys.
No.
right?
No.
Until
That's not what I'm
until
saying.
somebody can show that ridiculous thing, right?
Yeah.
Now, if there were some evidence that was presented that showed it to be actually in question, well, yes, absolutely. You have to entertain all of the information before you refute it. Okay.
As a human being,
So, like I've
Man.
said, the condemnation without proper investigation is the epitome of ignorance. In other words, you just go, no, it isn't. Well, how do you know it isn't? Oh, I don't know. I just know it isn't. Well, no, not really. You haven't. You don't.
Gravity. It's
You know,
gravity.
you can never come to true knowledge. You can never come to a truth because you always have to be closed-minded to something that you can never come to an absolute truth because you have to be open-minded.
So
Maybe it's not
when
true.
it comes to
That's bullshit.
any kind of a theology, it's unwise to just grasp the
Anything
first
you
one you were
believe.
ever introduced to without actually looking into what do the other ones say as well, just out of curiosity. Most times these organizations, these religions discourage such a thing because then they consider it to be apostate. It's kind of like, oh, don't look at that because they're not telling the truth. Well, how do you know they're not telling the truth? Well, because we said so. Well, that's not good enough for me. I'm my own
My parents
man.
used
I
to
have
tell
my
me
own
that.
mind and I make it up.
That's
I go
not what
by
I'm saying. I'm not saying that I have the truth. and that I have to convince you of the truth. I'm saying that I have the truth, and I'm closed-minded to what you think is the truth. Because
Right. Well, I
I'm
didn't say
closed-minded,
any of it was
and I'm
the
not trying to
truth.
Never gonna
convince
eat done
you
with them.
that my truth
That's
is the
just
truth. You have
it,
to come
Craig.
to
I
that own
didn't say
conclusion on
any
your
of it
own.
was the truth. I
But
didn't say
bet you
any
you're
of it.
closed-minded on something. I bet
I
you're
didn't know.
closed-minded. If anyone told you that you were a woman, you'd probably be closed-minded on that subject and say,
Well,
no,
it's
I'm not a fucking woman.
it's
I'm
observably a
closed-minded.
fallacy. It's observably
That's not
a
closed
fallacy.
minding.
Okay, that's observably a fallacy. Okay, that's like saying if I said you were a hummingbird, you were closed-minded to that idea. I mean, it's just doesn't even correlate. All right.
I identify as a grizzly bear.
I had never at one time in this, as far as theology is concerned, have I ever
Being
once
open-minded
said,
to every DMT trip you get on is kind of
well,
like
you know,
being open-minded
you're
to
casting
open-minded to
assumptions.
everything.
You're
You're not
casting,
closed-minded to nothing. You have no truth.
Craig.
You have no truth that you're
You don't
closed-minded on.
know
You're open to anything.
who are you to say what truth is in a theological
Are
aspect?
you saying
You're
there's
no
no
one to
truth to
say
be
that.
found, that you
You're
can't
no
find
one to
truth
say
anywhere?
that.
Who are
And
you?
never once,
Say there is no truth.
never once I said, well, you really got binary thinking, dude. I never once said that any of these theologies are truth. I merely was pointing out a commonality in these theologies. Okay. Your binary thinking is what stands in your way right now. It's either
So
one
there
or
is
this. It's either
more
this
than
or
one
it's
truth.
this. Okay. Well, how do you know it's truth? How do you know that your theology is truth? Because it
So there
says
is no
so.
truth.
Well, then who are you to cast aspersions at any others?
I'm saying there is a truth. I was being
Well,
sarcastic.
There is a
I'm
truth,
saying there
but you
is
don't
truth,
have it.
and you can
How do you
find
know
it,
you?
and
How
that
do you
not
know you
everything
have
is
it?
true. There
Well,
is
then how do you
truth.
know
Truth
you
ain't
have that
relative. Truth is truth. And
Truth is
I'm not
Right,
relative.
saying I
truth is
know the
truth.
truth. I'm just saying I think I might have found the truth in Jesus, and
Okay.
that's all.
All right, that's exactly right. You might
So
have.
you,
That's
so you
cool.
went to another
Yeah,
outside
but I still
external
believe there's a
source.
truth.
Well, that's fine. You can claim that all you want to. I can claim that I have butterfly wings. It's never going to be absolutely true. You see, what you think and what is real is not necessarily the same thing whatsoever, is it?
So tell me what
It doesn't matter. The thing is that you don't know any more than the Buddhist knows, or any more than any other, the Mormon, the Baptist, the whoever the hell. You have no more idea of whether or not you have the truth as they do, because they have the same types of documents and references to verify their claims. So until we actually get
Sovereign Soul?
until we
true what you just said, Sovereign Soul?
Of course
What?
it is.
Of course
Is that
it is.
true,
If
what
it
you just
wasn't
said?
true, I wouldn't say
That I
it.
don't have the truth over anybody else's truth.
That's
My
right.
truth ain't the truth.
How do you?
Is
What
that true?
verification?
Is that true? But is that true?
Well, of course it
Are you
is.
saying that's true?
Yes.
You know that that's true.
How many fucking times do I have to say yes?
Dude.
Okay, I'm
Does
sorry.
yes mean something different in your fucking world?
Are you drunk, dude?
You're kind of breaking up.
Sorry, I was watching the live stream and it's on pause. So I couldn't read
Here's
your
the
lips.
thing. You have what you think is the truth, but without any real verification that it is, other than your faith that it is. That's my point.
What is the truth?
Okay.
What
I
is
don't
the
know.
truth? Caesar
As far
asked
as
Jesus, what is the truth?
theology is concerned,
And the
what do you
truth is
mean?
standing
What's
right
the
in front of him.
condition that takes? Well, you're gonna let me ask you what the fuck you're talking about at all, or have
Okay.
you already come in with a predisposed position that you're not gonna let me respond to?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I have a predisclosed position. My mind is closed.
Well, okay.
I think
I
it
don't
might
have
be
an
more the
open mind. I'm
alcohol.
not going to take DMT to
Well,
open my
then
mind.
No one's asking you to.
Okay, I'm just saying.
He's not saying like
I've
DMT.
never
closed
told
mind.
anybody to do
I
that.
think a closed mind on some things is good.
Okay, so a closed mind on something that can't be proven one way or the other and you leave out all other possibilities, do you think that that's wise?
I think that I have proven.
Well, I understand that. You haven't
think
really
it is
proven
proven. My
anything.
truth
You've
is
just
proven.
merely quoted
My
a
truth has
book.
been proven for
Did you write the
2,000
book?
years or whatever.
How has it been proven? In what way has it been proven?
Empirical. There's empirical reason and logic.
I understand. You've said that several times. Name some of this empirical reasons. You can't just say empirical
There's
reasons.
empirical evidence of Jesus dying on the cross and raising
No,
again
there
from the
isn't.
dead. There's empirical
Where?
evidence
No, there isn't.
by
Where?
people that didn't believe, that weren't Christians. They wrote that Jesus died, buried for 3 days.
Who?
He came back to
Are
life.
you talking about the?
and
Are you
it's written
talking about
down
the?
people that were not Christians?
The Pisos, the Pisos. You mean the Jewish family that was in power at that point in time?
No, not the Pharaohs.
No, you're not
the
talking of
Pharisees.
the Pharaohs,
No,
the
the
Pharisees.
The
The
Piso.
Pisos were the only people that actually wrote about them, and they actually had different stories.
No,
'Cause if you look at the
Romans wrote about 'em. I'm
Pisos-
talking about Romans. I'm talking about
And
Romans.
what were the
during the time of
Pisos?
Roman. The
What-
Roman
who were the
Caesars
Pisos?
talking about them. You don't think the Romans wrote shit about Jesus?
No,
all
they
admitted
did
he
not.
was
They wrote
around
things
and that he
about
died,
Tiberius.
He rose again, and what the
They
hell we
wrote
gonna
things
do
about Tiberius.
now, so that in order to
The Son of God, Tiberius. Absolutely, they did. His
blaming
ministry
everything on
started
the
in
Jews,
Galilee.
You don't even know who. the
No, he
fucking Jews
started
are.
his ministry in Galilee, and he made fishers of men in Galilee. And then later on, he cast the demons into the pigs. Now, if you look at the Jewish history or the Hebrew
Pharisees.
history of these incidents, you're going to come to me with some bullshit concepts that you heard at church, but not do any of the goddamn research on any of what you're talking about. You
I
absolutely
did
sound
more
like a
research
fool.
on it than you could imagine.
Obviously not, because if you don't know who the Pisos are, please
I know who
please
they are.
bring
You
me
don't know
these
who they are.
references that are mentioned by
Not
by
ones
the
in
Roman.
Israel right now, the Khazar Jews. Not talking about
Khazar
the
Jews were
Pharaohs,
not
the
Hebrews.
Pharisees.
All right, wait. Hold on a second. As
The
far as
Israelites.
any of that is concerned, all right, we still don't have any. That's far from anything I would call empirical at all, Craig.
By
Because
far.
it's some shit that was wrote down a long time ago by
people.
people that you don't know, never met, or even really know if they existed or not.
People never
Okay.
believed that
So once
that the Romans
again,
even did crucifixions, but they have
you know what? Whether
have
they
I'll
fucking
did
agree,
or
Roman
they
did
didn't,
crucifixion.
that the Romans crucified people with big fucking nails. We
Well,
know
who
that that's
cares?
empirical evidence. That's empirical evidence that Rome at that time was
wait.
crucifying
So,
people
yes,
with big
I
nails.
agree. I agree that the Romans had a form of cruel capital punishment known as crucifixion. So what?
What does that prove about
All
Jesus?
of history in the Bible can be confirmed.
Well,
No,
all
it
right.
cannot.
Wait a
Time an
second. Wait a
archaeological
second.
dig happens.
Then
They
what
always
happened?
confirm
Hold
the
on a
history of what
second.
the Bible
Let's just
says.
go.
It's not written by a bunch of Pharisees or
All right,
pharaohs.
wait. I got a question.
Are you
regarding
drunk,
that.
You got to know
dude?
the line,
Craig,
of what we're
Craig,
talking about, and why the Israelite nation was even
Craig, I have a
created.
question for you. Of a biblical nature. We have contradictions in the story of the birth of Jesus in the New Testament. In one, it says that Mary and Joseph and little Jesus fled Bethlehem after he was born. And then it was a few years later, before Herod's troops had gotten to these people and found out about this birth. And then there was the slaughter of the innocents, right? Now in Luke, it actually says that his birth was proclaimed at the temple, which is, if that was true, then if his birth was proclaimed at the temple, Herod would have received the news right away and sent for the slaughter of the innocents right away. But no, we have a time gap involved there. Secondly, Josephus, who is known to be a historian of the time now, whether again, if he existed or
One
not,
of the Pisos.
people rely on it, he was quite a astute writer of all of the deeds of Herod, both good and bad. And never once did he ever mention a slaughter of the innocents anywhere at any time. So we've got some problems in the narrative, all right, out of the same collection of books that you're proclaiming to be truth. Now, how do you reconcile
Well, you're
those
disputing,
two
you're
very,
disputing
very,
that Nero,
very...
you're disputing that Nero didn't bring in Christians to the slaughter in Rome.
Hold on a second.
You're
What
saying
is
that the
that?
Christians
We're
weren't
going back.
slaughtered,
Hold on. That's after the
and
fact.
that the
Way
history of
after the
Nero
fact.
is
We're
all a
not
bunch of
Christians.
bullshit.
Craig,
Yes, I am.
what address what I was talking about? You're way further up in history than where we're at.
Josephus was an unbeliever, but he confirms that something about Jesus, that he came out of the tomb.
No,
he confirms.
never.
No. Josephus
Never
was a
mentioned
Pisos.
Josephus. I don't know why you keep bringing Josephus up. I don't know.
Well, because he was a
Because he was a
historian
Pisos.
at the time.
I know
He was a
history's been
historian
lied.
at
We've
the
been
time.
lied to in history, and how we got to trust.
So you don't think
told.
that there could be lies
What
in the history that you're proclaiming out of the Bible as well?
Well, yeah. See, I'm saying that our history, maybe the Dark Ages wasn't really the Dark Ages. Maybe that's
we
the
can
Enlightened
maybe
Ages,
impose
when they
we
built
want
all
to.
them cathedrals. And
Maybe
everybody calls
you're
it the
full of
Dark
shit.
Ages, and we can't even build those places now. Like,
Yeah, I know, Craig.
so
We
we're
can
talking about
maybe
Tartaria.
impose.
We're talking
How
about
do you
Tartaria.
reconcile? How do you reconcile those two drastic accounts of the birth of Christ? They're drastically different from one another.
I'm saying that the birth of Christ, right after 7 years, the tribulation it started, and that's when the Christians were persecuted. That the rapture occurred like 7 years after Christ's death, and
We're not
We were just
even
talking
to
about
Christ's
He's
death.
so
You've been
fucking
lied
drunk.
to.
And what
I'm
about
not even to
And
Christ's
the
death
reason
yet.
why
Craig,
you
Craig,
think that the
Craig,
Roman Catholic Church
Craig,
is a bad
we're
thing,
not
a bad
even
stop.
up to the crucifixion yet. We're talking about right in the first part of the greatest story ever told. We're right at the beginning. We're right after Jesus is born, and concerning the slaughter of the innocents. Right?
Innocent.
We have two drastically different accounts that are drastic in difference of timeline in a number of years.
Well, I'm saying they're trying to hide the fact that the rapture occurred during the persecution of the Christians already happened. The millennial reign of Christ.
How much are you going to slur?
And they were living in the short time Satan was left.
Is it every third word or every second word? Because if you're so hammered that you can't even speak, how are you able to speak on God?
So Craig, once again, I'll ask the question that stems right from your gospel, right from the gospels. How do you reconcile the drastic differences in the stories of the birth of Christ?
Let me make this question easier.
Things at once. It can't be two things
talking
at
about?
once.
What are you talking about? The birth of Christ in Bethlehem?
Yes.
There's two stories.
Yes.
Okay, the two stories are what? Written by the same guy?
No.
Written by two different guys?
Yeah.
Two different perspectives.
Well, four actually, but the Gospel of John didn't even have his birth or whatever.
And they were both.
Well, okay, so here's do you once again for you illustrate the difference. Okay, in one it has Joseph, Jesus, and Mary leaving Bethlehem, right? Because fearing that there's going to be this reprisal. Now, in Luke, it says that immediately his birth had been proclaimed in the temple. Now, the reason that the slaughter of the innocents took place after about 3 or 4 years was because news of the birth of the Christ in Bethlehem had not reached Herod, because those wise men supposedly decided not to narc him out. Okay? Now,
Okay.
in Luke, it says in Luke, it says that his birth was proclaimed at the temple, which in that case would give Herod the information much, much sooner. So which was it? It can't be both.
Well, the temple. Okay, so Herod, was it the true temple or was it Herod's temple? Herod's
Dude,
temple.
do you not understand what I just
I'm
said?
understanding that you're saying that Jesus was in two places at the same time.
No, what I'm saying is that two different chronologies are taking place at the same time.
One is
A
that
difference
Jesus
of at least
went to
3 years.
Egypt, and the other one is he went to the temple.
No, you are familiar with the scriptures that we're talking about, right?
Jesus fled.
Sounds like he's familiar with Jim
Herod
Beam.
because the wise man told him in the temple that something. He got the information from his scholars that Jesus would be born in Bethlehem. So he decided he's going to send his troops there to slaughter all the kids from 2 years old. But Jesus had already left to Egypt.
Right. But in Luke, it says that his birth was proclaimed at the temple right after he was born.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
That would have gotten the information to Herod much sooner.
You're saying the temple was Herod's temple.
Well, whose other temple would it be?
Well, maybe he proclaimed it to the true church.
Maybe.
Temple
Now we're
or
back to
church.
maybe.
The true church.
I would say
Now
that
we're back
Herod's
to
temple would be a
maybes and
counterfeit.
couldas. You see what I'm getting at? You didn't
And maybe
really
they kept it
investigate
secret,
much.
like a secret, because they didn't want their savior to be exposed.
You're
He
laughable,
proclaimed he
dude.
went
No,
first
he
to the
didn't.
temple.
You're a
These
drunk.
are the same
Christ
fucking
was-
people that
Oh, you don't
rebuke
think the people of God would know that the savior was born? I mean, the true followers. You don't think
Wasn't
God
it
would?
the people of
Jesus
God that
would tell
went,
him
had him sacrificed, that
something.
had him crucified?
Anyway, he went to Egypt.
Yeah,
Maybe they're
well,
talking about the temple in Egypt. You know, Egypt, they had a great following of Jews in Egypt. The ones that stayed in Egypt.
maybe
And so-
somebody's full of shit.
Maybe
There's
maybe
another
it's full of
Maybe
shit.
somebody's
Maybe
an
the Bible's full of
alcoholic.
shit. Yeah, maybe the Bible's full of shit. That's it. Maybe that's
Dude,
it.
you can't
Maybe it's
have
full of
two
shit.
things be the same. You
Why do
can't
you
have
even
two
use
different
the
things
Bible
be the
to
same.
disclaim the Bible is my question.
Can I
Why do you
claim
use
to
the
be?
Bible?
Can I claim to
You're
be
trying to say
a
that the
male?
Bible's not true. Okay.
Listen, you can't have
You
it
don't
both
know.
ways. You can't have it both
Jesus
ways
did
at the
it
same
in
time.
two
Don't get
places
mad
at
at
one
me.
time.
I didn't write the fucking thing. Don't get mad at me because it contradicts itself.
It's not contradictory. If you knew what it
Okay,
really
well,
meant. If you knew what it really
that-
meant, you don't know what exactly
It
means.
absolutely
You
is
read the English,
contradictory.
You read the English,
And it's from
you would
other
think,
books
oh,
that
he
are
went to the
older.
temple, but he was supposed to be slaughtered.
look, man, look. Here's the thing. It is contradictory.
If
Read
you
them.
knew what it really meant, not in the
Well,
Greek,
how do
but
you?
what
Wait
God
a
was
second.
trying
Wait
to
a second. What
explain
makes
to
you
you
think you know what it
through his
really
word,
means?
it wouldn't be contradictive. It's just that you don't
What?
understand it.
Jim
So you
Beam
mean
told
that
him,
he could-
Sovereign.
Hold on,
Own
wait a minute.
Interpretation on it. But if you knew the true interpretation, if you knew what it really meant, what they were trying to get across. that
All right,
Jesus
well,
went to the
enlighten.
temple and proclaimed
See
this
there
and
again.
he
Wait a
did
second.
that.
Seems to me if you're writing
You know, you
something
can-
down,
you
you're
can
going to put
try
it
to
down so
disprove
people
the
can
Bible.
understand
You
what
can
you're
take a
talking
verse
about.
here and take a verse there and try to explain what it means and say, look at this. This isn't the Bible. Look at how foolish this crap is.
Where in the
And
fuck
say,
are you
oh,
getting
I
that
know
from,
because
dude?
I know all
I've
Jim
read.
Beam.
I've read the Gospels from. Listen, I've read the Gospels, each one of them, from the beginning to the end, and I find contradictions in them. That is a huge one. You, who supposedly fully believe completely and worship this book,
I don't worship the book, man.
you
You're
must.
putting
You
words
must.
in my mouth. I never said I worship no book.
Well, then
He worships Jim
why
Beam.
would you biasly let a contradiction so blatant as that slip by under your nose and not question it?
I don't think it is a contradiction. I think you don't.
So
understand
he
what I'm
was
trying to say.
proclaimed or
I don't
immediately,
think you
or it
understand
wasn't
what I'm
found
trying
out
to
for
say.
3 years.
You
It
don't have
can't
the
be
filling of the
both.
Holy Spirit.
It can't
know,
be
it's
both. Don't
foolishness.
stop
Foolishness
with
to
your
talk to a
fucking
person
mumbo
and
jumbo
go,
shit. Stop with your magical
foolishness.
mumbo jumbo
Foolishness.
shit. You can
It's
either
foolishness.
have been proclaimed immediately or it was found out years later. You can't have it both ways.
The Bible is foolishness.
That
I
was your
agree.
words,
That's
not
what an
mine. I just said
unbeliever
it
would say. That's what
contradicted
the Bible
itself.
says an unbeliever would say. That's what the Bible says.
I'm not saying it
It's
contradicts
foolishness
itself.
to
It
the Greek.
contradicts itself. It's evident.
And
It's
it doesn't
evident.
contradict itself. You just
It
don't
doesn't.
understand what it's trying to say.
Well,
Yeah,
what
not
is
the
it?
Bible,
say?
not the
Trading
misinterpreted
two
Bible,
different things.
but you don't know what the Word of God was trying to say. You don't know what God was trying to say.
And you
through
do.
His Word.
And you do. And you do. How?
I know
How?
more than you.
How?
because you
How
have
do
to
you
have the
know
Holy
what the
Spirit.
Word of
Jim
God was
Beam.
trying
You're
to
an
say? to you?
unbeliever. First thing
How
to
in the fuck
understand the
do you
Bible
know
is
what?
first you have to be a believer to
Oh my
understand
God.
it.
Well, there
That's
you
the first
go.
thing you
There's the
learn.
problem.
You're
You have
not a
to believe
believer.
it. And in
You don't
order to
believe in
believe it, you
nothing.
have to
There is no
overlook
truth according to you.
you
There is no
have to
truth.
You have
overlook
to ignore the
And have
inconsistencies and
you have to
contradictions.
overlook blatant inconsistencies and contradictions.
Yep.
That's to believe, you see. And what is a belief? It's the enemy of lie. It's right in the middle of the word. Be lie. It's right in the word.
Faith is a
middle of
different
the word,
story.
bro. So one of those two guys are full of shit. Which one is full of shit? And if he's one of them's full of shit, how did they make it into the book?
You
Out
don't
of all of
understand
those
what
Also want to
stories.
say
God was
with
trying to
Luke,
say.
there's the
It
only
doesn't mean
gospel
his
that it
word
says
is wrong. It just means you don't understand his word.
that
Not
it
the
says
Bible.
like
I'm not
you
talking
gotta
about the
hate
Bible. I'm
your
talking
mother
the
and
words in the
father,
Bible have been misunderstood.
and
And because you
and
don't
no other
understand
gospel
them,
have it.
you think that
Sorry.
the whole
Yeah.
Bible is fucked up.
Do we need to be
It doesn't have
hammered
any
in order
truth
to
in it.
understand the Bible like you do?
I mean, where did this magical ability to determine what God meant through someone else in antiquity?
Everybody
Where did you get that
learns
magical
through
ability
faith.
from?
Faith is a perception. You perceive through faith. If you don't know what faith is, you can't perceive something.
Paul
that
says
takes
true faith is
You don't have
taking
faith in the truth.
otherless.
That,
Wait a second. So faith
Faith is a
means
means
to
of
set all
perception.
common sense aside and
Imperialism,
ignore
logic,
contradiction.
and reason is trying to perceive reality. You try to perceive reality through philosophy, reason, logic, but faith,
Right. Reason and logic.
is
Reason
the
and
best
logic, which
means
brings us
of
right down to
perception.
how the fuck could two different things happen at the same time? How can one story be contradictory to the other at the
What I'm
same time and
understanding
both
is
be
what I'm
true?
trying to
That's
explain
ridiculous.
is
That's
that you're interpreting the Bible from English. You don't really know what it means. That besides not even before you can even understand what it means. Because
I've looked at the
Bible's not
Hebrew text
talking-
and the
the Bible's
Masoretic
not
text.
talking
I've
to
looked at all these
unbelievers. It's
things.
talking to believers who have faith, who learn through faith, because faith
So
is
fa-
the
the-
greatest
so,
means of
Craig,
perception.
Craig.
Yeah.
So
faith. We all have faith. When you
All
were 2
right.
years
So let
old,
me get this faith. I want to
teacher told you
break
that
it down.
Japan exists, and you had faith that Japan exists, and because you had faith, you believed that Japan.
You're talking about
didn't have no
knowledge.
empirical or logical or reason to believe that your teacher was telling you that Japan was real.
I don't know. That
You
fucking
faith.
bitch told me the earth was a ball.
Yeah, well, they
And we know
lied
that
to
was a lie, right? So I don't know.
talking
Maybe
about your-
Japan doesn't
your
exist.
parents,
I don't
your
know.
parents,
I cannot
your parents when you were
100%.
growing up, and
I
they
cannot
said,
100% say
There's a
Japan
place over
exists.
there.
You know why?
across the sea that there's a place called Japan.
Well,
And
that's
you
what they
first
tell
learned
me.
that, and it took faith. So you build your whole world.
No, that
perspective
took
on faith.
understanding.
Later, when
It's
you
not
grow
faith.
up, you get reason and logic and philosophy and
alcohol.
You don't use faith anymore. And then you say, "Oh, I don't use faith for my philosophy or reason." But everything that you get your reason, philosophy, that all started with faith. You all
No,
started with
it actually
reason,
didn't. It
not
started
reason
with
and
the
logic.
exchange.
When you
It
first,
started
your
with the
parents told you,
exchange of the
"Don't
ideas.
stick your finger
All
in
right.
that
So here's
plug."
what's going to happen. You're going to mute until I get done talking because you won't shut the fuck up.
He's
Okay?
drunk.
You're drunk. Stop drinking. God does. What's it say about being a drunkard, Craig? Come on. So here's the thing, right? philosophy doesn't come from faith. Philosophy has come from the questioning of the condition of the human existence. This is where we get philosophy, and we exchange ideas on various levels to try to determine what the nature of our reality actually is, right? But when we close our mind and disregard blatant contradictions and things of that nature, then we're throwing logic completely out the window. Okay. So let me understand this. Your idea of faith is to ignore blatant contradictions that because it won't fit the narrative that you wish to be true. That's what the condition of faith is. So I don't get that.
Am I unmuted now?
Well, you get to God, you wouldn't let anybody fucking talk.
It's what happens when you're drunk.
Okay,
Well, and
I'm
also
not
when you're
drunk.
a fucking
I'm not
evangelic,
drunk.
an evangelic.
You're not
type
drunk. Can
Christian.
we get that over with already?
You're just
I
slurring
smoke a
your
little weed.
every third
I smoke
word.
a little weed. I smoke a little weed. I smoke a little weed. I'm not drunk. Okay.
Weed
can I
doesn't
go
make
over
you slur your words.
explain what faith, my interpretation of the word faith.
There it is. Your interpretation
There
of the
you go.
word
It's not
faith.
mine.
It is not mine either. So yours is yours. And obviously we disagree. So in interest of time, can we forego your definition? Because I have
Okay,
like 30
you're
dictionaries
saying
that will
you
clearly
never
define it.
learn nothing from faith. That you never learned anything from faith.
No, you don't. Because
use
what if
faith.
I
That's not-
wanted something to be
You only
true,
use
and
reason and
despite all
logic.
evidence, it turned out that it wasn't? Let me show you what faith is, okay? If I have a net that is supposed to catch me if I fall, like off the roof or something, and I inspect that net, and I make sure I look and see that everything is hooked up properly. It is made of good, strong material. It's at a proper height that it needs to be. I can go up on that roof and have faith that if I fall, that net will stop me. Now, faith doesn't mean I go up on the roof and hope that there's a net there, or just take for granted that I see a net and therefore it will stop me if I fall, when I could actually go over and look at it and go, oh shit, that ain't going to stop nothing. That ain't going to help nothing. That's going to rip right through. Fuck no, I ain't getting up there with that net. I have no faith in that net. Why? Because it was found to be lacking in its integrity. So when you find contradictory things within the same collection of books, there is reason for doubt, right? Because you're going, wait a second, these guys, there's only 4 of them, and all 4 of them got their fucking stories. I mean, how do they not? Didn't they talk? Didn't
Sovereign,
they
if I,
hey, let's get our
if I can ask,
everything
ask Craig a question real quick,
because you have faith in it. Everything you
Craig,
believe.
how do you explain
So do you believe what
Psalms
you just
89?
Do you have faith in what you just said? You believe everything what you just said? You have faith in it.
Belief and
Why?
faith
Because
are two
it's
Why
different
do
things.
you have faith in what you believe? I don't understand
because
it.
it was provably true what I
Proven
just said.
through logic, reason, and philosophy.
They all go together. Theology, however, is the abandonment of logic and reason.
That's true. So, Craig, how do you explain the contradiction in Psalms 89 that talks about a forever covenant with a remnant that will always remain, and the Hebrews never needing a new covenant, and then all of a sudden the New Testament and the New Covenant are born out of the Pizos? Can you explain that to me?
Well, if I knew and understood what God was trying to tell me in that verse, I could tell you, but I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
You're not familiar with where God
But
tells
if I could understand
the writer
exactly
of Psalms?
what God was trying to tell me, I'd explain it to
But
you.
I mean, in his defense,
think it's
there's like a verse
contradiction,
in
it's
Jeremiah
just you don't
30 or
understand what
something
you're trying to be said.
that God will
I'm
make a
talking
new
about the
covenant.
entire chapter.
Right, but I'm saying that in Jeremiah there is a prophecy of a new covenant. So I'm just saying it's all.
And Jeremiah was prior to Psalms, if I remember correctly.
No,
you
it
can find
wasn't.
the
Nope.
answer. If you dig
Jeremiah
deep.
I
was
could be wrong.
after, or maybe I actually don't know because the Bible is intentionally not in chronological order.
Right.
So you could
Right.
be correct. It could be actually before, but who knows? You know, that's,
Everything you people
Right,
believe
because-
is because you have faith in what you believe. You have some
No,
kind
it's
of faith.
because I have an understanding as I have done the research. Study to
Your
prove thyself
understanding-
worthy.
your
It's in Second
understanding,
Timothy.
You have faith in your understanding.
I have
you did do
understanding in my
research.
understanding,
That
and
you
in some
did do
places I have
research. Well, I've done
overstanding.
research too. I've done research
Well,
too.
obviously the research that you have done has been propagandized by a particular train of thought because you have one
No.
particular train of thought and are not
I'm just
able to
saying.
comprehend outside thoughts.
No, I'm just saying that Jesus requires faith in him.
Jesus is
That's
where
faith.
was the
That's
J?
the first faith.
Where was
That's
the J
first
in
faith.
the
That's the first faith.
You're full
Faith
of crap.
is required.
You're
for
full of crap,
understanding of
dude.
the
You can't
scriptures.
prove any of what
You
you're
don't
saying.
even-
So you're
you
coming to
don't
me with
even believe the
speculation.
scriptures, yet you think you understand them. You don't believe the scriptures, yet you don't understand them. What I'm trying to tell you is, in order to understand,
You
the
don't even know the
scriptures,
scripture.
the Bible says you have to have faith in them. So, as an unbeliever,
Bring me 2 or 3
you
witnesses.
can't understand the scriptures.
Bring me 2 or 3 witnesses out of the Bible that explain everything because your words are but fodder. That's what the Bible says. So why don't we get biblical on this? I grew up in the church, dude. I've read that book back and forth more than you can even imagine.
Yeah. So, what does it tell
And
you?
some dude that sounds like he's
What does it
half
tell you
fucking
about faith?
wasted
What's
is
the
not
Bible
going to sit here and give
tell
me
you
a
about
lecture on faith when he has no clue where he's talking from other than his
You
rectum.
can find the truth through reason and logic and empirical evidence. But I'm saying you can
What
also find
empirical
the truth
evidence
through
can you
faith.
find?
You can find
If
the
you're
truth
talking about belief and faith,
logic,
where is empirical evidence?
philosophy and all that different.
All right,
ways.
so-
Philosophy was introduced by the
But it all starts.
by
All
the
right, check
Greeks
this out. Hold on, I
during
got
the
something.
Hellenization
It all starts
process.
with
I
faith.
got
You
something
gotta
for this.
start-
I
you
got
gotta
something for
believe in
this. Rocky,
something.
I'm going to ask you a simple question, Rocky. Can something be completely all black and be completely all white at the same time?
Of course.
Of course.
I had to. That wasn't Rocky. That was me.
I mean, so can something be completely jet black and also be brilliant, bright white at the same time? Can they? Craig?
The
It's a trick
silence.
question. You're trying. you're
It's
trying
not
to
a trick
me.
question. It's not a
trick
trick question at all. The answer is obviously no.
it's a riddle.
Right? It's obviously no. Okay, so
so
now how did we determine that answer and know that to be truth?
How we
Because
determine what?
we determined that to be a true statement because of the mere impossibility of the two contradictory conditions, right?
Okay.
Even the
this
yin
is
and the
called
yang separate.
using logic
So you're saying
and
the Bible
reason.
contradicts
This is
itself.
called, now you could
Yes.
believe, you could say yes. You could answer that as say yes, they can, right? And if you'd
Right.
say what my reasoning behind that is because that's what I want to believe to be true. That's faith.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So when I said, when you find contradictory statements within the pages of the same documents, there's cause for speculation. Is one true and the other one not? Or are both untrue? Because they can't both be true, right? So the only two possibilities you're left with is that they're either both not true or that one is true and the other one isn't. Now, that's the avenue you have to explore.
Is that
With
true? Is that
Well,
true? Do you
isn't
believe
that not what
You
a
have faith in that?
scientific method is comprised of?
You have faith in that statement? You believe it?
There we are back to faith and belief.
It's
You
not a
know.
believe it. It's not that I
You
believe it.
know
I
that
know
two things
it.
can't be contradict something and be the truth.
Can you have light and darkness in the same place?
The
No,
Bible says
the light
Satan
will
comes
make the
down.
darkness shed.
It says the Bible says that Satan comes down as light, but we really know he's dark. We know he's a dark motherfucker, but he comes down as light.
So I could say that I'm a
so
woman,
you
but
know
that doesn't make it
contradictive
true.
things. That's contradictive. That's contradictive. How can
Wait a
Satan
second,
come
wait a
down as
second.
the
No,
light?
you felt-
when
you
it's-
based that
he's
whole
really
thing
the
you
dark
said.
guy, motherfucker.
He just literally
You make a
contradicted himself.
supposition that two things in the Bible that contradict each other can mean that both of them are false.
Right.
Okay, so let's go to something easy. In Genesis, the beginning of the Bible, where it says, "Let us make man in our image." What is that? Is that talking about Jesus up there? I'm assuming, is that what your narrative will tell you?
Well, I have something on the image. Why we're called the image of God is
No, just answer the
because
question,
God
please.
has God the Father. God the Father is like the soul. God the Son is like the body.
Can you
and the
prove any of
spirit.
this?
So we have a body, we have a soul, and we have a spirit. Just
I
like
have
the
two
Father has
souls.
a
They're on my
Father
feet.
is the soul. Jesus is the manifestation or the body.
Are
and
you going
we
to answer the
and we also
question, or
have
are
a
you going to
spirit.
obfuscate?
So body, soul, and spirit. We're made in the image of God. We have a body, a soul, and a spirit.
The question was not about the body, the spirit, the soul. I'm asking who the multiple individuals were that were in that conversation, where it
The
says,
Father,
"Let
the
us."
Son, and the Spirit.
Okay, so you believe in the Hellenization of the Hebrew people, because that did not come into tradition of the Hebrews until after
Well,
the
you just don't
incursion
know.
of
You don't
Babylon.
know what the body, soul, and spirit is. I mean, so you're not a soul.
Oh, I'm very clear what the body,
You're
the
just a
soul, and the
body.
spirit. That's
You're
why
a
I know I
physical body.
have
That's
two.
all you are. Is what you're saying.
Is that what you're
You're just a
discerning?
physical body. You don't think
Because you're
God
slurring your
can
words, sir.
manifest as a spirit, a body, and a soul.
I cannot
So
prove that
you're
either
just a
way, so it
body.
would be merely
You have no soul
speculation.
or spirit because
So,
you can't
Can you
see
prove
it.
that either
You have no
way?
evidence
Where's
of your
the proof
soul
of this?
or your spirit.
Where is
so
your
that
evidence,
must not
sir?
exist.
Where is your
Your
evidence,
soul
sir?
don't exist because there's no evidence.
I
and
have
you
two
can't
of
prove it
them.
exists. Your
I have
soul.
two of them. Would you like to see my feet? They touch the earth every day. That is my soul.
Where's your spirit? Where's your spirit? Your soul exists.
I don't know. Where's yours
My
at?
soul.
Where's yours
You don't
My
at?
have
Craig?
one.
soul.
Show it. Let me see it.
You show it to me.
Come on, man.
Prove me.
Jack,
prove
Johnny,
to me you
or
have a
Jimmy?
soul. Prove
You
to
want to
me
see my
you
soul?
even have
Hang
a
on.
soul.
Do you want to see the
You
left
could be
or the
one of
right
them
soul?
soulless zombies walking around. Like it could
Do you
be
want to
like
see the
a
left or the right soul?
Well,
Right
then
there.
we've got,
That's
hold on a
There's a
second.
soul.
Hold on a second. We've also got
There's a
Bible
soul.
thumping zombies walking around thinking they know every fucking thing from a book full of
And there's a soul.
contradictions.
No,
Okay.
And see
everybody
the
says
dirt
that.
lines?
We can all make
See those nice dirt
suppositions on
lines?
shit.
Cool.
That's
the
touching
sole
the
of your foot.
spirit. Yes, that's my soul.
Cool.
That's
I
the
have two of them.
blackened soul from hell.
That is where I touch the earth. That is where I make the
So where do you go
connection
when you die?
to the great.
Where do you go?
Where
when
do
you
I
die?
go
You
when
don't
I
go
die?
anywhere, Craig. You're not
Yeah.
really here.
I've
don't
been
go
dead.
anywhere.
You don't
I've
have
been
a
dead
soul.
a couple of times. I've died multiple times.
When your body
and I've
dies,
been brought
you're
back
just
every
dead.
time.
When your body dies,
No,
you're
I
just
didn't
dead.
say that at all. You're
No, I
not
came
really
back.
here. Nubs.
I'm not really here. I don't
You're
really.
not.
I'm not here, and my soul is not in my body somewhere. It's
No,
somewhere else.
I didn't
Is that
say
what you're
that.
saying?
I didn't say that. You're operating from another place through this avatar, bro. You're not really
I'm
here.
an
That's
avatar.
not you. Do you really
Is
think
that true,
what
though?
you
Is that
see in the
true?
mirror-
Do you have faith in that? You really
do
truly
you
believe
think
that?
what you see
You believe
in the
that,
mirror
don't
is
you?
you?
You
Hey,
faith in
can
that
you shut the
bullshit?
fuck up? God damn, you're gonna have to get muted. If I do it again, Craig, you're gonna get booted. All right. I'm not going to take you doing that bullshit, repeating the same fucking thing over and over to talk over me. Okay? That's not going to be how anything works here at all. I'm not putting up with that fucking bullshit. All right? So what I was getting at is this, man. is that you think what you see is you. What you see is just an interpretation you have of your experience. That's it. You really think you're seeing the things around you. You're not. You are only interpreting electromagnetic signals into a cohesive reality in your mind. This is a very short thing that we're doing anyways. You take it way too serious. It's not. It really isn't. But they'll make you think it is in order to fucking control you. And they've got you. They've got you, brother. Okay, because you're not open to God. You're focused on a guy that may or may not have existed. Now, let me get this straight before people go, oh, he hates Jesus. No, listen, if Jesus existed, which I think that he may have, I think he did some most righteous shit. And if you listen to the words that he said, that's some stuff to live by, man. He had some really wise things to say on the human condition, on how we should treat one another. Absolutely 100%. So there's where I'm at with that. Now, for me to abandon all reason in order to take someone else's interpretations, which there are obviously many, because we know that it wasn't any one person supposedly inspired by God to write these things. They were several people over a span of centuries. And then finally, these writings were put together by some little group of assholes in Rome. And you are buying it hook, line, and sinker. Because your faith is not in God, it's in that book.
And it's evident.
So that evangelizing is not, that doesn't work on me.
I don't know God.
I didn't say that, did I?
I'm sorry, I got to mute.
I never said that. I said you have a very rudimentary understanding, I think, because you've limited your scope of information.
I have a rudimentary understanding of the scriptures and where they came
Well,
from.
obviously you don't have the Spirit of the Most High, because the Spirit of the Most High, the evidence is
You
love,
said you
joy,
don't have a
peace,
soul or
patience,
a spirit.
kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, long-suffering, and self-control. I have not seen much of that evident out of you. So if you claim to have something, you should have the evidence prescribed to in that book that you love so much.
I never said I was Jesus and I was perfect, man.
I didn't say anything about Jesus. I'm saying during the Pentecost, when the little flames of fire, yeah, you remember that part in the Bible? Okay, so during that time, the Spirit of the Most High was imparted upon the people, and the evidence of the Spirit of the Most High is
I think
patience,
patient.
kindness, goodness,
I've been
faithfulness,
patient.
gentleness, long-suffering, and self-control,
Yeah, I think
none
I've
of
been
which
using
you
self-
express.
I think I have been using self-control.
I disagree
I've been-
strongly.
I'm very patient. I'm very patient with y'all. I'm very patient.
Oh, you're
Try to
patient
explain my
with
side
us.
of the view, but
With your side, not
when
what the
you're
Bible
doing
says,
your
but
side,
your
I'm
side.
doing my side.
And where's the Bible in this? Because the Bible has been coming out
I
of
thought
my
nobody
mouth left
believed
and
the
right.
Bible.
I never said I did, and I never said I didn't. I'm questioning your narrative. Obviously, I know it a little bit better than you because I'm able
I
to
was
recite
trying
it
to explain how
verbatim.
faith comes into the. I was trying to explain how come you have to have faith to understand the Bible, and that we don't use reason and logic and philosophy to prove the
So
Bible.
the Bible, when it says to
on,
memorize it
Nubs.
and guard it to your heart,
Nubs, that's exactly what I said, Rock. That's exactly what I said.
But
To
I'm
have
not saying
faith,
that you can't use
to
reason
have
and
that
logic and
faith,
philosophy
I
to
have
come
to
the
abandon
Bible.
logic and reason. To
Paul
go ahead
used
and
reason
overlook.
and logic when he
to
went
go
the
ahead and
Corinthians,
overlook the contradictory things, I have to put my brain on a shelf and just accept it without question.
I'm trying
That's
to use
retarded,
reason and
bro.
logic. Also, I try to use reason and logic.
Then how do
Not
you
only
reconcile those two differences that I pointed out earlier?
Paul went to the Corinthians trying to, and
Can you
used
prove this?
reason and logic and their own philosophy.
Can you prove this?
The one
Paul
true
was an
God.
asshole. Are you a Paulist? Do you believe in Paul? Are you worshiping
Apollyon?
Paul?
You don't. So you don't believe the Bible. You don't have faith in Paul. You don't believe anything. You think Paul was
The
like
Bible clearly says, have faith in no men. So obviously you don't even believe the shit you're talking.
I don't believe in Paul. I believe the message.
That's exactly
Paul was
what you
given.
just said.
I meant the message Paul was given by Jesus. But it's in the Bible. You don't believe. You think everything's controlled. You think everybody's a controlled opposition or something. Paul was.
Can you cam up?
Opposition, and he was.
Can you cam up so I can actually take you seriously? Because seeing this tree that is a fictitious tree.
Paul was really an insider, and he was teaching a lie. And he didn't spend 2 years with Jesus like he really said he did.
Not according to the writers.
Jesus didn't really teach Paul the mysteries of the Gospels. That's all bullshit.
You hear that, Nubs? You reading the chat over here? Lisa said in all caps to stop screaming, Nubs.
Lisa.
You gotta listen to what she
Paul's
says now.
messages.
She's used to bossing
Not
people around.
believing
I
Paul.
think I get the feeling she's used
Like all
to
of a sudden,
bossing
Paul
people
is,
around.
you can't have Paul in the scriptures.
Not in my house.
No, me either, babe.
The only one that I'll oblige to is you in this chat, because you are the representative. Like, it's your fucking house.
It's my house. My space station, I mean. Yeah. That's
Yes. And you have the space cadet right over there.
Well, I just wish that people would quit being so hard, fast, and not thinking. I'm not saying quit believing the Bible or anything else like that, but those are some pretty good questions to try and reconcile. Some things like that. And for you, for automatically, it's almost as bad with these Bible thumpers. Okay. Not spiritual, really, more Bible thumping. But what I find very, very telling is that they often are much like a Globey, but instead of refraction, gravity, and parallax, they want to chime out with the fucking faith.
Wish I knew
Wait a
how to
second.
turn my camera on.
See, faith.
I wish you did too. Sorry, go ahead.
But I mean, faith, that means I got to put my brain on a fucking shelf and totally.
Absolutely.
Hey, these two things don't make sense. Like if I reading some rules in a thing, it says, pushing people in the pool is grounds for dismissal from the pool. And then the next rule is if you don't push people in the pool, you'll be dismissed from the pool. Am I not supposed to fucking go, hey, I'm just going to have faith that those things mean whatever I interpret it to be?
It's all your interpretation, man. That's it. And if you really think about it, I'm not saying it's true and I'm not saying it's not true, but I know it does say guard it in your heart and memorize it. And if you're going to make an argument for something, you better have it memorized and you better have it guarded to your heart. Because if you don't, you kind of look like a drunken fool.
That's what they said we look like.
I'm by no means an expert on the Bible. I'm by no means an expert. But I do have more.
The word "but"
than I should.
The word "but" in the English language negates what you just said.
Blah blah blah.
Well, he is right though.
They accused him of being a drunkard, but that doesn't mean that he actually was.
No. It's unfounded, really. I mean, Nathan, who knows? He might have had a stroke or something. For all I know.
Call me a drunk. I'm not drunk.
You're slurring your words, sir. And you're getting angry over little things, and you're acting as if you were drunk.
I'm not angry.
Like saying blah, blah, blah. That is generally something that a drunk person would do because they are outside of their control.
Renee,
who said I was
I don't
angry?
get mad at you questioning me. I'd get mad at your irritating little fucking pedantic
You're the guys that are
bullshit that
mad,
you continue
see? You
every
just admitted
time
you
you
get
come
mad.
in here.
I'm
So,
not angry at you guys.
Pony up and come up on the fucking panel, or just shut your fucking trap. Right?
Blah, 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 blah.
You're not that
Craig-
important, Lisa. Stop.
You're trapped.
You're not running anyone either.
You're not running anyone either, bitch.
And yes,
Craig, if you're
Renee is running stuff. Renee is running stuff, Lisa, because if you'll notice, she has a fucking wrench. She's like my top bitch, man. That's what's up. Okay, she's
top
my
dog.
bitch on this show.
Top-
And
top
she's running
dog,
all
yeah.
you hoes. That's how.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding with you, Renee. But yeah, man, no, she does have power. You have no power. You don't get to tell people what to fucking do here. Okay, I know you're used to telling people what to do.
Craig, are you
That
familiar
way.
with what the American Standard definition of mad is? To be
Mad?
insane, to be out of
Insane.
one's mind.
Exactly.
So you're telling us we are out of our minds because we are questioning a book that obviously contradicts itself.
No, that's not what I said. I said you guys are calling me crazy.
No,
and a
you said we
lunatic
were
and
mad.
drunk. You're calling me crazy, a lunatic, a drunk. Calling me a drunk.
Because you're slurring your words, sir.
I'm not slurring my words.
Exploring.
My mouth is dry. Do I need some water to
Probably.
pronunciate my words?
Yeah.
better?
You
Probably.
might get yourself
If
a
I
drink
did
of
not
water.
hear a if
Get
I did
yourself
not
a
hear
nice
inconsistency.
Something. You gotta stay hydrated, dude.
Maybe
And
I'm
cammed up.
talking too fast. Do I talk too fast for you to comprehend?
Yes, that's it. How did you ever figure that out?
I got delicious cigarettes and coffee. That's how I keep my mouth going. See, that's what I'm after.
I need some coffee.
I mean, for real though. I mean, that's the kind of thing that I look at. Now, does that mean I'm going to throw the baby out with the bathwater? No, because I
told you
know,
guys-
unlike
told you
many
guys
of these
before I
people,
got
that
on
it's
here,
not
it was
one
special
big
ed.
long book that you start on page 1 and end up on page Z. It doesn't work out like that. Okay, this is a collection of books, a bibliothèque. Okay, a
You guys
Bible.
are too smart for me. I told you before I came on here, I was special ed.
I get
So
it.
was I.
see
I
you're
was
there.
considered special ed all my life. They told me that I would never amount to nothing. And look at me now. So obviously you're used to believing people that are willing to lie to you.
No, I've been
And
called crazy my
accepting.
whole life. People have been calling
They called me
crazy
fucking
since I was
crazy all
10
the
years
time.
old.
You want to believe that baby back bullshit? That's fine.
No, it's
That's
a-
all good.
What it is, it's a badge of honor. I like being called crazy. And I like
It's a
being called
badge
drunk.
of honor.
Thank you very
Listen,
Okay.
much
I can see where
for
Craig's
calling me
coming from
drunk
on that
and
one.
crazy.
Listen,
Thank you very
I
much.
can
for
see
calling
where
me drunk
Craig's
and
coming
crazy.
from,
I've
bro,
been
'cause
called
look.
drunk and crazy my whole life. I never liked the hippie movement. I never got into drugs. I never believed in all that bullshit. I'm
we
a
don't
drunken
smoke
special ed,
marijuana in
special ed.
Muskogee.
special ed. I've been called.
So listen, I dig
crazy
where
my
you're
whole
coming
life.
from
Now you're
because
calling me drunk, which is good too. Thank you very much
all
for
right,
calling me drunk.
so in your defense, Craig, on what you were saying, as that being an honor, I look at that like that too, because look, if what you have out here is a standard of sanity, I am quite fucking proud to be called insane, because that's a goddamn nut house out there.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, I even look at the word
And
sane,
for
where it comes
sticking up
from.
for the Bible
Spanish.
my whole life. I've been crazy, called crazy.
Well,
You
it's
know, when I
because
was
Then
you
a kid,
why
I
don't
was
you
like
know
studying
it?
religious.
scriptures,
You
and
come
I
off like
studied
a
it
religious
from Greek
zealot.
and Hebrew. And
Craig.
in school, I was laughed at and
That's
mocked and
because
beat
you
up.
come off
So was I.
as an evangelizing whack job at first. You do.
That's why we're all here. That's why we're all
But
here.
I'm not an
We are
evangelizer.
the crazies and the lunatics.
See,
Just
but we're
get
not
over it. It's a
evangelizing.
badge
I'm not
of honor.
evangelizing to anyone, Craig. That's the whole thing. I'm not evangelizing. We're discussing things in an open-minded manner, and that being one of them. And unfortunately, there are, some questionable things within this collection of books. I even
world's
question the
become
validity of it
insane. You
based
guys are
on
all in an insane asylum.
right.
And only a
But
crazy
I'm
person can
questioning
understand
even
what's
the
going
holy
on.
shit, you're as bad as Jay. You're gonna get going. You're gonna be gone here in just a second. Okay.
What he's telling you, Craig, is read the room.
It's
When
like
the guy
this,
that
man.
you're on, go ahead.
I mean, it's as simple, man. These are blatant contradictions, and to question them should not be anything to be admonished, but something to embrace and look into. Okay, that's what we do. For someone to come in now, I could see if you come on off at people like you have here as some kind, it's almost like tent revival shit, man. It's almost like you're just evangelizing and again proclaiming your interpretation of something that may or may not be true, and then trying to get others to go along with it instead of listening to what their interpretations might be, comparing it to yours, not necessarily changing yours, but at least considering the information. You don't. You go like this, da, 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 and then say what you want to say. That's what you do.
Okay.
I mean,
Are you familiar with 2 Timothy 2:15?
Yeah, hang on.
I don't know the addresses to all the verses I know.
Okay, sure. Just here's what it says. Here's what it says.
I want
Study to show.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Here's what it says.
Approved.
God, working in need
Yeah,
not to
yeah.
be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth.
I'm looking for the
The word of God is
instructions.
alive and
Holy
powerful,
hand
sharper
grenade
than
event.
any
Dude,
two-edged sword,
holy,
piercing
holy.
into the spirits of the knowledge and the zone to know the truth. Yeah.
So how are you up here claiming to know the truth when it is clear that there is, even within this own book, blatant contradictions? You're supposed to divide the word of truth,
Divide the word,
meaning
of
that
truth.
there's more than one truth. There's your
God is
truth
a
and there's
God of
my truth.
division. It's
Okay.
Christ talking. There's divisions
Okay.
in the Bible.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Genesis was the time of innocence. That's a period.
Genesis
of
was the
divided.
time of innocence. So you're
Yeah, and
saying that
when Christ came to
feeding
the cross,
your
was a
children
different
off of
time.
that is a total blatant lie. Genesis is not a time of innocence whatsoever.
It's
Have you ever read the book?
Before the fall? I should say before the fall was a time.
So the
of
three
innocence. We don't know how long
sentences?
it was. That's a dispensation.
Yeah.
So Adam
And that
Eve
story
had a
was
different-
clearly
Adam and Eve
plagiarized. That story
they
was
were not
clearly
easily figured
plagiarized
out.
from further on documents that can be proven.
Where's the holy hand grenade of Antioch instruction?
That's
I
from
need a
the
strawberry.
Monty Python. Yeah.
Like,
I
Holy
need a
hand grenade, that's the
strawberry.
best scene,
count
right?
it to three. Three being the number to count.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not
One.
count to four.
I love
Are
the
you a
bridge of death.
dispensationalist?
Like, what's your
Are you
favorite
an
color?
anti-dispensationalist? Are you an
Anti-what?
anti-dispensationalist?
No, actually,
You don't
I'm an
believe in dispensations 'cause
anti-disestablishmentarian.
Paul
Yes,
brought
I
up
would absolutely.
dispensations, and you don't believe in Paul, so you don't believe in dispensations.
Well, you said you didn't believe in Paul.
No, you said you didn't believe in Paul.
Well,
When
why
did
would
I say
somebody
I didn't believe in Paul?
Is this book about Paul?
No,
Is this
you
thing
guys were
about
saying
Paul, or
that-
is this about God? Is this about Jesus? Where's fucking Paul fit into all
You
this?
said
Little
to rightly
graveler,
divide the word
little
of truth.
graveler who
You
robbed
said
the
to
churches
rightly
and
divide
murdered
the
people
word of
and
truth.
shit. A little
To rightly
graveler who
divide-
No,
robbed the
I
churches.
didn't say that.
Right?
The
he
Bible
robbed the
said that.
churches. He did reprehensible goddamn things, and then just because
Bible.
he talked to a
trying to
Tonkin donkey,
explain-
you're supposed to just listen to him now?
I'm
Fuck
trying to
him.
explain. I'm trying to
Was
explain
Paul Shrek?
dispensations. Dispensations. I'm
Don't
trying to
get
explain
out of my swamp.
dispensations. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm an anti-disestablishmentarian. I believe in anti-disestablishmentarianism. So
Then you'd be wrong.
Also known as an anarchist.
right. What's up, Flow State?
What up, hoes? Who are we yelling at tonight?
Oh, we're yelling at everybody.
What's up, Flow State?
Motherfucker.
Yo, but I heard yelling before I clicked the link. Who was it up here that we're yelling at?
Me.
Me.
I was yelling.
There's Nubs always yells, man.
That's why Jack always has to kick him out.
No, that's because Jack's a pussy.
I haven't checked out Jack in a while. I'm not really a big. I just say
Not much over there.
I haven't checked him out in a little bit. It seems to draw flies for me. And what I mean by that is as soon as, like, if he comes to mind, then all those people come. And it's like, and they just choke up the shit out of the damn chat with, blowing shit at Jack, And,
Jack Talcott guy or what?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy, dude. Oh.
The Reverend Talcott.
I mean, I like him. Him. He's a nice guy. Seems like a nice guy. I feel that a lot of his
like he's always smiling and laughing. Like,
yeah,
he's pretty trippy,
man. But it's just unfortunate. It's like he draws a lot of woe to him. You know what I'm saying?
He is always smiling and laughing because much like a clown, he hides his emotions inside behind the smile.
The smile has a shelf life. It wears out after about 60 minutes or so.
Or if I come up on panel immediately.
Yeah, if Nub's there, the half-life doubles.
Half-life doubles. Fuck it. It ain't even a half-life. It's just it's gone.
I mean, it halves. Whatever.
Dude, we buried the fucking hatchet, and I wasn't even saying anything, and I got kicked off of the fucking channel.
Oh, no.
I saw that. I've tried to take up for you at least 2 or 3 times, and it never goes anywhere.
Yeah, I just kind of backed off of that shit. I just didn't want, I thought it's cool. Like, I meet some people. One of the cool ones I met out of that whole fucking fiasco outfit, Flow State. I like that dude. He's quick.
Hello.
He does all right. But he has this habit of always wanting to talk about his penis. I don't know what that is about, but, we can.
Do you want to see it?
Go ahead. Bring that baby up.
All right, I got you, bro.
Well, I gotta say that's a fine looking penis there, Flow State.
Thank you, sir. It's not very long, but it sure is skinny.
Hey,
that looked like one of those ones you brought up,
right?
Sovereign. That was one of those ones that you brought up on the internet earlier. They're the same size, same shape. Does that have a buddy on the end? Is that your hoppy place?
It's an artificial
and
wang.
It's big enough to have its own gravitational pull.
We were looking up the artificial wangs earlier, Flow State. We were trying to see what these people are getting to, so they can be surgically turned into a man and shit. And it was kind of lot of weird stuff there, man. I don't even know. But
can we go? I don't want PTSD from that. Yeah, I don't need to go back.
We don't need no
science. Smiled all the time.
That's like going to Jack's basement.
Wait, you the bodies.
You would be surprised at some of the shit I found in that basement while I've been chilling back there. Fucking me and Paul, when we're sitting back in the basement together, we go exploring that basement. There is some shit. There are bodies back there. Let me tell you.
Whose basement?
Big bags of lime.
Yup. How'd you know?
Yeah, well, it's just like my basement. Shit.
I feed all my bodies to the chickens.
Oh no,
they'll eat anything.
Pigs are much better.
And then we get eggs. I know chickens take a long time. You just have to dice them smaller.
There is an interview. There's a video on YouTube of this woman who she killed these people and was feeding them to her pigs and shit. And she finally gets trapped into it where she starts admitting it during this interrogation that she'd been killing these people and throwing them in the pig pen to let them eat them. And it was about 5 or 6 dudes that she'd done that to, man. They was laying it, all got eaten by the pigs, man.
They fucked around and they found out.
Yeah, man. And absolutely.
Play stupid games, get stupid prizes.
Came over to snipe. Look who came over to snipe like a little penis head. Yeah, I'm ignorant and proud of it. That's what he said. Well, you know what, Sean? At least I'm not a whiny little bitch begging my audience for money and threatening to quit if they don't start paying me money for my witty content and stuff.
Be careful, Sean. I'll show my penis again.
Did you see that? Did you see that shit? First he
You're
quit.
going for small
he rage
warfare.
quitted. He rage quitted on fucking the guy who was on here earlier, Vince, Honest Composer. He rage quitted off of there, and then he puts up this post. This was pathetic as shit, man. I gotta pull
I
this
dug a
up.
hole with my excavator. I need to line it with lime so that it will hold water, so that I can make it a pool. But the spring runoff, it goes in it and it drains out all the time. So I need to get some lime to.
Why don't you use clay?
Well, clay. You have to. I'd have to take my excavator down about 5 miles from my road and dig a bunch of clay out, and then I'd have to rent a dump truck. But I can order lime on pallets.
Lime is going to fuck your pH, and it's going to kill your.
It's a small pool. I can just order 3 pallets of lime. It's like cement.
Where are you at? We've got clay like half an inch down here.
Right.
Did you see this, Slow State?
See
What
what?
do you use the water
Up
for?
there, this is what was on old Sean Hawkins. He come over here to snipe some bullshit in the
I
chat.
didn't see it. What am I looking at here?
It says after more, this is on his community post after he rage quitted off of Honest Composer the other day. And he put up on here, he said, after more than 2 weeks of nothing and a 2.5-hour debate with absolutely zero appreciation, I'm finally done. On TV, a show that makes no money week after week gets canceled. I love doing videos, but it honestly makes me depressed that every other channel on YouTube makes money but mine. I'm tired of the channel not growing despite me trying everything I know of. I'm tired of watching other channels grow, be profitable while my channel gets fucked. So,
Hold on. Has he tried streaming from a hot tub?
yeah, all right, that works too. So I hope all of you enjoyed it while it lasted. I've said I quit before, but this time it's for good. I fucking kill myself for you with every debunk, every fucking review, and being very depressed. Unless someone can give me a goddamn good reason besides we love you on the inside where it really counts, I'm fucking done. Now, you're all free to go over to FTFE and McToon and donate to them. It's what you do anyway, right? The big channels and people who don't fucking need the money, while people who need the fucking money go fucking broke.
Yeah, I think that he nailed it though. You should quit.
Wait,
You know,
next
and
tune,
I mean,
know
that's
that
to his
guy.
audience.
He does,
That's to his audience, bro. So that
I
was
agree.
real
You
nice,
should quit.
you
Quit
know?
completely.
I mean, so it's like, and he had taken all his videos, put them at private and shit, so nobody could watch his witty commentary and whatever.
Dude seems like a covert contractor. This feels like a covert contract.
Done it.
Do you think any of his audience signed up for that shit?
I don't know, but his cheap skinflint fucking audience, Charlie Welch and the rest of those birds, need to pony up some goddamn money to this guy so you can hear him go, yeah, dumb fuck, deny science, and then play 30 seconds or less of the video and then go, he's a retard, and never offer any refutation or any real content whatsoever. So
This sounds like another Amazon type scenario where they offered everybody Prime and then made it really difficult to cancel.
oh, cool.
And they're getting sued over it. It just sounds very similar in the nature of things.
Well, it's like how do you do that? You go on there and you really think
Because
highly
you're
of
a
yourself. You really think highly of yourself, you know, that I feel that it's worth paying for when obviously no one else does. Okay.
He should pony up some money for his own product then.
Well, that's what I don't know.
I've also determined that I'm the biggest genius on the internet.
He might
Yeah,
want
we know that's bullshit.
He might want to rethink his format a little bit.
Somehow, all of my genius and entitlement, I can't figure out how to make any fucking money off this thing. But you know what? God has the same problem. Every Sunday, God's like that broke-ass cousin who didn't pay you back last week and is asking to borrow more money this week.
Right.
Oops.
But not only more money, but the best of the money.
Yeah, I'm gonna just lower your mic level a little bit because
Me?
Pretty loud.
yeah, you're blowing right.
I have
through
it turned up on purpose, so I'm louder than everyone else.
Yeah, I turned it down a little bit because it was blowing my ears out. It was blowing. my
He's in
fucking
his
ears.
flow.
How am I supposed to talk over people now?
No, you don't.
I like how it sounds loud, man.
Thank you.
All right, so
For
yeah,
$9.99, I can teach you too how to do it.
Yeah.
I finally found out how to turn up
50
my
cents.
speaker.
So yeah, this has been some interesting
hear
shit.
me
But
now?
look, you can't just go now. What I find the only reason I use this in
Michael,
The
about
Holy
anything,
fucking Bible.
the only reason I use this for anything regarding the conversations we have is because what I find interesting is the fact that paper and ink copies of this have changed, and in a way that makes those changes turn stuff in a lot of cases blasphemous. Okay, that's
Maybe it was the Gideon Bible.
this one right here. This is a Gideon. This is a Gideon.
But
But
you
I
think
also
about
have-
that. They were always free and always available. Whatever comes free.
You're still muted.
What the fuck? Oh,
I think I'm still
Yeah.
muted.
Cool.
That's a King. That's a King James.
Okay.
Am I muted
Yeah.
still?
I don't know
Am
if you can
muted
see it.
still? Hello?
Yeah, I see it. I can see it.
Yeah, it's a King James with Apocrypha and like an Oxford fucking introduction and stuff. I don't know. I bought it like 12 years
Boo,
ago.
boo, boo. Oh no, I'm not muted. Sorry.
This
Sorry to
is
interrupt.
You're not muted.
This
I was
is a
watching
replica.
You're muted?
screen again.
Hold on. This
You're
is
not.
a replica of. Oh, I'm going to turn my.
Where's
background.
your
It's in the
replica of
space.
the Blood
Hang on a second.
Diamond or the Hope
It's in
Diamond?
space.
There. So
What the
this is a
fuck?
replica. This is a replica
What?
of the original 1611.
What the
King
fuck?
James.
Sovereign with the
That's not even a
You've been
replica.
lying the whole
Maybe
time?
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Facsimile.
You're
But you know
not
what
on the
else?
space station?
Mind blown.
You
This out-
fucking
this-
liar. I can't believe it anymore.
You see this?
Why did
This
you
is
rip?
an
rip
actual,
the
this
pages,
is an
though?
actual page from a 1611 original 1611 Bible. This is like over 400 years old. And
That's cool.
Wow.
but
Wow.
this is really cool because it's got the notes from the translator in it.
What if he like knocks over his drink and onto that page right now?
So it has like
Ah.
literally.
just look.
Does it
Lying
have-
to us.
And you see the calligraphy used and everything. This is an exact replica of the original.
And does it have like a stamp of
I
King
almost
Jimmy
bought
and
one
all
of
that?
those.
Yeah, all up in the front. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
it's-
can you show? Can you show?
I
They
don't
were
know
real
what page it's
popular
on.
in
You got the
2011.
notes.
They were selling a lot of those. Is it 400
King
year
James
anniversary?
the second or whatever. he
2011.
was.
Yeah,
they
it's
were
in the
selling
notes
those.
from the translator. It's got proper lessons to be read for the first lessons of both mornings, evenings, prayers are listed. You've got the lineages, like here's the entire like family tree coming down from Adam and Eve,
Wow, that's
the
nice.
line of Seth and the line of Cain.
So and so beget so and so beget so and so.
Yeah, it's
That's my
really
favorite part of the Bible.
yeah, and then it goes into all this.
Yeah,
too.
the whole
my-
Chronicles is like
My favorite part
only
is the
names
begetting
for
part.
9 chapters. For 9 chapters, his First Chronicles is only names, and he begat him that he began. Though he lived 900 years, and it's like I love it. Just read it. Like the names are sound funny. Dude, if you get the audio Bible, the King James audio Bible, some of that shit makes me laugh. It's so funny. Like
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Do you know the one with Stephen Johnson? That's the best version. Like he's the best narrator of King James.
I thought that was one of the dudes in the Bible. Like Shadrach
Yeah.
beget
Like,
Meshach,
he had
beget
even, like,
Nephilim, beget
Oh,
Stephen Johnson.
Steven Johnson.
Like what the fuck, Stephen Johnson?
no, yeah. No, his name was
Some
Stephen
dude
Johnson,
just injected
and-
himself into the Bible. This is bullshit.
and it's so funny because he has like an echo whenever he speaks, like as the Lord God. He has like an echo, and
Listen, I already know. Listen, everybody knows from watching 10 Commandments or anything else that God
Got
sounds
J's
like
in
Orson
there.
Welles.
Right.
That's how
Um,
you know.
Orson
You
Welles?
hear a voice, look around, because if Orson Welles is not there, then you know that it's truly God talking to you. Okay.
Wait, wasn't that
Sovereign-
Charlton Heston though? Or
No, he was Moses.
and
Sovereign.
Orson Welles was who? Who?
Orson Welles did the voice of God.
Wait, no shit, really? I thought he
Yes.
did like Citizen Kane.
Isn't
and
that the guy who wrote 1984? No, wrote War of the World.
That's Orwell.
War of the Worlds. Well, I don't think he wrote it, but it was his performance of it on the radio that scared the shit out of all these people and everything.
Oh, Touch
Because
of
he had
Evil was another
inflection.
one he did.
Yeah.
He had awesome
That
speech.
whole story feels like a psyop to me. The whole like we were just reading the book on the radio and people thought it was real.
Yeah.
That was a beta test.
And I was like, come
Wait,
on.
wait.
Might have been
Didn't
a
they
couple
just do the same
It was a beta
thing?
test. The test house
Didn't they
fire.
just do the same exact thing with a
Yeah.
cop and a family? Like, seriously. So you're telling me that the best the police have to do is say, okay, if you see an alien, shoot it. And
They're doing
if
the
that
same thing
does
now.
happen, hypothetically, let's say their culture, hypothetically, because we all know it's a bunch of bullshit, but let's go into it. Their culture is a warrior culture that lives forever, and their kryptonite happens to be lead. And so for the first time in a billion galactic, since the beginning of the realm, this guy got shot and now he's dead. And now we're all against all the intergalactic aliens. Like, tell me that's
a war because of some hot-headed redneck.
right.
Kansas City
The
man with
hot-headed
felony
redneck cop.
shoots down a flying saucer with his high point.
Like, seriously,
Sideways.
I'm sorry, but this shit
Sideways.
is just so fucking laughable. It is just so. It was the fucking Mexican cartel shooting at the fucking airplanes.
Here's
From
the
out
fucking
of his
crazy-
El Camino.
Here's all
Yeah,
the
with the
crazy
50
with that.
cal.
And you look, it's like they do the same shit, right? First it was a balloon. Oh no, there's UFOs. And then in 1947, it was, oh, look, UFOs. Nope, turned out to be a balloon. It's like, come the fuck on with this thing, man. Learn a new trick, right? But they're
The tricks are
really
easy.
seeding this. They're really seeding this into your shit right now. They're really seeding it into your imagination, into your mind that there's going to be some aliens coming, or these things we've known about them for all this time and we've kept it undercover. This whistleblower that came out from the Pentagon that was allowed to not be killed and went on several different news outlets talking about that the U.S. has knowledge of UFOs, that they have captured ones, and they even have bodies and this, that, and the other. Right? Yeah. But anybody that was going to come on a news program and talk about who was on Epstein Island, they somehow die on their way to the studio and shit. Right? Come on.
Well, traffic is dangerous nowadays.
You know, this
You
guy's
can get
just allowed
shot
to come
for
out and
just
talk
cutting
about this
somebody
shit.
off.
He's just allowed to come out and talk about this shit, not just once, but on every news outlet that there is.
Well, yeah. The truth has to get out there. Come on, man.
They getting ready to pull
Whistleblowing
some
is a
shit on us,
specific-
man. They getting ready to pull some shit on us hard.
You know they are. And the thing is like the reality of technology, if we look into the technology that we have, it's all fucking outdated the moment it comes out.
Yep. Yep. Well,
You
I'm
know,
gonna
and-
like go around. I've been going 5.5 hours here. I'm gonna cut this thing. I went early today because our good friend Vince, he's 6 hours ahead of us as far as time is concerned. So I made some accommodations for him. And I think it was a pretty good show. I enjoyed having Vince on. He's a pretty square dude. I like him. And I'm gonna
You seem like a cool cat.
yeah, he's got some awesome shit, man. He's kind of all over the place with stuff, but he gets into some the interesting topics. He covers a lot of stuff, man. He was like going through a video game the other night with somebody.
Can you send me a link to his channel? Or
Yeah, it
what
should be.
link?
It's in the description of the video. It's in the
Okay, cool.
description on YouTube. Yeah.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I try to include links for people, you know, as far as that's concerned. Sometimes I forget to put stuff in there, like what we're talking about. Somebody will say, put a link in there. And okay, I'll do it after the show. But then hours go by and I get off and I'm like, man, that went a long time. And I go in here and smoke weed and watch something on the fucking tube. And then I totally forgot, but that's okay. And Lisa, I would highly suggest, rather than having me spoon feed you stuff all the time, here's what you can do. that NASA video of those guys on the space station with the autographed football, it's the same one as where they were wearing the jerseys of just who happened to win. And then ask yourself, how many combinations of possible winning teams would there be? And how many footballs that were autographed by all the NFL players would it take to actually pull that off? Or maybe they weren't really up there.
I would say the chances are about as slim as Morena Bobbitt's hiding of the penis.
There you go. Well, she didn't hide it real good. It was right in the middle of the road.
That's what I'm saying.
Good thing it didn't get run over or nothing, you know?
Oh, he has like a music reaction channel. Okay.
Yeah, he does that too.
This kind of thing is very popular on YouTube. So I'm not surprised he has 8,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna check it out regardless because he's really a cool guy.
Vince Finelli reacts also. So you can find his other channels that are there on his. I think he's got them linked to him.
Yeah, I normally don't watch like music reaction channels, but like if it's somebody that is really cool and stuff, then I don't mind. Yeah.
He did a nice 2.5 hour show with who was his name? Sean Hawkins there the other day.
Sean, the guy that you were like shitting on?
Yeah, well, I wasn't shitting on him. He asked to be shit on. He did literally asked me to shit on him by unwarrantedly wanting to fuck with me. So
wait, wasn't that the guy that shared your live stream the other day and something? Or no? There was
I think he did. I think
okay.
He did. It's like I don't know. I can't. It's hard to say. I don't keep track of him a whole lot, except I thought that was funny, and I wanted to go over. What drew me to it was I wanted to go over and see how many views had he got on that live that he did with Vince, right? And so when I went over there and looked, I was like, "Where the fuck did all his videos go?" And I was like, "There's no videos here except that one. Where the hell are they all at?" And he put them to where they were all private or something, right? Or got rid of them. I don't know. They look like they're coming back now. But so I went over on his community page and we saw that thing where he went tirade about people being cheap asses in his fucking thing. You know, it's just like, come on, man. That don't make any goddamn sense at all. You know,
if you don't pay, Sean Hawkins don't play.
That's right, man. You got to pay him so that he can pause a video every 10 seconds and go, all right, dumb fuck.
Kind of like when you're sitting at a strip club at the stage and the fat stripper comes on and you don't tip her.
Yeah, right.
And she starts bitching at you like, if you're not going to spend money, you shouldn't be sitting up here. It's like, man.
If you're not going to do your job.
You shouldn't be here either.
Yeah, you shouldn't be up there. What are you doing?
If you're not going to do your job.
This is what I get for going during the daytime.
How'd they get it signed?
Day shift strippers.
Lisa.
I used to live next to these strippers when I was like 19 or 20.
Lucky.
Something like that. No, it was one of the fat strippers and the other one was like somewhat fat and they were the day crew. It was fucking hilarious.
The ones that's where you're guaranteed to see several C-section scars.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But like, you can tip them in shards.
Right. Well, I will give you some closing words.
All right.
Here are my closing words. Sovereign, I am very disappointed.
Uh-oh.
The reason I am very disappointed is I was under the illusion that you really were on that damn planet.
I know.
Listen, what you saw was
no. I don't want any excuses.
Anomaly.
I don't want
it was refraction.
Wait,
okay?
It was gravity?
It was gravitational refraction.
Oh, okay.
Parallax.
All right, never mind.
As I was transitioning between the cupola and the main part of the ISS there. We have that from time to time. Gravity.
Well, all you had to say is we were having some gravity issues.
And
I would have been right there with you.
That it wasn't just gravity; it was gravitational refractive parallax.
And the jet propulsion disengaged too, right?
Right, and the flux capacitor was fucking up all over the place too, man. It was insane. It's all because Don Pettit won't flush the goddamn space toilet.
Well, he backed it up, didn't he?
Oh my God! You know, it's
How do you plunge a toilet in zero gravity?
God damn! Oh, I know they
Carefully.
were chasing each other around in a gorilla suit the other day. You know, because that's what we do.
Why
as part
that
of our important science up here. And I swear to God, William Shatner ran smack dab right into a space dookie. Almost was blinded by a peanut. He was almost blinded by a peanut, but luckily he wasn't injured. But we had to have a stern talking to Don about flushing the space toilet, right?
Flow State had a good question though. How do you plunge a space toilet? And that's actually a question that was brought up. In fact, they gave us a whole show, if you remember correctly. It was the little astronaut dude that went up to fucking space on that space show with that nerd. Sheldon Cooper.
Yeah. From the fucking
he designed the toilet. Designed the toilet. So, in other words, what they're talking about is they're talking about an impossibility, but they present it by a show, so it's oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah,
Dude,
he's smart. He's a scientist.
Did you see him? He's on that show floating around up there weightless with other real astronauts. It looked absolutely real, right? So what'd they do? Did they ship that actor up there once a week for that show, or how did that work out? I don't remember reading about that guy getting shot up there to the space station. Do you?
It was one of the Dragon flights.
Yeah, so they must have put him up there and do it, right? But so how do you distinguish that one wasn't real and the other ones you're seeing are real? Nobody ever thought that. Nobody's thinking that at all. They're just automatically oh, it's not real because that guy's on this sitcom.
I just think it's really right.
They believe that William Shatner went up and he's just a guy from TV too, right?
Right.
That was insane.
But I just think it's funny because of the toilet factor.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at how a toilet works, it could not work that way in any way, shape, or form. And
you're
wouldn't be able
to back pressure when you take a dump anyways. Otherwise, it's going to just float all over.
Right. No. You would have to have constant suction, so it would literally rip the shit out of you.
Fucking head caves in and shit. Oh, that was a big one. Oh, fuck.
The fucking the cable system gets caught in there, and then they have a fucking open source to the fucking outside. Vacuum gets in. They all go sliding through.
They can't fit the harnesses into the toilet stall, man.
The fucking hair gets stuck. That one chick's hair, she gets stuck, and she's sitting there just the head at the toilet. The rest of her body stretching out through the expanse of space.
I have a video. It's a split screen video of the broad in the ISS with her hair sprayed up like that, right? And on the top half of the screen is a woman with long hair on the Vomit Comet experiencing weightlessness. And her hair is reacting as it should. The woman on the space station, it's not. You know, it just stays like that. You know, what's stopping the hair from going any further when you quit moving your head?
That's why they push her into the toilet first, so that she gets stuck with that fucking hair.
Aquanet. What's it? Aquanet, the official hairspray of the NASA space program.
Is there any official patents from NASA on Aquanet?
I don't wonder about
as like a degreaser or something like that.
In all reality, here's another thing you got to understand too. So these people have been up there, and in some instances, 6 months, maybe a year. Who the fuck's cutting their hair? Who's cutting?
That would be the barber.
Yeah, so they got a barber shop on there.
It's a barber, yeah.
So here's a guy.
Well, they run around with the camera.
Women always have makeup, always have their makeup and everything done. Their clothes are always pressed and, you know, starched looking. You know, they're all real dapper and neat looking. So who's doing the dry cleaning?
Laundry and ironing. They have maids there.
Here, if you want to know what
you don't understand how your own fucking space station works, you're on the damn thing, for Christ's sakes.
Listen, I've
Yeah,
talked to dudes
You
that
know it's
worked on
part of the crew.
submarines. I've talked to dudes that worked on submarines and they've stayed submerged in some cases for weeks, even a month underwater, not resurfacing, right? And he said that fucking submarine gets to smelling like Funk Town, man. It's disgusting.
Did they take shower?
Yeah, but there's only so much you can do. And especially up
Right.
there, how in the hell are they showering?
They
Right.
turn gravity on while they're showering. You know how you shower
Yeah, yeah.
through the gravimetric poles.
Okay. Oh,
You know how this shit works.
yeah, I know. Well, I'm up there in it, obviously. So yes, I do.
And then
And what
it's much
about
like
the-
the toilet.
Is there a bidet or toilet paper?
It's
What, up here?
obviously a bidet.
Up
Bidet,
here,
right?
I
Yeah,
would-
yeah. I would
won't-
think so because
I won't
No,
poop.
see-
I only poop at home, so I've been holding it for a few months up here.
See, there's this
When I
thing
get
on
home,
the
oh boy.
Damn,
There's
it's
there's
only
this thing
as
on the
much
end of
as
the
you can hold.
bidet.
Huh?
There's this little piece on the end of the. I was doing some research,
Yes.
and there's this little piece on the end of the bidet that turns gravity on for the water exclusively. And then, so it doesn't need to be extreme force to contradict the suction of the vacuum.
So
But because there's no containment,
I saw
there's no containment between the two. So there is a problem. I mean, we're working things out, to say the least.
NASA put out a video about that they're not allowed to. Okay, so dudes up there in space in the space station aren't allowed any alone time because they might smack their monkey around a little bit. And this is no shit. They said this, and that could cause there to be some sperms floating around and accidentally get one of the female
Impregnated.
pregnant and shit. And I'm like, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. So there's no beating off going on up there. These guys are about blue balled like a motherfucker by the time they get home, right? Come on, man.
No. There's no alone time. Think about that.
So they're just doing it in front of each other. They don't care.
No. I didn't say anything.
They're doing it in the toilet, probably.
With the vacuum.
Yes.
You got
Yeah,
that
with the
vacuum.
vacuum. Yeah,
Oh,
every day.
With the bidet.
So,
the
with
goddamn
the bidet. Yeah.
Don. Don, you've been in there flushing that toilet for a long time now. You're gonna be okay.
It's got a small rabbit on the end, just past
Don?
the gravity.
What are you doing in there, Don? I'm going blind. God damn it, leave me alone. Well, we already know these are people that cannot let go of their balls, right?
No, is there any actual evidence that they have them in the first place?
Yeah, right. I don't know. We have not.
I mean, that's
seen the weightless Wang yet. We have not.
that
seen,
is
Weightless Wang.
well. They just need to send Morena up there, and she'll take care of
Wait.
everything.
What do you?
No,
how do you think
no
it feels
problem. It's not just a circle jerk.
to?
It's a globe jerk. Okay, they get in a position of a sphere because they're in weightless, and then they start smacking it.
It's a round jerk.
Do you think the orgasm is stronger in zero gravity?
I don't know, man.
I would say there's no back pressure
Right. So it's a stronger feeling.
because your blood flows differently and everything like that. That's why it takes a while to get reacclimated, because it's just in a, something that needs pressure doesn't need pressure in space. But when you get back to the pressurized system, you need to have the pressure back.
Well, yeah, the atrophy of your muscles too while you're up there. Think about this: your heart's a muscle as well,
Right.
and so there it is.
So is the
pumping
brain.
with very little effort, not as much effort as it would be on Earth, and you're up there for 6 months with your heart weakening to the low gravity or no gravity, and it's pumping, and then you come right back to the regular Earth gravity. Wouldn't that thing be strenuously working hard to be pumping the blood the same way and have to build its strength back up? I mean, it's just what I'm thinking.
That would be the logical course of science. And that's what has happened every time that there's been atrophy to the heart. and then those muscles had to be reintroduced to vigorous exercise, so they're used to more exercise. That's what I've ever been accompanied to.
Plus, all the blood going to your brain would cause a stroke. No shit, man. See, there's so many things that they just figure is going to blow by, but I ask questions like that, and I need answers to those. Like, how do you keep your heart from atrophy? How do you there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense that would make sense here for a weightless environment. My biggest question is, how do you keep that fucking aluminum tin can you're in from exploding and wanting to equalize with the vast pressure differential outside of the space station? I mean, we know a rail car, a tanker car, when you take it from 14.7 down to like 8 psi, it will fucking collapse. So I can only imagine you got the same thing happening in a reverse way for equalization. I can't understand how in the hell that thing doesn't swell out like a fucking marshmallow or burst or something.
Mylar. Mylar.
It's got to be Mylar. What the fuck, man?
Yes. I was actually being entertained by the CGI and the models of the Dragon Project. It was quite entertaining.
Shit's impossible, man. It's scientifically impossible.
Well, I thought it was rather fascinating. They were reporting that they were going almost the sound or the speed of sound. And
way faster than that, 17,000 miles an hour, man.
Wait, speed of sound is only like 1,400?
Not even that.
Well,
It's
I'm
like,
saying like at
kilometers.
this point
I'm trying to figure. I'm going by subsonic ammunition is below 720 feet per second. So whatever that works out to.
What I'm saying is at this point in the rocket trajectory, they were going at the speed of sound, and they gave us a snapshot of the motors, and the motors were wrapped in Mylar. Now I've driven a fucking a trailer at 70 miles per hour down the highway with a tarp on it that happened to come out at the end. And I didn't have much of a tarp. I had strands, but everything horizontally was gone. So I know that Mylar has different qualities. I know that the Mylar that is used by the space station is much thicker, but nevertheless, at cold temperatures, doesn't Mylar crack?
I don't know, man. Listen, I'm just saying that entire whole story is scientifically impossible. Just the idea of a lumpy space vacuum with balls of gas somehow forming together in a void and then catching fire because of it. No. I'm just like, no. That's impossible.
No, it's possible by gravity.
Oh my God.
Just by gravity.
Yeah, well, what gravity? How did it ever get enough gravity how did the hydrogen or helium, these very, very light elements, blowing away from some magnificent explosion, somehow have the gravity to come together, much less into giant balls unfathomably large that they catch fire for some reason in a vacuum?
The answer is simple. It's gravity.
It's dumb. That's what it is.
I mean, like it's all gravity. The fact that you don't understand.
How can it even have any weight?
Through gravity. Gravity explains gravity every time.
That's it, man. The cause and the effect are the same thing.
Well, of course.
It wasn't
That's how science works.
Who was the fucking guy that said like because of gravity we know that the fucking everything is true or some shit? Like who was it? Stephen Hawking or whatever.
Well, I'm speculative of that guy too.
He said something like because of gravity we know that the universe was like created this way or whatever.
You're right. You don't know shit. For all we know, he's just
he just said gravity. That's the answer to everything, basically.
They took a vegetable guy, right? And they stuck him in this wheelchair, wheel him around, and have somebody else is talking through a fucking speaking spell for him. I mean, that's what the reality of it is. How come nobody else has this magnificent fucking machine that he used? Nobody else has
Because
one.
Yeah.
I am Stephen Hawking and I am gravity.
Right.
The answer is gravity. It is very clear.
It's fucking ridiculous is what it is, man. And when you break it, none of it holds on its on value when you break it down to to its base components, right? So for instance, you know, they say, I'm always with, you know, how do you have an atmosphere or a pressurized gas system in a vacuum or a void without containment? And their answer, of course, is gravity, which is easily dispelled because all I have to do is change the temperature of this air that is supposedly held by gravity, and it will miraculously rise against gravity. Right? We'd see this with hot air balloons all the time, right? When gravity's not going to hold compressed air or gases from equalizing with the outside pressure. If it did, you wouldn't hear psh when you open up a pop or a beer, right? What is that? That sudden and violent equalization of the inside pressure with the outside pressure. That's what that is. So if there was gravity holding that gas from equalization, when I open that can, it should stay in there. That gas should stay in there, right? Or even you take it to this point, you fill a box with, just close it up, have the air that's around you inside this box, right? Put it inside of a vacuum chamber. Now we know the vacuum chamber, the box, and the air are supposedly all being held by gravity. So I suck as much of the air out of that vacuum chamber without collapsing it as I possibly can. And then I open that box up. Now, if gravity's holding the air, that air that I sealed in that box was still being held by gravity. It should remain there in that box.
Of course.
But it doesn't.
Of course.
So,
well, what about when you know, you've got all these systems that supposedly work on gravity, but yet, like, for instance, satellites, they work on the gravitational poles and that's how they stay in orbit. You're telling me if we can't get through a fucking Thursday afternoon traffic jam without at least 8 traffic accidents in a major metropolitan area, you're telling me we've got billions of satellites that are just happen to be in. What happened to an object in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted on by an equal or greater force. Like everything, it's much like you were saying with the Bible. And like I said, I grew up in the fucking church, and it's not that I have anything against with what's being said. I have against what is not being not being blatantly overlooked.
Yeah. It's like there's something missing. How did that happen? It's like something got missing in there. Listen, here's a real interesting thing too. So let's say it's 3,000 miles between 2 cities. How far is it in an airplane?
Well, if they reroute you
to depending on the speed,
it also depends on whether they
5
reroute
hours
you to another city.
No, I'm not asking you how many hours it is.
Okay, so what
if I'm on the ground and I know that if I drive in a straight line 3,000 miles from this point, I'm going to reach this point, right? I'm going to go from point A to point B. It's 3,000 miles apart.
I see what you're saying.
Right?
I see
so
exactly
now,
what you're saying.
With an airplane. Okay,
wait, I don't really.
If you're following the curve of an Earth at 35,000 feet, that radius is going to increase exponentially, which means you're going to be traveling a much further distance.
Oh yeah,
because of NASCAR on
curvature.
Right.
Okay,
because
I get it now.
What has more distance? I mean, the outside of a clock or the inside of the clock? You know, the inside track is always the best one to be on because it's shorter, right? So what we have is you got to consider the ground being the inside track and the 35,000 foot altitude of the aircraft being the outside track. And if we're on a curve, that outside track is really a lot wider distance, more distance in the radius than you have here on the Earth. You have the same radius, but you have a much longer circumference portion of it. The length of that arc is going to increase. So that would make it even further. So even when you go on your flight tracker and you see that how fast it's going and the distance that it's traveling, it doesn't change. It's not an increase in distance because of their height, which it should be, but it's not.
That is very true.
Yeah.
They gave us NASCAR to overcompensate with the thought pattern because the cars go at equal speeds around NASCAR. So it's got to be the same thing in planes.
Right. It's exactly.
And it's easy to follow. They're making a left turn.
Right. So, I mean, the thing is this though, I mean, you're this down here. If I make
you're right.
Here, it's bigger and bigger radius the further I get from the center of the circle, right? So at 35,000 feet, what would be 3,000 miles on the surface of the Earth is going to end up being like 5,000 or 6,000 miles up here because you're greatly increasing the distance you have to cover. But if you check on
that's why they level out.
What?
That's why they level out at 35,000 feet.
How can you level out on a ball?
Well, you go straight up.
Exactly. You can't.
You go straight up and let the world. No, it's easy math. Easy math. All right. So what you do is when you take off, you know that feeling of that weightlessness that you feel for that moment when you take off? You're going straight up at that point, like a rocket. And then they level off. So it goes like this, and then it goes like this. And it comes back in to accommodate for the curve and they let the world spin.
Except that the fucking nose is like tilted up, they're not down. Though.
You realize that at cruising altitude, 35,000 feet, at the speed that an airliner goes, they would have to drop the nose a mile every 2 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you would feel that on the aircraft, and especially if you had a digital level on your phone and you had that level on the whole time and you took pictures of where you were at and you did the math and you did the math with the angle of which the pitch would need to be. It's like, you're pretty much dead on within approximate numbers.
So that's pretty simple, really, to, in concept. It just kind of blows that out of the fucking water as well, too. I mean, it would be, hey, if a long enough flight, you'd be better off to just go by land or train or something, because it's like, hey, man, we're really traveling a long distance. Why don't we drop down our altitude?
Well, they gave you that movie, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Oh, God, I love that movie. That is one of the best.
You think about the correlation.
John Candy and Steve Martin did a fantastic job with that. Dell was the most irritating motherfucker in the world, but he was also, just like the most endearing person too. It was like he couldn't help it that he was so irritating, and you felt bad for him for it, And it's like he doesn't mean any malice. He's a good guy. He's just fucking irritating as shit, And of course, the other character was rather uptight, so it kind of balanced both out. He says, "I feel like you're a chatty. I'm stuck with a chatty Cathy doll, except that me instead of me pulling your string, it's you going." I still crack up when I think about that fucking movie. It's good.
You think about it, they probably did have a lot of that same general experience because those guys, that's how they work. They didn't have to act.
No,
that old Saturday Night Live crew. Cheeseburger, fries, no Coke.
John Candy was from Second City. He was from Second City Television. And SCTV. That was a great show. I love that. And you had oh Christ, remember the guy that played the dad in American Dad. He was part of that. Flaherty, Joe Flaherty, John Candy. There was some good Canadian comedians, man, for real. I mean, Kids in the Hall still 20 years later cracks my ass up. man. Did you ever watch them Kids in the Hall?
I don't think I ever saw that one.
Oh my God,
My
they're
favorite one is
hilarious.
Spies Like Us. That was my favorite one. Is
Wait,
Spies Like
the
Us.
guy who made American Dad is Canadian?
No,
The actor or what?
no. I'm talking about Kids in the Hall.
Oh, I don't know that one. Sorry.
Oh, they were pretty good. They got some pretty funny ones on there. They got this one guy. He plays like this irritating kid that just comes up and asks some of the dumbest, most bizarre questions and freaks people out and shit. And it's like, and it just segues into some more bizarreness to where these people just don't even want to fucking deal with this kid, you know. But he's not being mean. He's just standing there and he just says weird shit, you know. My mommy sometimes has the plumber come, but he doesn't fix any pipes. Like that, they're like, that's real cool, kid, you know. And he'll just say some other fucking bizarre shit, and the guy's finally getting really irritated with him. But you can't really yell at the kid. It's just funny. You have to look him up. Kids in the Hall. Anyway, I'm gonna cut this off. I'm getting tired. I've been on here a long time, yakking my face for 6 hours. So, just gonna give him some last words. Blame it on God. What do you got left?
Dude, it's
One
like
last word.
5 a.m. It's dawn time here.
Mm.
So just gonna
Good
sleep.
morning. Good
I
morning.
sleep during the daytime. I don't care because I hate summer and it's fucking always hot. So it's better.
I got furry kids that won't let me not forget that it's nice outside. Every time I get up, my one German Shepherd, my youngest one, Moon Shadow, all I have to do is get up. As soon as I get up, she's like, son of a bitch, I'm in. Runs through the door thinking, we're going back out to play ball. And I'm like, no, I was actually getting up to go take a piss, Moon. But then she'll irritate the piss out of me. So I go out there and I play. And yeah, I am actually a pet old guy to 5 dogs. That's what
okay.
I'm their pet old guy. I do things for them and they let me. So
You do tricks? They've got you trained?
Oh yeah, real well. They're over here right now. They come in here and hang out while I'm doing my show. Got little Peanut, my pit bull. She's red and white. She's white with red spots. And then I got my one German Shepherd, Brandy. She's daddy's girl. She lays back here.
Wait, didn't you say you just got bitten by a pit bull?
I
That
did.
wasn't me.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah.
My
Yeah,
pit bull
you
don't
got-
bite nobody. My dog don't bite. None of my dogs bite nobody.
But pit
It was
bulls are
my
kind of
fault.
famous for that.
No, it was
Well,
my fault. The dog
people-
was doing what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, let me tell you about the pit bulls. People think they were bred for fighting. Originally, they were not. They were bred as
Farm
nanny.
dogs.
They were nanny dogs.
Yep.
They will protect a child like you wouldn't believe. You want to see Peanut? Somebody brings one of their human puppies over. That's what I call people's kids, human puppies. They bring one of their human puppies over, and she's like right up there with them, and don't let nobody get near them and stuff. Of course, she don't get aggressive or mean or anything like that, but she'll stand there and take her paw and push you away. Like, go, just leave him alone. Like that. It's funny as shit. She's like, I own this little puppy now. It's mine. It's really
Yeah, I
I-
heard the exact opposite, that they are like attacking kids. More like that.
usually no. The only
no.
I
kids
don't
they're
know.
attacking is like these kids that are fucking mean to dogs and shit, pull their
Yep.
tails, fuck
Oh.
with them, grab their cheeks and rip on them and shit like that. I'd fucking bite a kid too.
For my situation, I have a rule that,
I mean,
and it's because of this house. She has like 5 dogs. And as a contractor, if I go into her house, I don't want the liability of something possibly happening. So I always have her put her dogs up. I have all my clients do it. Yeah, it's respect for the dogs. I'm in their territory.
Mhm.
I know I am a threat.
Mhm.
Please put your dogs up until I am no longer a threat in your
There you
house, perceived by the dog.
we'll let the
Well,
dogs
you
out.
gotta be, man. That's wise. That's just wise because
Right.
you know you're understanding. Their whole thing is they're
It's their
protecting
house.
their home. You don't
Yep.
belong there. So I'm gonna keep
Yep.
an eye on your ass. And if you pull anything I think is sus, you ain't gonna be happy about it.
But
No,
dude, the
right.
dogs
Well,
here are fucking annoying as piss because like you can take a walk and somebody doesn't have the dog on the leash, and he's just following me like for like 5 minutes, and it's just annoying as piss.
Yeah.
Because like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, the dog is not trained, obviously, because he runs off after me and keeps barking at me, and I'm minding my own business. I'm not even like paying attention to it. But like, when he is chasing me or whatever, I just like, fuck off. I shout and scream. I hate those fuckers. Fuck those dogs, or fuck the owners if they didn't fucking train them. I don't care.
Right.
That's why I hate dogs. But I mean, I know that they
What?
can be endearing and a friend or whatever, but like, if
no,
don't
if
hate-
an untrained piece
don't
of
hate-
shit that fucking barks and
I'll tell you
whatever.
one thing. This is my hard and fast rule right here. If my dogs don't like you, I don't trust you a fucking minute. That's
Yep.
I've learned to trust their judgment, man. They can
but why?
sense
We've got
somebody
a
who's
little
bad.
dog.
No, they can sense bad shit in people. That ain't no kidding.
It's more so said about cats. Like, if they, if somebody is like
Yep.
evil or something, the cats will like. I mean, I heard that more about cats, but whatever. But because like the dogs here are like just barking at everybody. Like, are you saying everybody's evil then, or I mean, like?
No.
Where-
I'm talking about
where
my
do
dog.
But yeah, every dog is.
My dogs are all like that. I mean, they're at first, if somebody comes over and haven't known them, they're watching them, and they'll of course bark at them when they come, and I let them in, and of course they don't get after them, but they'll smell them,
But also, I don't.
And
feel
after
like
a couple of minutes, they're over there like, "Hi, new person. I'm so and so. Would you like to pet me? I think you're pretty cool." But then there's other people, man. I've seen like Brandy. Brandy is the sweetest German Shepherd ever. She wouldn't bite hot butter. But every so often, like I had her one time, I used to take her in my Jeep all the time, all over the place. And we pulled up to this gas station convenience store that we always went to. It was a place she knew. And so I pull up there, another car pulled up next to me, and this woman got out of that car, and Brandy wanted to fucking kill her. Not anyone else. The woman didn't do anything, but she wanted to fucking kill her. She had her teeth out looking like a hellhound, man, going at that window and I was like, I'd never seen her like that. And it's like she can see what those people really are, and
but
my dogs are like that. And I'm like, if my dogs don't like you, I don't trust you a bit.
But what do you
What's
think
your-
about that? Like, people say they can sense your fear or whatever. I don't believe that stuff because
Oh, yes,
I mean,
absolutely. Fear is an
you
emotion.
think it's true?
How do you think dogs talk? How do you
Yeah.
think they communicate?
No, but like, if I'm like afraid of dogs, does that mean that he's gonna be more aggressive to me or what?
Yep.
No, not
Absolutely.
necessarily. Not necessarily. It's dependent on the dog and the situation, but the dogs do sense that, and it's because of this. They communicate more on a telepathic level and not a vocal level. Yes, they have various noises and things that they make and different types of barks, but that's only a part of their communication. Listen, when I want my dogs to do something, I just get them on my resonance by talking to them, and then I just visualize what I want them to do, and they get.
What do you
up
think
to
would
it.
happen? Like, if you barked at the dog, would it affect him? Like, if you
Yeah,
like,
it'd probably piss him off. You go, "Oh, this guy is a fucked
or
up
whatever.
guy." Yeah, it'd probably piss him off. They go, "This is a fucked up guy. I'm getting him."
My dog laughs at me
I
when I
just
bark
cursed
at
at
him.
them, like whatever, like just fuck off, motherfucker, die,
Mhm.
or something.
Well, don't think like that. Just think just put out the air that I'm not a threat to you. You're okay. not a
I'm
threat.
trying that.
But when you respond
lot
with that hostility, though, they're
No,
going to see
no,
that hostility, and
Dude,
that's going to make it
yeah,
worse.
this only happens when like literally somebody doesn't have the dog on the leash and he's just like following me. Then like, why would I be at peace? Because I don't know, he might bite me, and I don't want that. So like, I'm like, keep your fucking dog. Like, I'm.
Go
Yeah,
after
anyway.
the owner in that situation. I get what you're saying. I understand. I hear what you're
Yeah,
coming from.
because the owner should have, like, if he's the kind of dog that follows people, barks at them, and might even bite them, then of course he should keep them on the fucking leash. Like,
Much like a bull.
logical thing to do.
Much like
What?
you put up a sign in a field if there is a dangerous bull
Right,
that says
absolutely.
do not enter, dangerous bull. If
Hey,
you need
you know-
to contain your bull, contain it. Same thing with
Exactly,
the dog.
and he, you know, and
You see the
at
highlight
his house it's fine, but like outside, you know, contain him by keeping him on the fucking leash.
See the highlighted comment? That fool went over and started a live stream so he could watch it and talk over me.
Oh, that's
Who
entertaining.
did that or what?
Look, read that guy that was up here earlier.
Oh, the Rocky guy.
Yeah. Look, he says, "I'm talking over you on my live stream of you." Ha 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 ha.
That's like a
Okay.
react
His
stuff.
You
What's
know
his
what?
channel?
If you back up on my image and take your fingers like that, you can pretend like you're crushing my head too. You go, I'm crushing your head. Yeah, like that. Pretty cool. Just a
What's his
another thing
channel?
to entertain. I don't know. I guess it's. Let me see. Maybe I can. Let me put it
You're
up here.
shutting down, so I'll go have a
Wait,
conversation with
we
you.
can react to his reaction to our stream.
Yeah.
It would be like breaking the fourth wall.
Oh, we're gonna do it too. Watch.
Yeah. All right. Let's do this.
This
shit.
is where it's at.
Hey, doesn't he
Ooh,
know?
that's a fancy
Doesn't he
truck.
know that he could actually stream this up on his own screen with himself?
No.
And I'm glad I'm promoting the Serpents of the Light,
You don't
man.
know my channel? It's Rocky Shepherd, dummy.
I know your channel, Rocky. I just found it. Can't you see my screen? We're
A
watching
Rocky
it right
Shepherd.
now.
But why is his name Craig Schaefer and
I don't know, man.
Rock A. Shepherd?
I'll even put it in the
Rocky
chat.
Shepherd.
No, I'm
I don't
new,
normally
dumb
follow
fuck.
people that are rock.
Stupid shit. I'm new.
Wow, I thought he was a Christian.
I know, right? That's a hell of a Christian thing to be
Yeah, I
saying.
see
isn't
it
it?
now.
What a goofball. What a goofball. Anyway, as I said, we're going to shut her down here. So I'm going to go ahead and give out the last word here then. I'm going to say that everybody, peace and love out there. Don't just buy something because it sounds good. Look into it. Always look into it. Don't take another man's word for something. Look into it a little bit, especially when it comes to matters of theology. You know, if you've got yourself, that's it. I just jumped onto this one because this is the first one they gave to me, and it's predominant in the area I live. You know what a lot of Christians say, or a lot of Buddhists and predominantly Buddhist areas say about Christians? Kind of the same shit that you're saying about them. So it just causes divisiveness. All right. And as we always like to say on here, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See a doctor and fire his ass because he'll probably fucking kill you. Good night, everybody.